British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Good things come in pairs. The spreading shockwave swept all around from the center of the explosion, destroying all obstacles, whether houses, trees or lives. The people who just raised their heads, because of the light, were permanently blinded at the first moment, and their eyes turned into liquid and flowed out of their empty eye sockets. At this time, dying directly was a kind of happiness. Then, with the high temperature shockwave, the second round of harvest began. In this era, when wooden houses were generally the main type in Japan, the uncontrollable fire intensified the power of the nuclear explosion, and Hiroshima had become a hell. People around the center of the explosion, those who were exposed to the direct rays of the fireball, disappeared out of thin air, leaving only the so-called atomic shadow. Compared with people farther away, they were still lucky. At least they died without pain. People who did not die directly would only suffer greater pain, and their bodies were severely burned. The residents' houses caught fire, and even tiles, granite, and glass were melted. Many pedestrians exposed to the outside turned into ashes, and the iron lunchboxes they carried with them were twisted beyond recognition. As the shockwave spread, the city of Hiroshima was razed to the ground, and the collapsed houses and deadly fires caused secondary damage to the wounded. All this was unknown to Colonel Tibbets. For him, this was just an important mission, but the bomb drop this time was more powerful. But for the Japanese residents of Hiroshima, as the first choice of nuclear bombs in actual combat, the devastating power will be remembered by the survivors for a lifetime, if they succeeded surviving. The control operator of the Japan Broadcasting Association in Tokyo noticed that the Hiroshima station suddenly stopped broadcasting. He tried to re-establish the signal with another telephone line, but failed. About 20 minutes later, the Tokyo Railway Telegraph Center discovered that the area where the telegraph had stopped working was limited to the north of Hiroshima. Unofficial and confusing reports came from some small railway stations in the city, indicating that Hiroshima had had a terrible explosion. All these reports were sent to the General Staff of the Imperial Japanese Army. The military base tried to contact the Army Control Station in Hiroshima many times, but received no response. The officers of the General Staff were puzzled, because according to their understanding, there was no large-scale air raid on Japan at that time, and Hiroshima did not store such a large amount of ammunition. The Imperial headquarters immediately sent someone to Hiroshima to investigate. After about 3 hours of flight, he and the pilot saw a huge cloud caused by the explosion. The bodies of Hiroshima's military and civilians were burning. When the plane arrived over the city, they were full of questions. They saw that the city was still burning, and thick clouds of smoke covered the entire area. They landed in the south of the city. After the officer reported to Tokyo, he immediately began to organize rescue operations. All living things were burned to death, and the whole city was in a heat wave that was indescribable. This is how the local scene in Hiroshima was described in a telegram sent to the Army General Staff headquarters. Faced with the fire and radiation, the surviving Japanese fled to the river to hide, but this was not an ordinary flame, but a new weapon that ordinary people could not understand. Water could not block this flame, and the death continued. In the end, the river was also full of corpses. President Truman, who had been waiting for news, learned that the mission was successful and the Japanese intelligence intercepted by the Allied Monitoring Department was confirmed. He immediately couldn't wait to hold a press conference in the White House and said happily, "Just now, the United States used a new type of weapon that has never been seen before to engage in the war. First of all, we must thank God for his protection. This weapon, which cost $2 billion, will make the evil forces never dare to think about starting a war." President Truman was excited. The actual combat power of nuclear bombs had been confirmed by the tragedy in Hiroshima. It was no longer just theoretical data that existed at the test site. The United States now had nuclear bombs as its trump card. It could have the final say in the world, and no longer needed to accommodate other countries. The Soviet Union and even Britain could not stop the United States from leading the world. If Japan does not accept our terms, they may expect a devastating rainstorm from the sky, a sight never seen on Earth. The sea and ground forces will follow the airstrikes. They have not seen such numbers and energy, and they have clearly understood our combat capabilities. Truman's aggressive speech was immediately recorded by the major media reporters gathered in the White House, and quickly spread all over the world. Alan Wilson, who worked like a hard-working bee, also saw the huge news of Japan's nuclear explosion in the subsequent newspapers, which even delayed his good mood for afternoon tea. After a long time, he sighed helplessly. "Liaison officer, isn't this a good thing?" Mark asked strangely when he saw Alan Wilson's expression. "I don't care how many Japanese died, anyway, they are enemies. The key is that nuclear bombs can not only threaten Japan, but also any country, including but not limited to the so-called allies." Alan Wilson looked at his assistant in the British occupation zone, hoping that the other party could understand what he meant. He believed that Prime Minister Attlee could understand this point, otherwise he would not have secretly invested huge sums of money to develop Britain's own nuclear weapons when the local economy itself was not good. It is better for the United States to have such weapons than for anyone else to have them. Otherwise, the United States should fulfill its previous promise and share nuclear weapons with Britain instead of going back on its word and turning Churchill into a joke. No way. We are allies. Mark did not dare to use a too positive tone. Besides, there is no conflict between Britain and the United States at present, and the United States has no reason to threaten us. When you negotiate with the Americans, they have nuclear bombs and we don't, and the final result is that we make greater concessions. Alan Wilson looked directly into Mark's eyes and shrugged. The United States is just a rebellious son who is thinking about his father's legacy. Now we can only hope that Prime Minister Attlee, whose fantasy was punctured by Truman long ago, will quickly implement the Alloy Tube plan after the Hiroshima nuclear bomb explosion. It would be best if everything goes smoothly and quickly. The British Occupation Trade Committee has been involved in the work of the British Occupation Zone. Alan Wilson can understand that these civil servants who have been sent here will have a rare opportunity to exercise. The British Occupation Zone is now almost like a colony. If a great achievement is done, if it is really impossible to bring the economy of the British Occupation Zone back on track, it will not be criticized at home, because the conditions here are really too bad. Because the basic conditions are here, the probability of civil servants coming to the British occupied area being punished is very low, but there is the benefit of improving their resume. So many people are eager to come to Germany to work. In their hearts, they regard this work experience as a stepping stone for advancement. In other words, all the people who come here are elite soldiers and generals, and they are typical of those who want to improve too much, just like Alan Wilson. When he was hesitating whether to start the gold panning trip in the dung immediately or to receive the raw materials from British India first, Ali Khan's British butler Alim contacted him through a telegram. Alan Wilson decided directly to go to Hamburg first, solve the Hamburg issue, and then go to the Ruhr area to pan for gold in the dung. Mark, contact the military commission to see how many owners of German companies are imprisoned. Alan Wilson called the pony over and gave him a task. He immediately borrowed a military vehicle to go to Hamburg, and at the same time he felt sorry for himself, saying that he was even busier than the Prime Minister. He still had to deal with the Yugoslav refugees. Mihajlovic had led his men to contact the Croats and Slovenes and set out again from Bavaria, ready to move from one victory to another. This was not because he was implying that Mihajlovic was better off going to Rhodesia than facing Tito's iron fist, right? As for Mihajlovic's wish to fight back and fight Tito to the death, he did not think that the leader of the home army was a match for the man who fell from the sky. But after going to the African continent, maybe Mihajlovic, the bandit leader who was eventually killed, would transform into a man who fell from the sky in another environment. The Maharaja was very pleased with Commissioner Allen's performance at the Potsdam conference. I didn't expect that Commissioner Allen, so young, had already made his mark at such an important international conference. It's true that talents are everywhere. As soon as they met, Butler Allen came up to flatter him. Alan Wilson just listened to his words. His role in the Potsdam conference was basically an underground worker. Even if it was not the top secret on the earth, It was not something that a Maharaja of a South Asian princely state could know. But you can't hit a smiling person. Alan Wilson saw through it, but didn't say it. He also expressed his longing for Ali Khan. Germany is now Feng Shui treasure land. It depends on who discovers its value first. With the long-standing relationship between me and Hyderabad, I will never let Maharaja Ali Khan down. His mouth was also a lie. Alan Wilson went from New Delhi to Hyderabad to take office, and finally had to return to Europe. He stayed in Hyderabad for 3 months in the middle. The long-term friendship was absolutely bullshit. Commissioner Allen, the tobacco factory cargo ship you requested, has reported safety through the Suez Canal telegram. When it passed through the Suez Canal, I believe it will arrive in Germany soon. Alim slapped his head with apology, as if he regretted not telling the news at the beginning, and told Alan Wilson the good news. Oh god, this is really good news. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and said, I hope the trade between the British occupied area and British India will have a good start. When he spoke nonsense, he completely ignored the fact that these machines were dismantled. The happy little bee was busy happily. 2 days later, the news that the United States successfully dropped a nuclear bomb on Nagasaki again came from the United States. At the end of the World War, success came in pairs. Chapter 127 African Royalists. Alan Wilson originally thought that the Soviet Union had taken action in advance, and Japan had lost hope of Soviet mediation. After the nuclear explosion in Hiroshima, Japan would not insist too much, and would choose to surrender, which might save it from a nuclear bomb. However, it did not expect that Nagasaki would be bombed. It may be that the Japanese military leaders knew that unconditional surrender would not end well, so they hesitated again and again, allowing the impatient Americans to launch a second attack. According to rumors in later generations, the United States currently has only 3 finished nuclear bombs, 1 for testing, and 2 have been used. What if this rumor is true? Alan Wilson even wanted to leak the news. After hesitating again and again, he gave up. It was too easy to get into trouble, which was not in line with his original intention of getting rich now. Alan Wilson was in Hamburg, waiting for the arrival of the tobacco factory machinery on the one hand, and arranging Mahajlovik's subordinates on the other hand. Although it was hard, he was full of hope for tomorrow in his heart, and he would serve the British Empire, no matter how hard it was. As for the work of identifying German war criminals, he didn't have to be busy for the time being. Identifying war criminals was a top priority, and there were many people doing this kind of work. Once the identification work in Germany has made progress, I will arrange some German officers with rich combat experience to go to Hyderabad to help the Maharaja train the army of Hyderabad. Alan Wilson made a promise in front of Alan with the attitude of an Oxford gentleman. The war has just ended, and there is no shortage of weapons in various countries. It is not difficult to find a place to use these weapons. I will arrange for the transportation of scrap metal to Hyderabad. Finally, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said that the mountains of weapons in Germany were scrap metal. It was not just talk. When registering at the port, it would also be registered like this. I believe that a powerful army will soon appear in front of the world. Although he said so, Alan Wilson did not take it seriously. He never had any hope in his heart whether Hyderabad could resist Nehru in the future. The entire princely state was surrounded by India, and Ali Khan was still a minority in faith, and he did not have the same faith as the Hindus under his rule. Although the combat effectiveness of the Indian Republic Army is not very high, the resources in Nehru's hands are overwhelming for Ali Khan. Relying only on weapons and training cannot reverse this disadvantage. If it were not for Ali Khan's former status as the world's richest man, he would not have the time to work hard for a loser. But the problem is that Ali Khan is really the richest man in the world, so there is nothing he can do. Remote control is still too illusory. Changong always fails in macro control, so how much he can help Ali Khan depends on whether Alan Wilson can return to British India. In front of Alan Wilson once again assured that he would return to British India soon. All his connections have been opened, and he will continue to serve Ali Khan after returning. Commissioner Allen, the Maharaja has agreed to a loan of £1 million. You can allocate it whenever you need it. The Maharaja personally contacted the London bank by telegram. Alim nodded solemnly and brought another good news. Is this the legendary being criticized for being criticized? Alan Wilson was full of admiration. It was rare for a local tyrant in a colony to have such ability in the capital of the world's largest colonial empire. Is money really a weapon that can penetrate all discrimination? I won't take this money for nothing. I will help the Maharaja in South Asia as a liaison officer. Of course, this is not enough. I will use my methods to help Hyderabad strengthen its strength. Alan Wilson finally changed the subject and said, regarding the raw materials of tobacco, the Maharaja needs to worry more. This is very important. With machines, it is not possible without tobacco. At present, Europe is devastated. Don't think about growing any cash crops in the past 2 years. Everything is based on food, but it is still the old way. Isn't there British India? If Europe doesn't grow it, it can be grown in British India. Not to mention that the British Empire has always done so. The place where famine always breaks out in India is the Ganges River Basin. Although it is a grain producing area, the climate is changeable and the key is that the population is too large. Even the main grain producing area cannot withstand the consumption of so many people. The population density of the Deccan Plateau is actually not large. Although it is not a major grain producing area, it is rarely affected by famine. Hyderabad is larger than the UK mainland, with a population of only 20 million, so it still has plenty of room. Now, building a tobacco factory in the British occupied zone is almost like bringing a money printing machine production line. As long as the tobacco factory is built, Alan Wilson can travel to the British occupied zone. Limited edition cars, medieval armor, jewelry, gold, antiques, and oil paintings are all a piece of cake. Nothing is more important than the tobacco factory, not even Ali Khan's £1 million loan. If there is a tobacco factory, Alan Wilson can have countless £1 million. And he will get rich soon, because Mahajlovic has already arrived in Hamburg, and the main force is still behind. Looking back on the past 2 months, Mahajlovic has a sense of unreality. The Germans who swept across Europe surrendered, and he and his previous enemy, the Croatian armed forces, were chased by Tito like stray dogs, and had to hide on the Austrian border in a state of panic. Until he met the young man in front of him, things finally took a turn for the better. Fortunately, he and his men finally escaped, but with the end of the Potsdam Conference, they were expelled from Bavaria, and fell into the hands of Alan Wilson again. Mahajlovic had dealt with Alan Wilson 3 times on different occasions, and after this time, the two sides might not meet again. Looking at the calm sea, Mahajlovic thought, I don't know if I will have the opportunity to return to Europe in this life. Maybe, maybe not. People always have to be realistic. Alan Wilson also replied with an ambiguous word. Even if he couldn't predict what would happen decades later, the overall strength of the Western camp was still greater than that of the Soviet bloc. But after some operations, perhaps the Soviet Union will persist longer than in history. After all, the geography has been improved. With the addition of Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union has been unimpeded in the Mediterranean. Of course, within 10 years, the weak Soviet Navy will still not change, and it will not be able to take advantage of this relaxed environment to enter the Mediterranean. After all, the Soviet Union is a continental country, and the army is naturally more important than the navy. After sighing, Mahajlovic thanked him. Actually, if you calm down and think about it, we are finally alive and can live in another place, which is always a good thing. We should thank Britain for its asylum. I hope Mr. Mahajlovic can remember this asylum. I have a few words for you to put yourself in my shoes. Alan Wilson hesitated for a moment, but decided to use the friendship he had with Mahajlovic after 3 meetings to give him a reminder. Liaison Officer Alan, you can be frank. At this point, there is nothing I cannot accept. Compared to Alan Wilson's hesitation, Mahajlovic was very open-minded. In fact, he had nothing to lose. In fact, from a personal perspective, there is another consideration for placing you in Rhodesia. The local native whites and the British Empire are no longer of the same mind. These native whites take it for granted that all the benefits will belong to them after independence, and they have no idea what they will lose. Without the support of the British Empire, how long can they last in the face of the local blacks? In 10 or 20 years, they will be submerged in the vast ocean of local blacks. Can you carry out ethnic cleansing openly? You will soon find out from the German trial that this is impossible. At least there can be no public behavior. Of course, you can use your privileged position to create famine, or provoke conflicts and create chaos, pretending that it has nothing to do with you. Alan Wilson believed that Mihajlovic had the ability to do so, because whether it was the Serbian armed forces led by him, or the Croatians and Slovenes, they did a lot of such things during the war. It is entirely possible to return to the old business, and Alan Wilson felt it necessary to remind the other party that such things can no longer be done openly. If you want to maintain a superior life for a long time, it is best to remain loyal to the British Empire. South Africa and Rhodesia, who thought they were ready to fly solo when their wings were strong, were eventually counter-attacked by the blacks. Complete independence would do double harm to the local whites and the British Empire. I hope Mihajlovic can understand this truth. I understand. Mihajlovic understood Alan Wilson's intention and hoped that this group of Yugoslavs would remain loyal to the British Empire and become a royalist group when they arrived in Africa. Mihajlovic couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was indeed a royalist. He didn't expect to leave Europe. The road assigned was still a royalist. It's just that the royalist was changed from Yugoslavia to the British Empire. Great. The little civil servant who worked hard for the British Empire was very pleased, but he didn't know that Mihajlovic only listened to half of his words. There was no problem with being a royalist, but another problem was that it couldn't be made public. It could be done secretly. The African continent was so far away. As long as he was careful enough, who would know? As the team of Yugoslav refugees began to arrive, the port of Hamburg began to get busy, and Alan Wilson also got his first real pot of gold. Mihajlovic sent 60 kilograms of gold. He exchanged it for a receipt for scrap metal from Alan Wilson. As the first batch of Tito opponents who had been purged in history began to board the ship, Alan Wilson was very pleased. He saved more than 200,000 people with one move. He was simply an unprecedented great philanthropist. The update plan is 3 updates a day. Chapter 128, Arms King. The journey to Africa is long, and I don't want to see your men get sick on the way, so necessary precautions are a must. Due to limited conditions, there are not enough clean places at present, so Mihajlovic's men can only enjoy the gifts of nature on the coastline. Alan Wilson divided the beach into 2 areas, barely making it so that men and women did not bathe together. One side was for men, and the other side was for women and children. If Mihajlovic's men refused out of shame, there would be only one other way. There is only one place in Germany that can disinfect such a large group of people, and that is the gas chambers in the concentration camps throughout Germany. After saying that, Alan Wilson reluctantly put down the telescope, ending his observation of the female bodies of Yugoslavia. He didn't want the royalists, who had high hopes for him, to die on the road, so he still had to make the necessary preparations. Although it was somewhat shameful to bathe in a group on the beach in broad daylight, Mihajlovic knew that he could not expect more under such conditions. As for Alan Wilson pointing a telescope at the female group, he pretended not to see it, and even thanked him. Liaison Officer Alan, you are thoughtful. Of course. I'm not a greedy person. After all, these are more than 200,000 lives. Alan Wilson stood straight and sighed, but I don't have the funds to help you too much. It costs money to do things, and it costs a lot of money. Of course, I know that now. Both you and the Croatians and Slovenians are penniless. I don't want your money, but I want to use your money to do your business. The money will not fall into my hands, but I can't expect everyone involved in this matter to be like me, to run around for your affairs with goodwill, right, Mr. Mihajlovic? Alan Wilson and Mihajlovic stood side by side on the beach, with helplessness in their mouths. Of course I understand this. Mihajlovic believed Alan Wilson's words very much. Greed is a common problem for everyone. It is normal for Alan Wilson to say that he wants to use money to smooth relations. It's good that you understand this truth. Are the weapons you need really scrap metal? If he says it is true. And if he says it is not true either. We need to make him say it is, so we have to smooth relations. Alan Wilson said with an expression that you have taken a big advantage if you can quickly find enough funds. After arriving in Rodnia, there will be more gains in the future. What are the specific aspects? Mihajlovic was stunned and had to ask further. For example, Germany's current military industry has to be dismantled and destroyed. I personally think it is a pity. After all, destruction costs money, which is also an expense. If there is a buyer who can use the money to buy some light weapons production lines at that time, this is the best of both worlds. The weapons given to these Yugoslav refugees are only temporary, and the purchased weapons need to be maintained. In the environment of Africa, how long these weapons can be used is still unknown. How to turn waste into treasure is what the British Empire, which is now calculating carefully, should consider most. Since all countries now believe that Germany should completely abolish its military industry, there is no need to retain the military production line during the war. Alan Wilson felt that if Mihajlović and his people could get the funds as soon as possible after arriving in Africa, it would not matter if they gave some of the military industry that Germany was going to dismantle to the other side. Of course, he would not do this himself. It was harmless to intervene in anything, and he would never touch anything. Alan Wilson also had an account in his mind. The benefits brought by this exchange belonged completely to the British Empire. As people who had undergone basic cleaning at the seaside went to Africa, this wave of population migration caused by the World War kicked off. Of course, this was nothing compared to the Germanic migration that had already begun in Eastern Europe. In Germany's military industry, where are the weapons that are most suitable for Mihajlović and his people? Alan Wilson understood as soon as he thought about it. Essen in the Ruhr area was the headquarters of the Krupp family. Mihajlović was the last refugee to board the ship. There was still time, so Alan Wilson took him to the Krupp family's location to let the other party observe. A few months ago, Alfred Krupp, a tall man wearing a pinstriped suit and a felt hat, boarded a US military jeep escorted by 3 armed soldiers. The jeep started up and drove towards Dusseldorf. This man was Alfred Krupp, the heir to the famous German arms empire. He had just been arrested and was tried and imprisoned in Dusseldorf that night. Alfred Krupp lived alone during the war, with no friends but servants. Most of his nights were spent drinking whiskey and smoking Camel cigarettes. In order to take possession of the property in the occupied areas, Krupp Company intervened in industries such as coal mines, horse racing, foundries and blast furnaces. As a world-renowned arms magnate, he was the first to be arrested after Germany's defeat. As for the huge Krupp military industry, British soldiers are currently dismantling it, and Krupp himself has been handed over to the British Army by the US Army. Dusseldorf is adjacent to the Ruhr industrial zone in the north and Cologne in the southeast. The inner city and most of the urban area are located on the east bank of the Rhine River. The west part of the river is only 13 kilometers in jurisdiction. It is an important industrial city in northwest Germany close to the Netherlands, the main artery of German industry, and the central city of the Ruhr coal mining area. 3 months after returning to Europe, Alan Wilson can finally start to think about what he wants to do. In the devastated British occupied area, see what legacy those well-known German companies have left. Alfred Krupp, who has been trained as a family heir all his life, is now in prison. On this day, he was taken out by the guards after being imprisoned, and he thought it was another interrogation. But to his surprise, the people who came were a young man he had never seen before, and a middle-aged man who was a little sloppy. The young man was Alan Wilson, and the middle-aged man who had already entered the old age stage was Mihajlović, the leader of the Yugoslav Fatherland Army. Alan Wilson's coming here was not entirely out of bad taste. As the Soviet Union became more and more powerful, the German arms tycoon in front of him would be released sooner or later, but he was not sure in which year. This was inevitable, and could not be changed. Although the arms magnate in front of him was imprisoned for a short period of time, he could not change it. After he came out, he became Germany's business card again in the 1960s. Alan Wilson sat down and asked, "Can you speak English?" "Of course." Alfred Krupp replied indifferently, "You have confiscated all my property. What else do you want to ask now? These are all temporary." Alan Wilson knew that these properties would be returned to the arms magnate in front of him sooner or later. "Dear arms magnate, I'm not talking about the issue of property. Someone else will deal with that part. I mainly want to talk about the non-military part of the Krupp family's industry. How to activate it. You must know that Germany's unemployment rate is very grim, whether it is an indicator or the actual situation. I think you don't want Germany to fall into the predicament after World War I again. When you were young, you experienced it yourself. The Ruhr area was full of French and Belgian police, and you were powerless. This was also the beginning of Germany's return to war. People can't always be in trouble, but Hitler's method has proved to be a dead end. How to divest the military industry and become a German company serving ordinary people. This is what the British Empire is trying to help Germany do now. Although you will be imprisoned for the time being, I believe your assistance can help us to restore production to a certain extent. Not only you, I also hope that other companies in the Ruhr area can help the Germans in trouble at this time. Alan Wilson knew that the Krupp family had an important position in the Ruhr area, and most of the Ruhr area was under the management of the British occupation area. If this most important industrial area in Germany could cooperate with British policies, the recovery of the British occupation area would be more certain. This is also what the British Empire has always done, cooperating with local snakes in the occupied areas to quell the dissatisfaction in the occupied areas. However, it is generally used on colonies, but rarely on European countries. Can you let me regain my freedom? Alfred Krupp asked back with a raised corner of his mouth. He had no hope at all. No, I don't need to tell you that you know your position in the German military industry very well. Alan Wilson shrugged helplessly. The people staring at you are not just a country, nor a person. Before the war is over, you can only accept the trial. Alan Wilson did not say what happened after the war, which was considered to be a thought for the Arms King. It seems that I have to write a letter, and I hope to improve my living environment. Alfred Krupp was silent for a moment, and finally agreed. In any case, he still has feelings for the Ruhr area, where he grew up. He also doesn't want to see the citizens of his country being shrouded in death all the time. The most important thing is that he has almost no choice. If he doesn't agree, all the Krupp family's industries will be confiscated. If he is willing to cooperate, he may be able to keep some. Thank you for your cooperation with Britain to restore order in the British occupied areas. Alan Wilson nodded very politely. He also knew that this was the first step. His journey to the Ruhr area has just begun. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Huge Villa. The outstanding feature of the Ruhr industrial area is that it is a regional industrial complex with a complex departmental structure, close internal connections and high concentration, with coal mining, steel, chemicals, machinery manufacturing and other heavy industries as the core. The industry in the Ruhr area is the material basis for Germany to launch the two world wars. In addition, the geographical location of the Ruhr area and the convenience of water and land transportation make it the most economically developed Golden Triangle in Europe. This is also the capital for the resurgence of the Federal Republic of Germany in the future. Although Germany has lost East Prussia, the place where the modern dragon rose, as long as the Ruhr area is still there, Germany will still be a powerful country on the European continent. The Ruhr area is truly the heart of Germany. Dortmund, Essen and Duisburg are simply the backbone and heart of the Germans. If you want to live and live well, you have to see how to stimulate the potential of the Ruhr area. This is where Britain currently has an advantage over the United States and the Soviet Union. There is actually no special reason for Alan Wilson to visit the Arms King with Mihajlovic. If there is any selfishness, it is to deepen the strong impression of the British Empire in the other party's heart before he leaves Europe. Once in Africa, it is another world, and the impression of Europe is limited to the displacement during this period. Deepening the refugees' strong impression of the British Empire during this period may have beneficial effects. Mr. Mihajlovic, I almost forgot that. If you can get food in Rhodesia, London will definitely be grateful, so that the support for you refugees will be more logical. After leaving the prison, where the Arms King was imprisoned, Alan Wilson raised his wrist to check the time and continued. The mainland is very eager to end the rationing system as soon as possible. Of course, the British occupied area may be a little later. If you can help London overcome the difficulties as soon as possible, I believe that in the eyes of London, you survivors will be more valuable. Alan Wilson remembered that Rhodesia was a British colony. Due to the fertile land and suitable climate, a large number of white people moved here, reclaimed farmland, and established large agricultural estates. The rich agricultural products have earned Zimbabwe the reputation of African breadbasket and African granary. The seasons in the southern hemisphere are opposite to those in the northern hemisphere. Mahajlovic and others went to Rhodesia just in time for the planting season. All that was needed was someone to organize. Alan Wilson believed that the refugee group, which was itself an armed force, was not lacking in organization, and production was at least much easier than fighting. This did not even require any assistance from Britain or the British occupied zone, as Rhodesia was not far from South Africa. It was easy for South Africa's industry to produce some agricultural machinery. The current Governor-General of South Africa was Nicholas Jacobs de Wet. The British Empire still had control over South Africa at this time, and I believe the other party would not refuse such an opportunity. This was already a habit. Mahajlovic, who had praised Rhodesia to the skies, readily agreed to it. The British's needs made him feel relieved. What worried him most was that, if the British really did good things without any desire, it would mean that he was in trouble. Then the two went to the Krupp family's factory, where someone was already surveying the undamaged production lines. In the next few days, Alan Wilson took Mahajlovic to visit several companies that had been closed down, and at the same time, he worked with the British civil servants who took over these companies to determine which production lines for people's livelihood could be restarted. Finally, Alan Wilson took the handwritten letter from the Arms King and began to go door to door according to the list. He called together the well-known large enterprises in the Ruhr area, especially those whose heads had not been imprisoned, and met with the representatives of these enterprises at the huge villa in Essen, the headquarters of the Krupp family. Of course, this was only carried out after obtaining the approval of London. After the meeting, he had to write a report on the process of this meeting and submit it to London for review. London also knew that the economy of the British occupied area could not be restored as soon as possible without the assistance of these well-known German companies before the war. Before coming again, Alan Wilson had been authorized to have a good talk with the heads of these enterprises. The representatives of the enterprises who came even included representatives of Rheinmetall, even though the production line of the Rheinmetall arsenal in Dusseldorf had been sealed by the UK. The war is over. Alan Wilson used this opening remark as the first sentence to communicate with the representatives of German enterprises. The first meaning is the literal meaning, and the second meaning is that the winner is already very obvious. Britain is the winner, and Germany's defeat was more miserable than the First World War, and the whole country had been occupied. Looking at the subtle expressions of the heads of major companies, Alan Wilson took out the letter from the arms tycoon and showed it in front of everyone. As for the English translation, he had already memorized it by heart. When these people were reading the letter, he explained, "Mr. Alfred is currently imprisoned in Dusseldorf. Oh, by the way, Rheinmetall's Dusseldorf production line has also been sealed and stopped." I said too much. The current situation in Germany is very bad, and I can say very directly that there will be no central government in Germany in the short term, because the French are very opposed to this. According to the news we got from Paris, the French's current attitude is very direct. They hope that Germany will return to a loose confederation state, such as the Holy Roman Empire. The faces of representatives of some German companies have turned livid. German history can be divided into two parts, before the unification of Germany, and after the unification of Germany. The history before the unification of Germany is just like what the Iron Chancellor Bismarck said, it is Germany's sorrow to be neighbors with the extremely aggressive France. The countless invasions of Germany by France over the past 800 years have brought deep suffering to Germany. As for the history of Germany after its unification, it was very consistent with the thinking of the French in 1945. After the unification of Germany, it showed extremely strong aggression. It has invaded France 3 times in 100 years. Such an aggressive country should not exist in this world. When the German backbones heard that the French opposed Germany's re-establishment of a central government, they were naturally indignant. They forgot the history of Germany's 3 invasions of France in the past 100 years, and only had in their minds the humiliation of the Germans by the French in the past 800 years. History is a mess, and it is not fair to every country. Just like if British India had only 40 million people instead of 400 million, the British Empire would have used 200 years to change the race of South Asia. Why would it have to wait until today when the local elites in India demand independence? After using the French to stir up a wave of hatred and successfully arousing the disgust of the German dignitaries in front of him, Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, "But we in the British Empire don't think so. The European concept that the British Empire has pursued for 900 years is nothing more than balance. Only when there is balance can war not break out." Of course, some ambitious countries always respond with slanderous attitudes to this balance policy. In fact, the British Empire has never contained Germany. To this day, London still believes that Germany is the balance of Europe and is very opposed to this endless revenge and humiliation. However, we are only one of the occupying countries after all. There are also Americans far away in America who don't care about the Germans' ideas, and the Soviets who have a deep hatred for Germany. With 4 occupying countries, there is very little that the British Empire can do. We are very grateful for the efforts made by the United Kingdom. Commissioner Allen, you can tell us frankly what you want us to do. After several representatives of German companies chatted with each other for a few words, Rheinmetall's chief engineer Warner said, "Do the British want us to obey, help the managers of British institutions, to restore production in the British occupied areas? To be precise, it's the civilian sector." Alan Wilson was very satisfied with Warner's answer, but he did not forget to add a more comprehensive sentence. "The French are now very wary of any German move to restart weapons, and this is also not the purpose of the United Kingdom. Our goal is reconciliation, so that there will be no war in Europe in the future, and to avoid the hatred caused by Germany's difficulties after World War I. As for supporting Germany to resist the pressure from the Soviets, there is no need to say it. At present, the relationship between the two major camps of the Cold War is not bad, and both need some time to recuperate. Resuming production has become a top priority. How the British occupied zone can resume prosperity as soon as possible depends on whether the companies of the representatives can set an example. Can we find a way to resume production? The representative of Mercedes-Benz confirmed. Of course, but the premise is that the factory that resumes production must have British representatives stationed there. Alan Wilson conveyed the instructions on the London Telegram. The production process of the factory must be transparent to the British representatives stationed there, including but not limited to personnel adjustments, raw material mining and transportation. We need some time to discuss it. Rheinmetall's chief engineer Warner finally spoke on behalf of the companies here. "I think this request is not excessive. It's not excessive at all. I will wait for news at Hugelvilla in the next few days." Alan Wilson pointed to the Krupp family headquarters under his feet. "I hope I can receive good news." After these representatives left, Alan Wilson quickly took out the telegraph and sent telegrams to Hamburg, Hanover, and London, describing the talks just now. Whether he can travel across the Ruhr area depends on whether the representatives of these German companies can figure it out. While waiting for the news, he listened to the radio to entertain himself and heard the radio broadcast. Japan officially announced its unconditional surrender. What a pity. Where is Bushido? Where is the spiritual victory? Alan Wilson cursed. Why don't you continue to fight? Chapter 130 Mercedes-Benz. The radio was still performing its duties, playing the Japanese emperor's announcement of the end of the war. In view of the world situation and the current situation of the empire, I want to take extraordinary measures to rectify the situation. I hereby inform you, my subjects, that I have ordered the imperial government to notify the United States, Britain, China, and the Soviet Union, and that I'm willing to accept their joint announcement. Bang. This made Alan Wilson, the keyboard warrior, furious. He turned off the radio, which was considered a valuable item in Germany at that time, without hesitation. This was not Bushido. The decisive battle should be fought on the home front, and 100 million people should die in battle. Once Japan surrenders, the United States will have the energy to point fingers at Europe again. When Mark, the assistant liaison officer, entered Hugel's villa, he saw his boss with a stern face, staring at the radio with a cold brow. Compared with the Americas, which were in a carnival at this time, the reaction in Europe was much calmer. London had no special impression of the distant East, and only published an official article. As for the British civil servants and military who had already started working in the British occupied areas, they had no time to respond to Japan's surrender. Resuming work was more difficult than expected. Liaison officer, it's a telegram from the Deputy Secretary General. Mark took out the telegram blankly, not knowing why his boss was like this. If he saw Alan Wilson's reaction to Japan's surrender, he would probably be even more confused. Tim's telegram? Alan Wilson asked back, and seeing Mark nodded and took it. It was a telegram from Tim Brand, Deputy Secretary General of the British Occupation Zone, telling about the inventory and evaluation of the British Occupation Zone. Of course, there are some other contents, as well as temporary difficulties. The main difficulty is the lack of manpower. In fact, the British Occupation Zone is already the occupation zone with the least manpower difficulties. Because Marshal Montgomery quickly released the captured German soldiers and established a force to assist the British occupation forces. The prisoners in the French occupation zone are all undergoing post-war reconstruction in France, while the prisoners in the American occupation zone are all imprisoned in the Rhine camp. But even so, compared with the huge war ruins, Germany, which has already suffered structural population damage, first has a shortage of labor. As the most important part of Germany, the British occupation zone is no exception. Germany's population ratio is no longer harmonious, which is also the main reason why the Federal Republic of Germany introduced Turks after the war. But the Federal Republic of Germany could introduce foreign labor, but Britain could not do it on behalf of Germany. If Britain did so, in the future, if Germany had conflicts with local citizens due to foreign immigrants, Britain would become the punching bag of the Germans. So when Mihajlovic's refugees arrived in the British occupied zone, no senior British official thought of keeping these refugees, not even Alan Wilson. The manpower difficulties are only temporary. In fact, I believe the Deputy Secretary General has a solution, which is to mobilize German women to participate in the labor and make up for the shortage of male labor. He sent me a telegram just out of courtesy to get my agreement. Alan Wilson replied, after reading the telegram, "Of course I agree. Men and women are equal. I think I heard a saying, when I was in Hong Kong, that women hold up half the sky." Then, liaison officer, I'll call the Deputy Secretary General back. Mark understood what Alan Wilson meant and said, in fact, keeping those Yugoslavs can alleviate the problem of labor shortage. There happen to be more men among the refugees. As foreigners, we can't come up with such a hateful method. Of course, if the Germans want to eat shit themselves, we can just applaud and watch the fun. Alan Wilson shook his head slightly and said, I believe German women can do a good job of post-war reconstruction. German women are tall and are no worse than men. Japan's surrender did not give Alan Wilson even a minute to rest. In Hugel's villa, he was still in a state of mind where he was calm on the surface, but panicked on the inside, waiting for a reply from the previous German corporate representative. During the waiting process, sending telegrams became his most frequent task. Many telegrams were just resent with a different wording, especially those sent to New Delhi. Remind Sir Berend not to forget about the Christmas and the Japanese prisoners of war. Finally, Hugel Villa welcomed the first company representative who had returned. The representative of Mercedes-Benz, Schuler, came back first. Alan Wilson was overjoyed and immediately met with this first company representative. If he was not representing the occupying country, he would have wanted to ask Mercedes-Benz what he thought. Mr. William Giselle asked me to express his gratitude to Mr. Allen for his efforts to save German companies on his behalf. Schuler sat down and waited for a while before saying, I also brought a very good gift. At present, the railway has not been restored and the road conditions are not good. I believe that liaison officer Allen must be very tired running around in the Ruhr area. The most important thing is that it is shameful to waste time, so you must like this gift very much. I wonder if Mr. Allen can come out with me to have a look. William Giselle is the chairman of the board of directors of Mercedes-Benz, or more precisely, the former chairman. He is luckier than the head of the Krupp family. Mercedes-Benz, which manufactures military trucks, is not as conspicuous as the Krupp family and has not been imprisoned yet. Want to bribe? Prepare to give a car? Alan Wilson's spirits were boosted a little, but just one car? It seemed nothing, and he said, isn't it bad? I can take a military vehicle. Liaison officer Allen, You will know when you come out and have a look. Schuler has seen through the greed of this British liaison officer. In fact, all British civil servants in the British occupied areas are greedy. It's just a matter of more or less. William Giselle had already learned through channels whether Alan Wilson, who came forward to negotiate with German companies, was worthy of showing goodwill. With the tips of the equally greedy British civil servants, Mercedes-Benz already knew that Alan Wilson was a very promising investment target. He was highly regarded by the current British civil servant leader, so it was natural to win him over now. Leading Alan Wilson out of the villa and onto the lawn outside, Schuler directly unveiled the canvas, and a Mercedes-Benz sedan that could definitely be called luxurious in 1945 appeared in front of Alan Wilson. This sedan was full of muscular beauty and was different from the sedans of later generations. The body was extremely pure black, which was very eye-catching. It was a rare treasure at first glance. And Schuler's words confirmed Alan Wilson's conjecture. I wonder if liaison officer Alan has heard of the Mercedes-Benz 770k bulletproof car. I've heard of it. This. Alan Wilson rarely stuttered, pointing at the sedan in front of him, but his mouth couldn't keep up with his brain. He had heard of the name of the Mercedes-Benz 770k bulletproof car when he was in his middle school years. As a loyal fan of Mercedes-Benz, Hitler, who was imprisoned for the beer hall putsch, wrote in his prison letters that his greatest wish was to have his own Mercedes-Benz car. This wish came true after he became the German Chancellor. Mercedes-Benz was very proud of Hitler's love and built a special car for Hitler, the 770k. Oh, I didn't expect that liaison officer Alan knew so much about Germany. I think I roughly understand why you are responsible for supporting German companies in the British occupied zone. Schuler said this and then changed the subject. It's a pity that only 17 Mercedes-Benz 770k bulletproof cars were produced. They were given to German senior officials and foreign heads of state at the time. There should be one in Moscow now. We don't have it anymore. In front of you is the Mercedes-Benz 770k2 bulletproof car, a total of 88 of which were produced. Equipped with the same engine and mechanical supercharger, it outputs 230 horsepower at 3,200 rpm. Other configurations are the same as the Mercedes-Benz 770k bulletproof car. The inner walls of the doors are equipped with bulletproof steel plates, and there are bulletproof rubber cloth woven with special steel wires in the tires. Several pocket pistols can be placed in the dark in the car for self-defense. Schuler introduced eloquently, even for this model of car, Mercedes-Benz now only has one. And with the production line at a standstill, there will be no successors. I don't know if liaison officer Alan likes this gift. This gift is too expensive. Alan Wilson retracted his eager gaze and refused in an unsteady tone. If you are not firm in your refusal, you are firm in not refusing. Schuler saw Alan Wilson's performance and said in a different tone, it's just a trophy now. The US military has a car that Hitler used to ride on, and now it is also used as a means of transportation. It's no big deal. Is that so? Alan Wilson swallowed his saliva. If it is properly preserved, it will be worth $18 million in a few decades. This is not a car, it is almost a pile of gold. This is a private gift from Mercedes-Benz to the representatives of the occupied areas, showing the determination of Mercedes-Benz to cooperate with Britain and restore the German economy. Mr. Allen, please don't misunderstand. Schuler opened the car door while talking and said in amazement, this is also to show the friendship between Britain and Germany. To show the friendship between Britain and Germany, you can give it to the Queen. Giving it to Alan Wilson is a bribe, but Alan Wilson, whose mind has been occupied by greed, easily accepted the kindness of Mercedes-Benz. He was indeed running around in the Ruhr area for the British Empire and needed a means of transportation. I know in my heart that Mercedes-Benz is very willing to participate in the post-war reconstruction. Alan Wilson restrained his greed and asked Schuler what his purpose was. If you have any difficulties, just raise them directly. With such a considerate liaison officer in the British occupied zone, I believe that the German economy will recover soon. Schuler first complimented him a little and then said, Mercedes-Benz wants to resume its automobile production business. That can't be done. Although Alan Wilson accepted the bribe, he still gave a straightforward refusal and then changed the subject. Things must be done step by step. Any impatient action will be counterproductive. Oh. Schuler frowned and heard Alan Wilson say, business must be restored slowly, and you can start with car repairs. If Mercedes-Benz can provide convenience for the British occupation army's military vehicles to be repaired, I believe the day of resuming business is not far away. Start from the basics. Chapter 131, Righteousness. Mercedes-Benz wants to resume business. How can Alan Wilson, a liaison officer, decide? It has not been 3 months since the end of the European war, and these well-known German companies are all on the list in the field of supporting the war. It is too late to liquidate, and you still want to resume the main business before production? How can it be so cheap? But things are not without room for maneuver. The strict control Germany suffered after World War I was not worse than it is now. Didn't it restore its original industrial strength bit by bit? Starting from repairing the military vehicles of the British occupation forces is a good starting point. Although it is a bit of a waste of talent to switch to a repair shop with the strength of Mercedes-Benz, this is the only way in the current environment. Any commodity is a consumable. British military vehicles driving in Germany will inevitably be damaged, as long as they are running every day. The cost of transporting repair parts from the UK is huge, and it also increases expenses. Let Mercedes-Benz bear part of the repair work, and it can also reduce the cost of the British occupation forces. Borrowing the current almost zero labor cost in Germany to reduce consumption is a good thing. To kill two birds with one stone. Alan Wilson did not find a way for Mercedes-Benz because Schuler sent him a car. It was entirely for the sake of saving costs for the British Empire. He was essentially selfless and only had love for his country. I essentially regard this car as a work of art. As a representative of Mercedes-Benz's strength, I can't bear to see it buried. While Schuler was trying to figure out whether it would work, Alan Wilson said unobtrusively, I understand Mercedes-Benz's good intentions for my work convenience, but this car is still a little too conspicuous to drive out. It would be better if I could have an ordinary car to drive and keep this car as a collection. The current road conditions should indeed be considered from a practical perspective. Schuler received the instruction that one car is not enough and a less conspicuous car is needed. Mercedes-Benz is of course willing to help. I admire Mercedes-Benz's professional technology and long history, but I can't take this car for nothing. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment. I'll buy this car at a pre-war price. How much is it? This car is not a mass-produced version. I'll quote the price of another sedan in the company, 179,000 Reichsmarks. Schuler was considerate and gave a sky-high pre-war price so that Alan Wilson could get away with it. Very good. This is a pure business relationship. Alan Wilson said with great satisfaction. The thriving development of Mercedes-Benz, in addition to its strong technology, is also amazingly flexible in expanding its business. 180,000 Reichsmarks was of course a sky-high price when Hitler ruled Germany, and the Tiger tank was almost the same price. But in today's Germany, where the German mark has long collapsed and is like waste paper, Alan Wilson used this price to buy a car with a total production of only 88 units, and now he doesn't know how many are left. He has no intention of openly robbing. However, since one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten, there is no question of robbery. He is currently temporarily living in the huge villa of the Krupp family. Soon Alan Wilson received a Mercedes-Benz 170V, a small and popular car launched by Mercedes-Benz in 1936. The car weighs 750 kilograms and is powered by a 6-cylinder engine with a displacement of 1,700 milliliters and a maximum power of 38 horsepower. The biggest feature of this Mercedes-Benz car is its low price. Before the outbreak of World War II, it was sold for only 1,000 Reichsmarks. This car is very suitable for Alan Wilson's identity. In the British occupied area, he has a means of transportation without being too conspicuous. However, the same car as the head of state has to be placed in a place. Alan Wilson discussed with Schuler and decided to put the car in Bonn first. He also had something to discuss with Isabella. Bonn is less than 100 kilometers away from Essen. For Alan Wilson, who already has a high-end car, it is only an hour's journey. It must be said that it is very difficult to give up the taste of meat. Alan Wilson, who arrived in Bonn, had an in-depth and thorough communication with Isabella Bochiner. Afterwards, Alan Wilson, who was holding a cigarette, used his other hand to wander up and down the smooth and elastic body. A real man should be like this, which may be the feeling. Isabella Bokina, with messy blonde hair, rubbed against the man's chest like a kitten. It seems that she has not recovered from the passion. Unlike the clumsiness of the first time, she is now full of joy in body and mind. I'm leaving soon. Alan Wilson put out the cigarette, but did not hide the fact that he had to continue working. You are busier than the Prime Minister. Isabella Bokina raised her head, staring at Alan Wilson's face, flattering him inconspicuously, applying the psychology she learned in school to Alan Wilson. That's not the case. We are all busy in our own ways. Alan Wilson grinned almost to his ears. The current job is to restore production in the British occupied areas. By the way, you should prepare yourself. You may be very busy in the future. Am I not always busy? Isabella Bokina twisted her body and said meaningfully. Are you busy? Alan Wilson stared at Isabella Bokina's eyes, startling the girl before saying, I mean, there is a shortage of labor in the occupied areas now. Cleaning up the ruins of the city and resuming work and production all require labor, but Germany is now short of male labor, and the Trade Commission is almost ready to mobilize women. What do you want me to do? Isabella Bokina was a little confused and asked herself to participate in the labor. I'll say hello to the occupation forces in Bonn and give you some care. You organize Bonn's women to participate in the post-war reconstruction. Don't underestimate this work. It will be good for your future. Alan Wilson stretched out his hand and pinched Isabella Bokina's face and pulled it gently, teasing, since you are like this with me now, I will definitely let you have a good life in Germany, but I can't give nothing at all, right? Bonn is the future capital of the Federal Republic of Germany. If my woman can have a certain degree of fame and be accepted by the Germans in Bonn, when it is still the British occupation zone, maybe she will become a very popular and respected woman in the capital of the Federal Republic of Germany in the future. Maybe she can even become a mayor. How can such a thing be certain? Isabella Bokina remained silent, her chest heaving, so that a spy network can be developed. Alan Wilson thought that women were lazy and unwilling to pay, and would they be mistresses if they were willing to pay? He said, it's not particularly tiring, and the rewards in the future will be huge. I'll listen to you. Isabella Bokina said with a well-behaved look, as if she had no opinion. That's good. If someone sends something to me in a while, you can accept it on my behalf. Alan Wilson is not a German. In fact, he doesn't even have a fixed residence now, because he is still running around in the Ruhr area. This is very inconvenient, especially when facing Schuler and those German business representatives who want to participate in the reconstruction. The souvenirs given by the Germans are not reassuring if they are not accepted. It is indeed inconvenient to accept them, so they are placed in Bonn first. Let the Isabella Bo sisters keep it first. Alan Wilson only took the key to the head of state's car that existed here. The 60 kilograms of gold he received from Mihajlovic were also in the car. He believed that as the head of state's car, ordinary people could not open it without the key. In fact, there was only one regiment in the British military camp in Bonn. Bonn was not really a central city in the Ruhr area. Alan Wilson took Isabella Bokina to the British military camp and stuffed a pack of Camel cigarettes directly into her pocket, indicating that the newly established Trade Commission had already decided to call on German women to participate in the post-war reconstruction in the British occupied zone. He had also selected the organizer of the German women in Bonn, hoping that the local garrison would be able to take care of them under certain conditions. Liaison Officer Allen, you are so polite. We are certainly happy to see Germany recover soon, so that we can return home. He happily accepted the cigarettes and a mechanical watch. Malcolm, the commander of the British Army in Bonn, said confidently, is this the organizer chosen by the liaison officer? It's very surprising. I hope the girl can restore Bonn to prosperity soon. It's all because of the liaison officer. Isabella Bokina was about to stick to Alan Wilson, for fear that the British commander in front of him didn't know that she was the liaison officer's mistress. Alan Wilson disappeared again, like a ghost wandering around the Ruhr area. In order to chase this ghost, German companies in the Ruhr area united, including Mercedes-Benz, Rheinmetall, Siemens, Bayer, Carl Zeiss, Thyssen, Messerschmitt, Volkswagen, and Opel. Bonn, where Isabella Bocken lived, was flooded with classical pianos, oil paintings, precious jewel replica cameras, and even ancient armor. 3 days after Alan Wilson left, Isabella and her sister became car owners. The sudden wealth made the two sisters who had received proletarian education dumbfounded, subverting the three views they had formed over the years. We must immediately carry out propaganda in the British occupied areas. At the meeting of the Trade Committee, Alan Wilson made a righteous speech. Corresponding organizations should be established in various parts of the British occupied areas to promote gender equality, praise women who participated in the reconstruction, and even give corresponding rewards to inspire the confidence of the people in the British occupied areas, so that the British occupied areas can return to pre-war life as soon as possible. Chapter 130 to Labor and Rations. The members of the Trade Commission in each city should help the German Women's Organization to be established. We should care about them, help them, and promote women's yearning for future life. After Alan Wilson finished speaking, he nodded to the two Deputy Secretaries General Tim Brand and Harold. He had already said that he was selfless. If there were any stories between the members of the Trade Commission and the members of the Women's Organization in the process of practice, it would have nothing to do with Alan Wilson. Judging by himself, he believed that such things would definitely happen, but it was just a matter of scale. Not to mention that the civil servants who came to Germany were generally middle-aged people. Even if they were about to retire, they would not delay looking for German female college students to discuss work. 18-year-old men like 18-year-old young women, and 58-year-old men also like 18-year-old young women. The dragoon who had a story with him has now transformed into the chairman of the Bonn Women's Work Committee. Now he gets up early every day and gathers a group of dragoons to do voluntary labor to clean up the traces of war in Bonn. Isabella Bocken is not as lazy as Alan Wilson imagined, and she only wants to be a mistress and get something for nothing. Instead, she immediately entered the role, cutting her long blonde hair and showing it as a short haircut. Although she has been receiving artwork sold by German companies recently, Isabella Bocken has not become extravagant. She still wears the simple clothes she wore when she lived in Berlin, hiding the inner beauty of the turbulent waves in Alan Wilson's eyes. The dragoons have made efforts, so they are naturally likely to be established as a model of German women in the new era, especially in the British Occupied Trade Committee, without the help of Alan Wilson. The Daily Telegraph and Morning Post in the UK published the news of the establishment of the German Women's Working Committee in the British occupied area in a large page, appreciating the hard work and toughness of German women, and of course mainly recognizing the efforts of the British Occupied Trade Committee and other institutions to restore the German economy. The legal system is being restored, and labor is widely recognized. Compared with other occupied areas, the British occupied area is undoubtedly ahead and is coming out of the pain of the war. Mark. Alan Wilson put down the domestic newspaper and asked his pony to come in and give instructions. The strength of domestic newspapers is not a problem, but we cannot know the current situation in Germany. The flattery and propaganda will not touch the point. We hope that what is passed on by word of mouth is a true story, which has both the difficulties of the current situation and a positive energy under difficult circumstances. All we can do is to find these moving stories and make them widely known. Alan Wilson has seen The Beautiful Legend of Sicily. The movie mainly tells the story of a very charming and hot girl named Marina during World War II. Many local men, even old men, have the urge to kiss her, and those women, needless to say, have an attitude towards her, and they all respect her as the vixen of the world. It's just that before the war, she had a good husband who ensured that she had no worries about food and clothing. It can not only guarantee her taste for life, but also keep her pride. But when the war comes, her husband is drafted to the battlefield. In order to wait for her husband's return, she rejected all those who had a glimpse of her one by one. But after the news of her husband's unfortunate death in the war came, her source of livelihood was cut off. In order to survive, she could only lower her proud head and commit herself to the arms of the man she had disdained before, so that in the end, she could only be trapped in the land of fireworks. This is a true portrayal of many German women, but now under the fact of the occupation army, we can't focus on this. We have to find some stories about German women who burst out with maternal brilliance and take care of young children after losing their husbands. promote German women as mistresses? Although this is also a fact in the current occupation zones of various countries, who would promote such things? There is also a possible matter at present, that is, to clarify the Germans who ran over from the Soviet occupied zone. We must be careful of those Germans who came from the Soviet occupied zone. After all, no one knows whether there are spies in it. Alan Wilson also reminded about the issue of spies. The action of expelling Germans from Eastern Europe has begun. With such a large-scale expulsion, even if the Soviet garrison watched, many Germans would still run to the Western occupation zone. This trend could not be stopped before the two sides officially broke off, and Alan Wilson was not prepared to stop it. In fact, he hoped that this situation would be under the control of the British occupation forces. After all, compared with the location of the American occupation zone, the British occupation zone was almost the first to bear the brunt. Liaison officer, you always have such a strong work energy. Mark was full of admiration. He had been watching Alan Wilson running around from Berlin, almost without stopping. Compared with the busy days, the salary he received could be called meager, and he could not appreciate Alan Wilson's value at all. Now each country has its own difficulties, and we can only work harder. Alan Wilson waved his hand and said indifferently, the situation in the mainland is not very good either. Even the Prime Minister is overwhelmed, and we have no right to complain. As for the fact that the head of state had the same car and 60 kilograms of gold, Alan Wilson did not need to let Mark know that he was troubled by him. He could accept these little pains. Isabella Bokina, who is already a typical representative of German women in the new era, looked at the documents issued with a thoughtful look on her beautiful profile. Anna beside her asked, "What's wrong, sister?" "There is a loophole in the regulations of the Trade Commission." Isabella Bokina looked at her nominal sister and habitually wanted to touch the ends of her hair, but one of her bare hands stayed where it was, almost forgetting that her long hair had been cut short. What loophole? Anne was younger than Bokina both physically and mentally, but she was only excellent in theory. It's useless to just publicize it. The British don't understand this. Isabella Bokina stood up. After the affairs of men and women, her temperament became more and more gentle. In order to change this, she cut her hair short to add a bit of neutral beauty. Alan Wilson has not seen this image yet. If he sees it, he will definitely think that it is very similar to the temperament of the Soviet boxing champion's wife in the movie Rocky, beautiful but cold. The Soviet Union had a compulsory labor system on Saturdays, which was a system clearly stipulated. Lenin praised it as a great creation. It was because it promoted a spirit of collectivism. Under the circumstance that the German currency has depreciated and become waste paper, this method of stimulating citizens' voluntary labor can be considered very effective. But Isabella Bokina knew that the time for the appeal alone to be effective was short. If she wanted to stimulate the rapid reconstruction of the British occupied zone, it was not enough to call on women to work, but also to link it with corresponding treatment. Labor must be linked to rations. Those who do not work will not eat. Isabella Bokina said to Anna, under the current rationing system in the British occupied zone, only in this way can everyone be mobilized for post-war reconstruction. The next day, Isabella Bokina went to the British Army Command in Bonn and found Colonel Malcolm, saying that she wanted to contact the Trade Commission and explain the difficulties in her work. Miss Isabella. Colonel Malcolm had to admit that, although he had only met twice, he was a little jealous of the civil servant. He found such a thing. After cutting her hair short, it did not damage her appearance, but added another layer of beauty. Fortunately, there are so many German women now, so he didn't have to envy and hate her, and asked if there was anything he could do to help. Britain's help to Germany is very grateful. As a German woman, I want to make some suggestions that are suitable for the domestic situation in Germany, and may also increase the efficiency that Britain has been looking forward to. Isabella Bokina said politely, I hope that Mr. Colonel can explain to the Hanover Trade Commission that the rationing system will be linked to compulsory labor, so that the problem will be solved. At the end of the war, Berlin also had similar instructions. It's just a matter of a telegram. Colonel Malcolm agreed readily, and then changed the subject. Miss Isabella, I heard that you have a sister, don't you know? The British Empire Gentleman's Ind was received by Isabella Bokina. who also responded with a hint, Anna is actually like me, and we have a good working relationship with Liaison Officer Allen. It doesn't matter. Liaison Officer Allen's work is very busy and enviable. Colonel Malcolm, who was rejected, was not embarrassed. It was too easy for Germany to find a woman to be a mistress now. Of course it was easy. The first job of the occupation army was to know the local population. Women accounted for 54% of the entire British occupied area, and among the 46% of men, what was really lacking was the male population aged 18 to 35. For foreign occupation forces, it is not worth it to be jealous of German women. Soon Alan Wilson received the telegram and discussed the matter with the two Deputy Secretaries General of the Trade Committee, Tim Brand and Harold, and sent a telegram to London to ask if it could be done. The reply was also very fast. The rationing system had not been ended in the UK, and the attitude of the reply was of course approval. As long as the British occupied area was rebuilt quickly, any method would be fine. We must admit that the Germans understand the Germans better. Tim Brand nodded and praised. I have to say that this is a good idea. We can't support the Germans. If this goes on for a long time, local citizens will be dissatisfied. We still have to find a way to use the maximum manpower to restore at least a certain order in Germany. Yes, so this suggestion is very good. Harold also nodded in approval. Since London has approved it, we will set up an agency to deal with this matter specifically. I hope that in half a year, the British occupied area will have returned to peace. Thanks to the first leader of this book, Jizingayu, for the reward. Chapter 133 Prime Minister Wilson. But there are some similarities with the Soviet policy. Wouldn't the American occupied zone think too much? Tim Brand agreed with this idea, but he had to take the feelings of the Americans into consideration. This is the British occupied zone's business. Whatever works, do it. What does it have to do with the Americans? Harold sneered. I heard one thing. The Prime Minister is in a very bad mood now. I heard that the Americans have notified London that the aid to Britain will be stopped immediately since the day after Japan announced its surrender. This month. These greedy Americans have received such great benefits during the war, but they are so stingy. Several people whispered. The United States received so many bases from the British Empire during the war, which could not be bought with money. Now they don't even want to pretend to be friendly. They will stop aid the day after Japan surrenders. The greed of Americans has long been experienced by the whole world. If it weren't for their greed, it wouldn't have developed to this point today. Alan Wilson sighed in his heart. The British Empire has not yet come out of the thinking of the world hegemony, and is not used to being threatened by the Americans. However, there will be plenty of such things in the future. The key is that Britain must retain its current strength. Once it enters a downward trajectory, it will be difficult for even the gods to save it. In fact, it's okay to imitate the Soviet Union. We all know that during the Great Depression, the Soviet Union grew stronger and stronger. Not only do we know this, but I believe that the person who knows it best is our current Prime Minister Attlee. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, in fact, we believe that the British Empire now has more advantages than the Soviet Union at the time. Where are the advantages? Tim Brand and Harold were both interested. In fact, during the Great Depression, Britain was not completely ignorant of the changes in the Soviet Union. As Alan Wilson said, Prime Minister Attlee initially admired the Soviet Union very much. It's just that the Conservative Party was in power at the time, and the Labour Party was the opposition party, and had little say. The Soviet Union's method of administrative directives is that all surplus value in a society is nationalized, and the state then holds this surplus value in its hands and waits for a price to rise. It just happened to coincide with the Great Depression. The Soviet Union held onto the resources in its hands, and attacked against the trend. Alan Wilson said, in fact, the existence of the Soviet Union is a supplement to our free world. Of course, the premise is that we are always stronger than them, and maintaining the status quo is best. We adopted the Soviet method and deliberately changed the directives to make them seem plausible. Let the Germans doubt the Soviet system, and their living conditions will be maintained at the lowest level for a long time, which will make them dissatisfied over time. During this period of time, we hold the surplus value of the British occupied areas in our hands through the Trade Committee and the Military Committee, and exchange it with British India, so that Britain will soon be able to restore prosperity, and the Germans will generally be disgusted with policies similar to those of the Soviet Union. This can also help stabilize Germany and block the Soviet Union. It's simply great. We pretend to be socialists too, and infiltrate the enemy. This will make Germany disgusted with the Soviet system, which will be more effective than repeating the evil of the Soviet Union 100 times. Tim Brand clenched his fists, his face full of excited smiles. We should do this not only in the British occupied areas, but also in British India. If we hold the surplus value of both places in our hands, I think the local rationing system will be abolished immediately. Of course, gentlemen. It is precisely because of the hostility that we have to join in. External pressure will only cause a greater backlash. If we join in, we can attribute Germany's subsequent problems to the Soviet Union's wrong approach. The British Empire is not responsible for the whole process. We have learned it, but it is obvious that the Germans are not ready. Alan Wilson also said with excitement, long-winded propaganda is useless. We just need to let the Germans understand 2 sentences. The rationing system is socialism, and compulsory labor is socialism. That's right. Hadro happily took out a bottle of whiskey, opened it and said, let's toast to the rationing system. Cheers to labor and rations. Tim Brand added with a smile. Cheers to the prosperity of the British Empire. With the British occupation zone and British India, Britain will quickly get out of trouble. We don't need Americans at all. Alan Wilson also raised his glass. Bang. Drinking whiskey, the three decided to set up a new organization to specifically involve German women in reconstruction. At the same time, they also gave a document to the British occupation zone commander, Marshal Montgomery, hoping to get Marshal Montgomery's consent. After obtaining the consent of the Military Commission, the British Occupation Zone Trade Committee formally established the German Women's Work and Labour Bureau, and announced that the post-war reconstruction labour and ration collection under the rationing system would be linked. The Military Commission and the Trade Committee also announced that women aged 16 to 50 who do not have young children who need special care or sick elderly people at home must go to the local Labour Bureau to assign them jobs. If eligible women do not report to the Labour Bureau, the Control Committee will not issue them food ration certificates. This ration certificate is very important to every family. Without this certificate, they cannot fill their stomachs and may starve to death. Isabella Bockiner in Bonn suddenly became the director of the German Women's Labour Bureau in Bonn, responsible for counting the number of women in Bonn, arranging the post-war reconstruction work, and becoming the real power in Bonn. The valuables in the house were piled up like a mountain, but Isabella Bockiner was still dressed simply and joined the labor in the front line. Her face was frosted, but this attitude was very recognized by the women in Bonn. Although there were some rumors that this young and beautiful woman was the mistress of a British man, but now in the overall environment of Germany's defeat, this kind of thing is not so shameful. Many women have unclear relationships with the soldiers of the occupation army, and Isabella Bockiner's affairs are not surprising to all women. As expected by the Trade Commission, women from all over the British occupied areas have all been mobilized, and their enthusiasm for labor has increased many times more than before. The urban area full of rubble is also being cleared at an alarming speed. Whether it was Hanover, Cologne, Hamburg, Essen or Bonn, German women were working in groups in the rubble-filled urban areas, sorting garbage and separating metals from the ruins. Everything in Germany was valuable, at least in the eyes of civilians. The ports in the British occupied areas also began to prosper, but Alan Wilson felt that the only flaw was when his tobacco machinery would arrive. Last time, Alan said it had already passed the Suez Canal. He wished the tobacco machinery would arrive immediately. Bribery was not a good way to get rich, but it was okay to do it occasionally. He wanted to make money while standing, and he had to make money through fair channels. However, the first news was not the arrival of the freighter, but a member of the House of Commons sent from London to inspect the work. When Deputy Secretary General Tim Brand announced the telegram at the meeting, Alan Wilson asked, "Excuse me, who is this MP? It seems that everyone is not very happy." "It's MP Wilson." Harold smiled bitterly and said, "This MP is not easy to fool. He is a service." "Yes, it's a service." Tim Brand emphasized his colleague's slip of the tongue and then explained he was originally a civil servant. He resigned from his civil servant position in this election and joined the Labour Party to participate in the election. Now he is a parliamentary secretary. He knows our work very well and is a professional. Wilson, Prime Minister? Alan Wilson remembered that the Labour Party seemed to have only one famous person named Wilson. He was the Prime Minister of Britain in the 1960s and set a record for the most consecutive terms. When the war was coming to an end, Harold Wilson began to seek a seat in the House of Commons in the upcoming general election. In the general election, the Labour Party defeated the Conservative Party and won a landslide victory in the general election, and Harold Wilson was successfully elected as a Member of Parliament. But what he didn't expect was that he was immediately hired as a parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Public Service. But in fact, Harold Wilson is only a 29-year-old young man this year, and he is already a member of the ruling party and a parliamentary secretary. He is also the youngest member of the British Parliament. Alan Wilson notes that the road of Wilson, the future Prime Minister, has just begun. He defeated the Conservative Party in succession in the 1960s, and his ruling record was broken until Mrs. Thatcher came to power. However, the members of the Trade Committee were not very willing to come to the British occupied area for inspection as a member of the Parliament who used to be a civil servant. The reason for this reluctance is that MP Wilson knows civil servants, and now he appears as a member of the Parliament. This is very uncomfortable. Who will receive MP Wilson made the two Deputy Secretaries General, Harold and Tim Brand, at a loss, and they didn't want this matter to fall on themselves. How about I receive MP Wilson? Alan Wilson looked at the two Deputy Secretaries General for a moment and sighed that there was such a good thing. The two Deputy Secretaries General only saw the unfavorable conditions, but did not expect that risks and opportunities coexisted. But apart from Alan Wilson, who knew that Harold Wilson, who was about to arrive in the British occupied area, would be the future Prime Minister, only Alan Wilson can see opportunities, and everyone else sees risks. Alan, you have to be careful. Seeing that the hot potato was taken over, Tim Brand was relieved and hoped that Alan Wilson would not make any mistakes. I will do my best. Alan Wilson wanted to say try my best, but when he thought that try my best might not be enough in the words of civil servants, he changed the wording temporarily. Aha, it's really not easy to make 9,000 a day. Chapter 134 Senior and Junior. The ruling party in London was not completely unconcerned about the current situation in the British occupied areas, so they sent the rising star of the Labour Party to the British occupied areas. Wilson himself was a civil servant before, so he was the most suitable for this task. On the other hand, the current British Occupied Trade Committee naturally felt very resistant to this former civil servant and current parliamentary secretary. When he was a civil servant, he was our man, but after becoming a politician, he became their man. The most important thing is that such a person who once made us a man is now their man, and knows us very well. The saddest thing in the world has happened like this. In the eyes of the two Deputy Secretaries General, Alan Wilson is ignorant and fearless, and he can just shirk the matter. But Alan Wilson doesn't think so. If he can get acquainted with Harold Wilson when he is still a member of the House of Commons and establish a certain network of people, it will not be a bad thing for him, no matter what position he is in after Wilson becomes Prime Minister. Alan Wilson once heard a passage describing this Labour Prime Minister. He is a thorough scholar, an Oxford professor, and as the leader of the Labour Party, he has never done a day of physical labour. He prefers brandy to beer and cigars to pipes. Cigars are precisely the symbol of the bourgeoisie, so he would smoke a pipe during the campaign to show his closeness to the people. Harold Wilson did not have to take a boat across the channel and experience the hardships of Dunkirk like Alan Wilson did when he came. The war had been over for 3 months, and the military airport in Hanover had been cleared, which greatly improved efficiency. The airport was not large, and it was completely incomparable to when Cabinet Secretary Edward Bridges arrived in Berlin. Only Alan Wilson was waiting, and several assistants including his henchman Mark. Even though Harold Wilson was a member of the House of Commons and a parliamentary secretary, it was indeed unimportant to many people. There were hundreds of members of the House of Commons, not to mention that Harold Wilson was just emerging, and was neither senior nor particularly prestigious in Parliament. Who knows, after a short time, once the term is changed, the so-called MPs will disappear without a trace. This kind of thing has happened before, and it happens frequently. Harold Wilson walked down from the military plane slowly, holding his pipe in his hand. As a 29-year-old MP and a rising star in the political arena of the British Empire, he still behaved very decently. As a civil servant, he also understood how difficult his former colleagues were to deal with. "Dear Parliamentary Secretary, welcome to Hanover. The situation is rather simple now." Alan Wilson went to greet him. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the future Prime Minister Wilson looked a bit similar to President Wilson of the United States. He didn't know if they were relatives hundreds of years ago. Harold Wilson did not mind the fact that there were only a few people picking him up at the airport. In his opinion, this was very normal. He asked directly, "I believe everyone is busy. I'm just inspecting the British occupied zone, and will go back to use it as a reference for the Prime Minister's decision making. It's like this, Parliamentary Secretary. The British occupied zone has suffered huge damage. My colleagues are working hard every day, hoping that the British occupied zone will miraculously get back on track the next day." Alan Wilson nodded and walked beside Harold Wilson and said, "The language issue alone is a consideration. Many colleagues are teaching themselves German. The necessity of mastering a foreign language is extremely important during this period of time. Are they learning a foreign language?" Harold Wilson wondered, then nodded in understanding. "Indeed, learning a foreign language is more important when working in Germany. If you don't master German, there may be ambiguity when issuing orders. This is also what London is worried about. Of course, even if I have nothing to do, I have to learn a foreign language." Alan Wilson thought of Isabella's German teacher, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. The whole person looked very gentle. "I heard that the British occupied zone is carrying out a movement aimed at letting German women take on the responsibility of rebuilding Germany?" Harold Wilson asked with interest, after walking out of the airport and getting into the car. "How is the progress so far? Is it effective?" "Very effective. According to the current progress, Bonn is making the fastest progress, and the city cleanup is almost complete. Of course, it cannot be denied that Bonn is not a large city, the damage is not serious, and many facilities are able to operate." Alan Wilson told the truth, "But I believe this is a good start." "Indeed." Harold Wilson nodded affirmatively. "In fact, whether the damage is serious or not, the Germans in other places have no idea. The Germans, whose biggest wish is to have enough food, should not have the leisure to investigate. We report on Bonn as an example, which is enough to prove that the work is progressing smoothly." Alan Wilson nodded in agreement. It was a pity that Harold Wilson left his job as a civil servant and had to get involved in the sinister political arena. The future British Empire would lose a public servant. But this is not a bad thing. Alan Wilson felt that this was an opportunity, so he took the initiative to receive Harold Wilson, because Harold Wilson, who is still a member of Parliament, is indeed a powerful figure. Wilson is undoubtedly the Prime Minister that the Queen likes the most and has the best personal relationship with. When Wilson retired, the Queen made an exception and went to Downing Street to attend the dinner hosted by the Prime Minister. In addition to Wilson, only Churchill enjoyed this treatment when he retired. It can be said that Wilson is the only Prime Minister who has become a friend of the Queen in a general sense. Of course, the Prime Minister who has the worst relationship with the Queen is undoubtedly Mrs. Thatcher. Mrs. Thatcher carried out liberal reforms, cut welfare, and led Britain to a financial economy. Alan Wilson will not comment on the consequences first, but the families of workers who opposed Thatcher even went to Buckingham Palace many times to submit petitions to the Queen asking her to put pressure on Thatcher, because they knew about their differences and thought that the Queen could speak for them. When Mrs. Thatcher was in power, the Queen's status became important again, and many British people even expected the Queen to get rid of this annoying woman quickly. "Oh, by the way, Alan, I heard that you have work experience in British India." Harold Wilson asked, after listening to Alan Wilson's briefing. "What do you think of the current economic recovery plan? I heard that you have seen this plan. Not only have you seen it, but it's mine." Alan Wilson complained in his heart and said without hesitation, "I have heard a little about the economic revitalization plan. From my point of view alone, this is a very good plan. It is very good to learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses between the British occupied areas of Germany and British India, and make up for each other's weaknesses. The national economy is just like the uneven temperature of the earth. When I was in Hong Kong, I heard a saying that you live by the mountains and you live by the water. There are fishermen on the seaside, and you can't expect fishermen to farm. Since Germany has this industrial base and British India has huge demand, it is natural to connect them together as part of the economic revitalization of the British Empire. This is just like the Industrial Revolution. The use of coal promoted the development of steam engines. But many countries in the world do not have coal, such as Latin American countries. How can they carry out the Industrial Revolution without coal? A very novel way of thinking about the problem. Harold Wilson expressed his appreciation for Alan Wilson. He was a scholar from Oxford University. When he found out that Alan Wilson was also a student at Oxford University, but had not yet graduated, he couldn't help but say, "The war delayed your studies, but it also trained your work ability." Now that the war is over, many pre-war students have returned to do graduation papers recently. When will you apply? I think in this special period of time, the university should be open until the end of the year. Seeing Harold Wilson nod, Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I can apply before the end of the year. Thank you for the flexibility of Oxford University." Because the two are seniors and juniors, and the communication between scholars and keyboard warriors. The hot potato in the eyes of Tin Brand and Harold did not burn Alan Wilson's hands. Facing the knowledgeable Harold Wilson, Alan Wilson could only respond with the rich accumulation of keyboard warriors. When receiving Harold Wilson, there was no hostility at all. In fact, with the current level of technological development, any work is important in the post-war recovery phase. Once the recovery phase is completed, European countries may compete fiercely again. Alan Wilson shrugged and said, "At that time, either improve work efficiency or improve welfare. In fact, there is another way." "What way?" Harold Wilson asked with great interest, and was very interested in the wonderful ideas in Alan Wilson's mind. Just like the British Empire's positioning of British India, industrial transfer. Alan Wilson said embarrassedly, "Of course, this is just my personal idea. In fact, just like the textile industry, the textile industry has almost no threshold. Any country can do it, if it wants to." It can also be seen from the experience of our British Empire. The first thing is to use textile machines to destroy the textile industry center in Asia, the Indian textile industry. The textile industry is almost as long as human history, and it is the industry with the lowest threshold. Almost any country can develop it. The product life cycle theory believes that various industrial sectors and various industrial products are in different development stages of the life cycle. That is, they experience 4 stages: innovation, development, maturity, and decline. If the British Empire finds an industry to develop and abandons the textile industry that any country can develop, then it will be like the textile machines of the British Empire facing the manual textiles of India. We may be able to export an airplane and get back millions of shirts. Recommended novels from Sanjiang. Secret Warfare Silent chapter of the Secret Warfare trilogy. During the massacre, Luo Yao escaped death and entered the Linley Special Training class by chance. He used his talent for hearing to kill traitors, catch traitors, hunt down Japanese spies, and decipher the Japanese Army's top secret codes, performing a legendary life. Chapter 135 Inspection by the Future Prime Minister. Industrial transfer is not a secret that cannot be touched. In fact, it has already happened once. In the 19th century, the United States was the sweet shop of Europe. The degree of penetration of British capital into the United States is unmatched in any later period. It is not just British capital. Capital from any European country can be found in the United States. It was the First World War that allowed the United States to break free from the control of foreign capital. The next time, which will begin in the next few years, will be Japan taking over the global manufacturing industry from the United States. Before World War II, Japan was already one of the top 10 industrial powers in the world. Of course, this top 10 was only at the level of Czechoslovakia and Italy, which was far from the European powers. After the end of World War II, Japan, as a defeated country, was monopolized by the United States. At that time, many industrial facilities in Japan were destroyed in the war. Based on the consideration of reviving Japan's industrialization, the United States decided to transform Japan as the Asian factory of the West. Now that Japan may be cut off by the Soviet Union, will the United States stop transferring industries? Alan Wilson believes that it will not happen. Although Hokkaido is not small in area, its population is too small. It will not have any impact on other parts of Japan controlled by the United States. Since the United States can do this, Europe can do the same. Anyway, the United States only started to do this in the 1950s. At that time, European countries should have recovered long ago, or even earlier, and carried out industrial transfer before the Americans. The population of British Malaya is far less than that of Japan. Europe can fully afford it, and it is impossible to be hollowed out. In fact, it was not Alan Wilson who chose British Malaya, but the London government. Almost at the same time as British India's independence, the Labour government mobilised 50,000 British troops to wield the butcher knife in British Malaya, and the British Army also participated in the Dutch-Indian War. Of course, what interested Harold Wilson the most was the metaphor of exchanging a plane for millions of shirts. Very vivid, Alan. As you said, the times are progressing, and technology is developing, but industries like the textile industry support a large number of jobs. Congressional Secretary, the added value of the textile industry is too limited. We can't export a shirt for £100, right? Who will buy it? Alan Wilson was helpless, and said he was powerless. In fact, it's not that no country can do it, just add luxury colors. But it just so happens that Britain can't do it. The countries in Europe that can do it are France and Italy. The French are well known, and Italy has the bonus of the Roman Empire. Although some Asian countries like to prove that Italy has nothing to do with the Roman Empire, Alan Wilson knows that European countries recognize Italy's history, and the remarks of the Germanic barbarians have no market. It's a pleasure to chat with you. I believe this trip to the British occupied area will be a good experience. Harold Wilson found that the young civil servant in front of him seemed very talkative. There was no rejection of him. Today, I came to Hanover and received a cold reception. How could Harold Wilson, who used to be a civil servant, not understand? Just a few months ago, I was still part of the civil service group. Now I'm on the opposite side and have become a member of the House of Commons. These civil servants in the British occupied area want to give me a head start. Alan Wilson, who came to receive him naturally, showed friendliness, which made Harold Wilson very pleased. In the afternoon, Harold Wilson met with members of the British Occupied Trade Committee and attended a boring and very boring meeting. When he was a civil servant, Harold Wilson did not find that this kind of meeting was so boring. With a changed identity, the meetings that Harold Wilson often attended before also changed their flavor. After the meeting, Harold Wilson made a decision in his heart to go to the British occupied area in person and see with his own eyes what the current situation of the British occupied area is like, so that he can tell the Prime Minister when he returns. Mr. Harold is still a dollar. After hearing this, Alan Wilson said with admiration on his face, "This is so admirable." Or is it that Labour Party politicians like to be close to the people? Close to the people. Harold Wilson likes this word very much. After becoming a politician, he quickly changed his thinking and liked to link everything with votes. Although the Germans in the British occupied area did not have the right to vote in the UK, but it can still be regarded as a good training opportunity. It is mainly reflected in the fact that the British Empire has no ill will towards the Germans. Although Harold Wilson was thinking about his own future, he still put the national image of the British Empire first when he spoke. Yes, this may be an opportunity for reconciliation. We need to create an image that is friendly and not divorced from the grassroots people. Alan Wilson also followed Harold Wilson's words and talked freely. We need to let the Germans understand that British MPs are actually the same as ordinary Germans, so that we can create a sense of closeness. This is similar to the establishment of personalities in later generations. Celebrities create a positive, and likable image for the public. Personality is to celebrities what packaging is to commodities, which is more convenient to attract fans. Common ones include foodie personalities, honest personalities, and academic personalities. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Politicians who are dealing with elections anytime and anywhere are similar to the needs of performing stars. They are all the same hypocrisy, but on the surface they have to do things that are not in line with their own behavior to win favor. Harold Wilson nodded in approval and was very satisfied with Alan Wilson's narration. Although he had a little unpleasantness when he came to the British occupied area, it seems that it is not completely without gain. In fact, the respected MP of the ruling party has prepared for a speech. Although it may not be used, if it is used, it can be used as an experience for him to enter the political arena. Because he has just entered the political arena, Harold Wilson still has a lot to learn, and public speaking is one of them. Because of his lack of experience, Harold Wilson also needs time to prepare, and refinement is the most difficult. For the 4-level tactics of politicians' speeches, there are only 4 steps. The first stage of speech, being able to speak. The second stage, speaking the short ones longer. This shows that the knowledge reserve is sufficient. The third stage, speaking the long ones shorter. This shows that the key points have been grasped. The fourth stage, speaking the long ones longer or shorter as you want, and completely controlling the situation. This shows that the rules have been mastered, and the speech can be targeted, and the effect can be achieved. Harold Wilson, who is only 29 years old, and Alan Wilson, who is nominally in his 20s, are both preparing for the trip of the parliamentary secretary to the British occupied area, but the preparations are in different places. To be fair, Alan Wilson has no experience in this area, and he also knows that Harold Wilson actually has no experience either. The double Wilson combination is both in the stage of being a novice. The next day, the two Wilsons began their journey to the British occupied zone. In short, they walked from one ruin to another. When they were in China, Harold Wilson only heard about the miserable conditions in the British occupied zone. In Harold Wilson's eyes, it should be the same as when London was bombed by Germany. But after seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that it was completely different. 3 months had passed since the war, and there were still ruins as far as the eye could see. From time to time, people could dig out corpses from the ruins. However, there were also some comforting things. For example, the report of the British Occupied Trade Committee mentioned the enthusiasm shown by German women in the reconstruction, which was not a lie at all. After linking the rations with labor, the diligence of the Germans was astonishing, which has now been confirmed by Harold Wilson. From Hanover to Hamburg, from Cologne to Essen, Harold Wilson, who had entered the politician state, broke out with shocking physical strength. Alan Wilson even had the illusion that he was accompanying the other party to hold a general election. There was no need at all. He even went to 2 cities in one day. This was more diligent than Alan Wilson's previous trip to the Ruhr area. From this moment on, he had a new understanding of what politicians could do for support. In late August, Alan Wilson and Harold Wilson arrived at the last stop in the plan, Bonn. Bonn finally looked like a city. At least compared to the other cities in the Ruhr area that were damaged, it was still acceptable. Isabella Pochiner, the head of the German Women's Work Labor Bureau in Bonn, led the women organized by the Labor Bureau to express their welcome to Harold Wilson's arrival. This scene of lining the streets to welcome made Alan Wilson frown slightly, because similar scenes seemed to always appear in countries similar to the Soviet Union. But when I think of the Third Reich, similar organizations should have been commonplace to welcome, so there was nothing strange about it. If Harold Wilson was German, he might have been awarded the title of Women's Friend. Of course, it is almost the same now. Harold Wilson, who was warmly welcomed, seemed flattered. The speech he had prepared for a long time finally came in handy. Other cities were too severely damaged, and the local women had no time to listen to a British man. Bonn was different. It had basically restored the basic conditions of a city, which was just right to set an example and prove the efforts made by the British Empire to rebuild the British occupied areas. Bonn is the hometown of Beethoven. Harold Wilson opened his speech that he had prepared for a long time, but did not use to the Bonn citizens who warmly welcomed him. Your hair is cut short, and your temperament is different. Alan Wilson stared at Isabella Pochiner, who listened to Harold Wilson's speech. It was very similar to the Soviet boxing champion's wife played by Brigitte Nielsen in the Rocky movie. Her short hair showed her competence and a hint of a strong woman's temperament. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 White Lies. Don't blame Alan Wilson for being honest. As a single-minded person, he just has no resistance to beautiful women. If the range is a little wider, those above the general level can cause an instinctive reaction. It all depends on the amount of clothes. Isabella Bokina has white skin like jade and blue eyes like the sea. Even if she is wearing very simple clothes and a dark green coat, she can't hide her devilish figure. After all, Alan Wilson has personally experienced that kind of impactful inner beauty. Now Isabella Bokina has short hair and a cold face, which reflects a completely different temperament, making people want to explore it. Gradually, the waves on Isabella Bokina's chest began to rise and fall. The man's eyes were simply undisguised, as if to melt her half. Even she couldn't always pretend not to see it. She rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson, and the four eyes met, finally awakening the spirit of the imperial civil servant in Alan Wilson's heart. Hardworking and strong German women will definitely occupy an important position in the economic construction of post-war Germany. Harold Wilson's long and boring speech finally reached Alan Wilson's ears. After the speech, the surrounding Germans cheered and applauded. Liaison officer, it's a telegram from the Indian, who often contacts you. Alan Wilson's henchman Mark found a time to take out the telegram. Alan Wilson took it apart and sighed in his heart. If it wasn't coming, it wouldn't come. What if it was coming? All of them came. The machines disassembled from the Chennai tobacco factory in British India have arrived. They didn't arrive in Germany, but arrived at the British port. After unloading the local goods, they will come to Germany. In this way, the time is not particularly tight. The printing press has been approaching its loyal German subjects step by step. Once it arrives in Germany, the tobacco leaves transported by freighters can make Alan Wilson's pockets bulge. Another thing is that it can make the smuggling in the American occupied area gradually become more and more lawless. But there is another problem. Once the tobacco factory is put into production, it is absolutely impossible for Alan Wilson to eat up such a large part of the profits. To be honest, the profits here are enough for him, a liaison officer, to be assassinated 100 times. Marx once said, as soon as there is a proper profit, capital becomes bold. If there is a 10% profit, it is guaranteed to be used everywhere. If there is a 20% profit, it becomes active. If there is a 50% profit, it will take risks. If there is a 100% profit, it dares to trample on all human laws. If there is a 300% profit, it dares to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. Once the tobacco production line is put into production, the profit here is more than 300% in today's Germany. What's more, this has delayed the smuggling trend across the Atlantic. If Alan Wilson can only see the profits brought by the printing press, but not the risks, he will say goodbye to this world in a few days without anyone noticing. Anyway, it will not be a car accident, or choking to death by drinking water. At night, Alan Wilson sneaked into the Herman family's house, and finally succeeded in seducing Isabella Bokina, whose temperament had changed drastically. He lit a cigarette with a melancholy look, and started to smoke. Bokina, who was covered in sweat, was a little confused and asked lazily, "You seem to have something to do." "It's like this." Alan Wilson told her everything about the tobacco factory machinery, and pointed out the current tight supply of tobacco in Germany and the huge profits that could be brought. Isabella Bokina was shocked. Since Alan Wilson left last time, this family has changed a lot. It can be said that she, a woman with a simple life, finally saw how the rich live. But this is far less than what Alan Wilson said now. If what he said is true, the profit brought is of course an astronomical figure, but for ordinary Germans, of course, the intensity of exploitation has increased. Even though Isabella Bokina had received professional training, she was shocked and speechless. After a long time, she said, "This should be a good thing." "Why are you frowning, Alan? You haven't heard a word of yours. That is what you Germans," Marx said. Alan Wilson repeated the famous saying of daring to trample on all laws. "I have heard it so much, it is almost a compulsory course in school." Isabella Bokina was secretly complaining in her heart, but she also understood Alan Wilson's concerns and asked with a gloomy look, "What do you want to do?" "Of course we have to share the profits. I plan to let all members of the trade committee share the profits. But there is still a difficulty, that is, we are all British, and the production line of this tobacco factory must be established in Germany." Alan Wilson stated the difficulty: "It's actually not a big deal that we are all British. The key is that we are all British civil servants, and now we are all managers of the British occupied areas. This is very troublesome. We can't have a direct relationship with this tobacco factory. Otherwise, even if we can deal with the domestic investigation, it will be detrimental to future progress. So it's best for a German to run this tobacco factory and deliver the share belonging to our trade committee on time. That's all." Isabella Bokina kept nodding at first, but then she suddenly came to her senses. Wasn't he talking about herself? Surprised. "You mean I should run this factory? But I don't have this experience." "You seem to have no experience as the director of the Women's Work Labor Bureau. Isn't this a good job?" Alan Wilson pulled Bokina's warm body into his arms and said contentedly, "You just need to become the owner of this tobacco factory. You can go and see the production process. As long as it leaves the factory, you don't have to worry about all the transportation, sales, etc. The Trade Commission will take care of everything. Of course, we can't ignore the share of some British commanders." Alan Wilson was still thinking about his own plan to make a fortune. Isabella Bokina was also restless. On the one hand, it was because of the huge profits, and on the other hand, she was deeply shocked by the greed and shamelessness of imperialism. At the same time, she was also grateful for her luck. She actually got to witness the huge network of interests in the British occupied area with her own eyes, and became a part of it. Just as she was thinking about this, Alan Wilson had recovered and climbed up again clumsily, wanting to have another round. "Alan?" Isabella Bokina reached out her hands and held Alan Wilson's face, speaking in a charming voice. "What's wrong?" Alan Wilson was confused, and his movements paused slightly before he pushed. Isabella Bokina, whose breathing was scattered, took 2 deep breaths and said intermittently, "Look at Anna. I still have to work now, and I'm actually a little worried about getting pregnant. Anna can also be inconvenient when it's not convenient." As soon as the voice fell, Isabella Bokina knew that she had spoken to the other party's heart. It can't be blamed that Alan Wilson is useless, but if any other man was asked this question, who would refuse? If he really refused, Alan Wilson could only say admiration. Anyway, she, an ordinary person, couldn't refuse. He was quickly knocked down by the sugar-coated bullet. Before dawn, Alan Wilson sneaked out of the house again. He was not so self-disciplined, even when he went to work. But there was no way. If Harold Wilson woke up and looked for him, he would have to explain what he did, which would be a hassle. Harold Wilson did get up early, but Alan Wilson came back earlier, perfectly deceiving the future Prime Minister of the British Empire. It was just strange that Alan Wilson seemed to be in poor spirits. "Alan, are you tired from inspecting everywhere in the Ruhr area recently? I'm a few years older than you, but I'm not as tired as you. Dear Congressman, I'm not a politician." Alan Wilson saw that the other party had found an excuse for himself and directly took advantage of the situation and said, "In fact, it is hard for me to imagine that you, a scholar, have such abundant physical strength to inspect the conditions of major cities in the Ruhr area." This sentence was half to change the subject and half to compliment. Alan Wilson couldn't say that he was overworked last night and went to visit the director of the Bonn Women's Work and Labor Bureau, right? He didn't even dare to sleep and had to come back before you woke up. "Although I'm a scholar, I'm still very healthy." Harold Wilson smiled with great satisfaction when he heard it. There were no outsiders here, so he put away the pipe he had been carrying with him, took out a cigar, and smoked it like Churchill, intoxicated. "I think we should use Bonn as a typical report on the recovery and reconstruction of the British occupied zone. In order to prove the contribution of the British Occupied Trade Committee to the recovery of the British occupied zone." Alan Wilson yawned heavily, rubbed his face, and agreed after hearing it. "No problem. Citizens in the country don't know that the damage in Bonn is not serious. I will prepare some photos of ruins in other cities, and then use the municipal photos that have been cleared up in Bonn as a comparison. That should be enough. Very good. What the German people need now is confidence. In fact, the truth or falsehood of some things is not particularly important. We are not deliberately deceiving the Germans. Harold Wilson commented with appreciation. It's a kind of, a white lie. Alan Wilson added with understanding, our original intention is to do good things and make the Germans more confident about the future. Yes, a white lie. Harold Wilson praised with satisfaction. I must say that Alan provided me with great help when I came to the British occupied area for inspection. I very much hope that we can cooperate in work in the future. Chapter 137 Distribution of Tobacco Profits. Oh, Mr. Congressman, I'm actually looking forward to that day. Alan Wilson almost bowed his head and shouted to the current Harold Wilson MP and future Prime Minister Harold Wilson, if you become rich, don't forget me. As a professional civil servant, Alan Wilson cannot be biased against parties, and at the same time he does not agree with the Labour Party's misguided approach to the country. Although the current Prime Minister Attlee is indeed ready to give up British India. But looking at the current situation in the UK, if he doesn't give up, will he face the friendly eyes of the United States and the Soviet Union, mobilize 1 million soldiers, and go to India to fight non-stop as soon as World War II ends? France is much more resolute about its colonies than Britain. When Charles de Gaulle came to power, he held a referendum on the Algerian issue in France. If the war continued, he would be fully conscripted, and the whole country would be mobilized to fight Algeria to the end. In the end, France also withdrew from Algeria after the referendum. When Harold Wilson came to power, it was already the 1960s, and the situation of the British Empire deteriorated more obviously. More and more colonies were lost. With the population and resources of the UK, it was impossible to support a huge military force. This is a case of a good cook without rice. At the Potsdam Conference, Ernest Bevin, the Foreign Secretary of the Labour Party, once said when he handed over to the Conservative Party, regarding foreign policy, our obligations have not changed in the slightest. His Majesty's government will never accept the view that Britain is no longer a great power, or that we can no longer play the role of a great power. We still shoulder an important historical mission. Harold Wilson, who had completed his research in the British occupied areas, returned to Hanover and took a military plane back to London. Alan Wilson immediately asked Alim to come over and ask about the tobacco production line and how much tobacco leaves were shipped on the ship that could be used to start production. As for the current situation in Germany, Alan Wilson said something unpleasant. The Germans have no right to be picky. It's okay to smoke, and if it doesn't work, they can even deal with grass leaves. In this case, there is only a question of having or not having, not a question of whether it is good or not. There are less than 3,000 tons of tobacco leaves. They are all grown by tobacco farmers in South India. Alim thought for a while and gave the answer. Mir Osman Ali Khan is very considerate of the Commissioner's needs. Subsequent purchases are still in progress, and there are cargo ships carrying tobacco leaves on the sea in the Indian Ocean. It's enough for a short time. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said that it was enough for a short time. He didn't know what the demand for tobacco in Germany was, but he knew that when the new China was just established, the annual output of tobacco leaves in the country was only 70,000 tons. Even if not everyone smokes, China's population is there. The population of the British occupied area is more than 1/3 of that of the four-nation occupied area, but it is definitely less than 30 million people, and most of them are women. As long as there is no big gap, the profit of this deal is simply incalculable. Go upstream along the Rhine and send the machines and tobacco leaves to Bonn. I'll talk to Timbrand and Hadro. Alan Wilson's heart was pounding, and he decided to contribute the benefits of tobacco employment to the future citizens of the capital of the Federal Republic of Germany. After all, London has now regarded Bonn as a model for the reconstruction and restoration of the British occupied area. Alan Wilson also had to consider the face of the British Empire and make a trivial contribution. Let Alim do the transportation. Alan Wilson drove the civilian version of Mercedes-Benz directly to the headquarters of the British Occupied Trade Commission and went directly to the two actual managers of the current Trade Commission, Timbrand and Harold. After avoiding other people, he calmly entered the main topic. I shipped a batch of machines and raw materials from British India and prepared to produce them in Germany. Sir Baron of British India helped a lot. Alan Wilson sat down leisurely and began to narrate calmly. Then what? Tim Brand sat in his seat and asked back without comment. This is a tobacco production line, and there are more than 2,000 tons of tobacco leaves. Alan Wilson spoke leisurely. What? The two deputy secretaries general blurted out, stood up almost at the same time, and stared at Alan Wilson. In Germany now, what is a hot commodity? How could the two deputy secretaries general who are in charge of the British Occupied Trade Commission not know? The two knew too well that cigarettes were now almost as valuable as gold, and were a hard currency that was rampant in the British occupied zone and even throughout Germany. They could also be more confident, as there were only differences in degree within Europe. With cigarettes, almost everything was available, including oil paintings, cultural relics, gold and jewelry. It was not an exaggeration at all, but a fact before their eyes. Now Alan Wilson said that a tobacco production line had arrived at the port with tobacco leaves. This news was like a high explosive bomb in front of the two deputy secretaries general, making their ears buzz and their heads go blank for a while. Harold licked his dry lips and just opened his mouth, but Tim Brand reached out to stop his colleague and said with a smile, I believe Sir Baron must have spent a lot of effort to make this transportation possible. Of course, as the liaison officer between British India and Europe, Alan, you must have worked very hard for this. Yes, Deputy Secretary General. Alan Wilson did not press on the victory, after being in different positions in an instant, and maintained the politeness and respect when he just came in. It is mainly the colleagues in British India who have worked hard, and I just happened to make a small contribution. In fact, when we met Congressman Wilson, Harold and I saw at a glance that you are a person who is passionate about your work. Tim Brand said slowly, I have no intention of interfering with your work. From the time we were together in the Trade Commission until now, Harold and I have not been telling you about your work. Now that I think about it, we can say that we get along well. I'm very grateful for the cooperation with the two deputy secretaries general. I have also learned a lot from them. Alan Wilson agreed with the two deputy secretaries general. That's good. Tim Brand paused for a moment and said, well, Alan, tell me the truth. What kind of help do you want us to provide, or what unique views do you have on promoting the re-employment of German people in the British occupied areas? Tobacco, if suddenly put into the market, may cause price fluctuations in the British occupied areas, which may cause a certain degree of confusion. Harold added on the side. And now the British occupied areas are severely damaged, and the roads and railways have not been fully restored. How to transport is also a difficult point. Tim Brand then added in unison. In short, the two deputy secretaries general believe that the current British Occupied Trade Committee can provide a certain degree of help in this matter, but it is not excessive. Dear deputy secretaries general, I'm one of ours. Alan Wilson emphasized the word we and made his position clear. This response made Tim Brand and Harold's eyes light up, and they slowly uttered a word. Very good. Restoring the market in the British occupied area and ensuring employment is the responsibility of the entire British Occupied Trade Committee. Alan Wilson said at this point, of course, we cannot deny the great help provided by Sir Baron and the British Indian civil servants thousands of miles away in this matter. Of course I can't deny it. Tim Brand said straightforwardly. Now he has determined in his heart that Alan Wilson is communicating with him on behalf of the civil servant group in British India. This matter involves the unity of the civil servant groups in two places under a larger civil servant collective. In fact, we have worked hard and left our homeland to work in other countries. It is not excessive to have some extra income. However, as two deputy secretaries general, we are public servants of the British Empire after all. We cannot have any relationship with the tobacco factory, at least on the surface. I have a suggestion. We find a German as the owner of this tobacco factory and provide convenient support at the level of the Trade Commission. Since the desire for cooperation has been expressed, Alan Wilson began to speak out his ideas. Tim Brand and Hadro kept nodding, although the benefits were enough to make the two of them not be deputy secretaries general. But if there is a way to have the best of both worlds, wouldn't it be better? In the meeting room of the British Occupied Trade Commission, three people whispered, and Alan Wilson felt like Inspector Layluo of 500 million. He calculated the groups that should get the share of the benefits one by one and carried out the work of charging standardization. The civil servants of British India, in fact, Alan Wilson himself, should get the largest share because of the raw materials provided in the nominally large number of people. The British Occupied Trade Commission should of course have its own share, and it is also necessary to consider the attitude of the British occupied area, especially the Bonn garrison. Colonel Malcolm was the commander of the Bonn garrison, so he definitely had to take a share. In the end, Alan Wilson himself worked hard to organize this matter, so he couldn't miss his share. The issue of profit distribution. There have been many cases of fighting due to uneven distribution of spoils since ancient times. So how should the profit distribution be done? First of all, the profit distribution of the younger brothers. In fact, there is a 5-level 3-tier system in the pyramid scheme. The pyramid-shaped profit distribution model is supplemented by the distribution ratio. Some are a combination of seniority and ability. It will neither disappoint the old nor leave the newcomers without opportunities. Corruption is not such a simple matter. Alan Wilson did not act arbitrarily, but discussed with the 2 deputy secretaries general to determine the profit distribution, which cannot be changed, no matter what happens in the future. After completing the charging plan, Alan Wilson said that he had found everyone responsible for the operation of the tobacco factory. Is it the woman from the Bonn Women's Work and Labour Bureau? The 2 deputy secretaries general were shrewd when they heard it, and of course they could guess that Isabella Bokina should not be as innocent as she seemed. I'm asking for monthly tickets. It will be put on the shelves at the beginning of the month. Monthly tickets are still very important and can occupy a recommended position. Chapter 138 Treatment of the Victorious Nation. Alan Wilson is going to marry a German. The 2 of them would not think so, but even if it is not a wife, it can be a lady of the same status. This is not a rare thing. In the current environment of Germany, this is also a normal phenomenon in the British Occupied Trade Commission, but the civil servants group maintains their original intentions and will not leak such things to each other. Alan Wilson experienced the treatment of a 500 million inspector. As expected, art comes from life. What he is doing now is similar to Leoluo in the movie, forming a large enough and strong protection network to protect himself. Although the things are done in the same way, Alan Wilson believes that he still has an advantage over a movie character. At least he is a real imperial civil servant, not a local elite in a colony. Then the first factory in the Ruhr area to resume work will be born next. It is located in Bonn, which the London government wants to set as a benchmark. Considering the area of Germany, Bonn is actually not too far from the American occupied area, and it is also a good choice in terms of transportation. The British occupied zone was carrying out plans to promote employment for the German population, but for most people in the world, the Japanese surrender ceremony was obviously a more important news, especially for Americans. You should know that the landmark event of the United States' participation in the war was the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. After the Pearl Harbor incident, the Imperial Japanese Navy had made the US Pacific Fleet look humiliated for a period of time. This obviously could not let the manifest destiny of America let go so quickly. The United States would treat Japan the same way as the Soviet Union treated Germany, and the humiliation that was coming must not be missed. At the signing ceremony of the Japanese surrender, an old American flag was placed under the bridge of the Missouri. It was an American flag with 31 stars. This flag had a history. It was the American flag on the command ship of the Black Ship Fleet led by General Matthew Perry. At that time, the United States had 31 states. This flag was borrowed by General Halsey from the US Naval Academy Museum to prove that the US Navy had once again opened the door to Japan. The most proud person at the surrender ceremony was, of course, the 5-star General MacArthur. Although MacArthur left in disgrace during the Battle of the Philippines, this did not prevent MacArthur from coming back and stepping on the opponent who had embarrassed him. It was just that the dispute between Nimitz and MacArthur over the national system of the Army and Navy was naturally impossible for the spectators to know. Now no one cares about what is happening on the other side of the world. At least Alan Wilson doesn't care. He is in contact with Sir Baron. In fact, as far as the tobacco factory is concerned, he did not use administrative means to demolish the tobacco factory in Chennai through Sir Baron. Strictly speaking, he does not need to fight for a share for British India. Theory is theory, but in reality Alan Wilson must take into account the interests of British Indian civil servants, because he himself is a part of it, and he is still going to go back. A very simple truth is that one person cannot make all the money in the world. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. It is also safer to tie up the civil servants of British India. With the equipment and raw materials, now is the time to start. Although Bonn is not a particularly important industrial city, it is not short of places that can be used as factories. On the contrary, it has more advantages than other cities. Because Bonn is a coastal city, the convenience of the Rhine River allows Bonn to use the Rhine River to radiate the British-occupied area under the condition of poor roads. So the startup of the tobacco factory, whether to do it secretly or to let people know in other ways, is a test for everyone. After discussion, Tim Brand and Harold believed that, since the tobacco factory is the Germans' own industry, it has nothing to do with the British-occupied Trade Commission on the surface. Then there is nothing to avoid. Not only do you not need to be sneaky, you should even advertise it. Let local reporters record this scene. Use the resumption of work in the factory to show that the British-occupied area is on the right track, and highlight the contribution of the British-occupied Trade Commission from the side. Want money and fame? Alan Wilson heard that the two deputy secretaries general probably meant this. Since both of them thought it was best, he agreed. In the final analysis, the harm of tobacco was not understood in this era, and people generally believed that tobacco was harmless. It is not that there is no research on the health hazards of tobacco, but it is not well known to the public. Then this is just a factory resuming work, and people will only focus on creating jobs, not whether it is harmful or not. At the opening ceremony of the Bonn tobacco factory, Tim Brand and Harold, two deputy secretaries general of the British Occupation Trade Committee, even found the deputy chief of staff of the 1st Army of the Westphalia military district of the British Occupation Army to attend the ceremony, and delivered a speech. Colonel Malcolm, commander of the British Army in Bonn, also saw this scene and expressed shock at the means of these civil servants of the Trade Committee. This is natural. The emergence of tobacco factories is the result of the joint efforts of civil servants in the British occupation zone of Germany and British India. All glory is attributed to the cornerstone of the British Empire, and they unite with each other at critical moments. In this way, a nominal German tobacco company, which is actually a cash cow controlled by the British Occupation Trade Committee and relevant stakeholders in the British occupation zone, was born in the future capital of the Federal Republic of Germany. Major newspapers in London followed up and expressed appreciation for the news that companies in the British occupied zone had resumed work. They believed that this was the result of the hard work of all the British in the British occupied zone, which allowed the Germans in distress to have jobs. A company called Hellman Tobacco Factory was established in Bonn with the support of the British Occupied Trade Commission, and it began recruiting workers that day and was surrounded by Germans who gathered nearby. In the British garrison headquarters in Bonn, after the Deputy Chief of Staff of the 1st Army left, Alan Wilson, Tim Brand, Harold, and Colonel Malcolm, the commander of the British Army in Bonn, were toasting to celebrate the Germans finding jobs again. Isabella Bokina was also there to witness the private exchange of British occupation forces. This is not a tobacco production line at all, but a money printing production line. We don't know how much money is produced every day. Alan Wilson couldn't hide his smile and said, "Of course, we all understand that this is inseparable from everyone's joint efforts, and even the strong support from New Delhi. We have always admired the work of our colleagues in British India. The local society is not friendly, and the working environment of civil servants is difficult. It is very touching to be able to do this." Harold drank the whiskey and changed the subject. Of course, in this process, Alan's role is even more unforgettable. If it weren't for Alan, this kind of mutual learning between the two places might not be so easy to achieve. Tim Brand then clinked glasses with Alan Wilson. Both of them were full of expectations for their future life. Several people didn't drink too much. Everyone had to stay for a long night to do parallel swimming training. After drinking a few glasses, they stopped drinking. It may not be too safe at night, and I believe everyone is very busy. Then I will go and send Miss Isabella home. I will come back after sending her to the place," Alan Wilson said with a slight smell of alcohol. "It's really too hard. Several people responded tacitly, knowing whether Alan Wilson would come back or not. Alan Wilson was already familiar with the Herman family, and it was not his fault that he had no self-control. After all, he was an energetic young man, and there was still a lot of room for mistakes in his age. Moreover, this tolerant society would not make it too difficult for a young man who pursued progress. "Dear, have you told Anna?" Alan Wilson had just finished, and he couldn't help asking Isabella Bokina when he could get what he wanted and take on the responsibility of taking care of the two sisters. She rolled her eyes at Alan Wilson. Although she was prepared in her heart, she was still shocked by the bottom line of the so-called British Empire gentleman. Backward, degenerate, and corrupt British bureaucrats were her evaluation of Alan Wilson. But on the other hand, the growing corrupt official in front of her was really willing to spend a lot of money, and she was too willing to spend money on herself and Anna. She went from a refugee in the Soviet-occupied zone to the director of the Bonn Women's Work and Labor Bureau and the owner of the Herman Tobacco Factory. All this happened in a short period of time, when she thought about it carefully. Looking back now, Isabella Bokina felt like she was dreaming. If she hadn't been determined, she would have thought that Alan Wilson was the only one she could rely on for the rest of her life. "I haven't told Anna yet. He's 2 years younger than me, not even 18 years old." Isabella Bokina didn't realize, when she spoke, that she was actually unwilling in her heart. "Actually, I'm not that old either." Alan Wilson, who felt a little swollen, came up to her. "Dear, you know best how I treat you sisters. I share all the good things with you. Isn't it better for us to live together?" Because he had the mindset of an occupying army, Alan Wilson didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. He was the manager of the British occupied zone. What was wrong with thinking this way? He was a character who didn't spend money on restaurants in the city, and he treated the two sisters sincerely. The two German women should be content. What's wrong with asking for some treatment from the victorious country? Isabella Bokina reluctantly agreed. "I told Anna recently, stop pinching me, it hurts me, and you still say you're good to me." Chapter 139. Ready to go. "You can't make me bleed and cry." Alan Wilson whispered in Isabella Bokina's ear. "My dear, I will serve you well tonight." In order to achieve his ambition of killing two birds with one stone, Alan Wilson felt that now was not the time to be stingy with his physical strength. Age gave Alan Wilson the capital to expand, and being a member of the British occupation zone gave him spiritual satisfaction. Is this the treatment of the victorious country? Just like the US military in the occupation of Japan, they fought desperately for their country for many years. Is it to show after landing that the human lighthouse has not harmed you? Even if the body is at its peak, it is impossible to do physical labor all night. Maybe because of the approval from Isabella Bokina, Alan Wilson is very energetic today. In his spare time, he talked with Isabella Bokina about the surrender of Japan. It is estimated that the Americans will not let the remaining Japanese territories fall into the hands of the Soviets, now that they have nuclear bombs. The Soviet Union's naval power is still a little weak. If we do not consider nuclear bombs, the Soviet Army and the British Navy will be qualified to negotiate with the Americans, but it is also good this way. Are the Soviets so powerful? We Germans almost captured Moscow. Isabella Bokina drew circles on Alan Wilson's chest with her fingertips and asked inconspicuously, "You Germans are far behind. That is not a problem that Moscow can solve at all." Alan Wilson thought that the dragoons were not convinced, but they were right. If Germany became the victorious country, would the two young dragoons today still be taken advantage of by themselves? Maybe the Germans were showing off their power in Britain, but considering the national sentiments of women, Alan Wilson did not say what was in his heart, but said that Germany was not as close to victory as some people imagined. After digressing from this topic, Alan Wilson talked about his thoughts on the status of Hokkaido, saying that it was Japan's agricultural production area. When it fell into the hands of the Soviet Union, the shortcomings of Japan as a country became more obvious. Honshu Island was occupied by the US military, and Japan was destined to have a difficult future. In fact, the situation in Germany is similar, but not as obvious as Japan. In terms of area, Japan, which lost Hokkaido, is the same as the Federal Republic of Germany, which was later merged by the British, American, and French occupation zones, with an area of more than 200,000 square kilometers. In this time and space, Japan and Germany have successfully slimmed down, and unlike the Federal Republic of Germany, Germany's industrial bases and resource areas are all in one place. Japan's pitiful resources are still largely in Hokkaido. In this way, when the United States transfers its industries, the Japanese must work harder than in history and pay a lot of extra hidden costs. It takes more hard work to achieve the historical rise effect. Hokkaido is rich in mineral resources. The island has Japan's largest coal reserves, and its coal reserves and production account for more than half of Japan's total. The already scarce oil resources are also in Hokkaido, and Hokkaido is also an important source of suffering Japan. With Hokkaido, Japan still has some resources in theory, but without Hokkaido, it has none in theory. The import share of many resources such as food, coal, sulfur, etc. will only increase further. Japan's shortcomings will become more serious, and the result is that when Americans feel that they have fattened up and are ready to kill the pigs, it will be easier. Even if Japan wants to rise, it will have to work harder. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing for the British Empire. British Malaya, after the British India is registered, may be able to pull back some competitive advantages and share some dividends of industrial transfer. Now the military and political leaders of British India are working hard for this goal. General Mountbatten, who is high profile, can never snatch the protagonist halo of Emperor May on the issue of Japan's surrender. But under the advice of Sir Baron, they soon found an object to threaten, Thailand, which has an ambiguous relationship with Japan. British India has sent a negotiation team to Bangkok and decided to have a constructive dialogue for Thailand's dishonorable role during the war. In the eyes of British India, Thailand is a complete vassal state of Japan, even if it is not a relationship between Germany and Austria. It was also the relationship between Finland and Germany. Even Finland had to cede land to the Soviet Union. It was unreasonable for Thailand to want to get out of this unscathed. It was far from enough to simply return the land obtained from the colonies of Britain and France during the war. There was no punitive effect at all. When the British delegation set out, it was clear that the Isthmus of Kra must be taken. The southern part of Thailand's land is between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, and the narrowest part is only more than 10 kilometers. To the south is the Strait of Malacca, known as the crossroads of the sea. Today, nearly a quarter of the world's free trade passes through the strait, which is a well-deserved golden waterway. The independence of Thailand was entirely the result of the mercy of Britain and France. Thailand was not grateful, but supported Japan in the war, which damaged the interests of the British Empire. With the United States already considering Japan as a forbidden fruit, the British Empire decisively changed its goal and set its next goal on Thailand. It had prepared a series of harsh conditions, and the ultimate goal was the Isthmus of Kra. The British delegation arrived in Bangkok and received a telegram of concern from Sir Baron before they began to blackmail. Sir Baron, who received Alan Wilson's telegram, had learned about the tobacco revenue share prepared for him by outstanding civil servants in British India. Then, with the support of the chief executives of the 17 provinces of British India who also received tobacco revenue shares, he expressed his concern about the role of the Thai government in World War II. In this matter, it can also borrow strength from France, which has returned to Asia. During the war, taking advantage of the opportunity that France was busy in Europe, Thailand asked France to return Thailand's original territory, and then stated in the memorandum submitted to France that if France's colonies in Southeast Asia disintegrated, Thailand could annex Laos and Cambodia. But these requests were rejected by France. The troops of both sides continued to provoke friction on the border and finally fought. I believe that the French, who are holding back their energy, have not forgotten the scene of being humiliated by Thailand during the war. Even Thailand dares to show its martial virtues in front of France. In addition to France, Britain can also borrow strength from a major Asian country. During the war, the Thai army also attacked its northern neighbor. After the British delegation arrived in Bangkok, they met with the representatives of the Thai government and directly stated that the Imperial Army, with Indians as the main force, was ready to punish Thailand for its provocations and conflicts with Britain, France, and China during the war. At the same time, it was stated that even the Americans could not excuse Thailand's crimes at this time. This was not just a problem for the British Empire, but involved 3 important members of the Allies. Alan Wilson was of course trying his best to help his colleagues in British India. In the telegram, he suggested that the spearhead be directed at the royal family. He had a little understanding of Thailand, and also knew that Thailand had already embraced the thighs of the Americans. But now Britain is moving very fast, and the surrender of many places in Southeast Asia has not yet ended. The Americans can't always trouble Britain and France, whose vanguard troops have arrived in Asia at this time. Moreover, the Thais put the blame on the military, but Alan Wilson knew that the real threat was the Thai royal family. There is a popular opinion in Thailand that Thailand will die for 10 generations, and using this to threaten the Thai royal family may have unexpected results. There is a more famous legend in Thailand, which comes from a curse. It said that the king of Thailand would not be able to pass on the throne for more than 10 generations, which means that the Chakri dynasty would end before the 10th generation. The British delegation arrived in Bangkok directly, and the Americans in Bangkok also knew about it. They soon reported it to the senior US military officials, and reported it to Washington. The American diplomats in Bangkok did not take any action for the time being. They were ready to wait and see what the British were up to, fully occupying Thailand, and making it another British or a colony divided by Britain and France would definitely be resisted by the United States. But the Americans also knew that the British were coming aggressively this time, and seemed to have been prepared. For the time being, it was not wise to clash with the British, and there were still many surrender ceremonies in Southeast Asia that had not yet ended. Under various factors, the American diplomats in Bangkok chose to wait and see for the time being, waiting for the subsequent developments. The news that came next made the diplomats of the American embassy frown slightly. The news that the British, in the name of Britain, France, China, and the 3 important members of the Allies, asked Thailand to explain its hostile behavior against the Allies during the war spread throughout Bangkok. Everyone in Thailand hoped that the United States could mediate at this time, but the American embassy was sending a telegram. Because the time is too sensitive, the British, who cannot gain benefits from Japan, may not give up, and it also involves 2 other countries, which requires waiting for Washington's reply. In order to obtain the Isthmus of Crap, Alan Wilson has tried his best. In Bonn, he received a telegram from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The telegram was sent by Alexander Cadogan, stating that the European Economic Recovery Conference, to be held in Brussels, has been scheduled for September 14th, asking Alan Wilson to be prepared and decide the time to arrive in Brussels. The nominal European Economic Recovery Conference is nothing more than a meeting of a group of European colonial countries to discuss countermeasures after the war. Alan Wilson knew this very well, and it was better this way, which was better than each colonial country fighting alone. Many things can be said at the meeting. Alan Wilson, who has already clarified the next stage of work, is ready to set off again. He said to Isabella Bokina, "How about it? Did Anna agree?" Chapter 140. Alan's hard work. Alan Wilson's performance at this moment made the word impatient come into play. Isabella Bokina's eyes flashed with contempt, and she said sarcastically, "So impatient? You don't consider my feelings at all. Dear, I'm just reacting as a man who doesn't want their dreams to come true." Alan Wilson was very humble and said with a thick skin, "It is a man's dream to have girls on both sides, especially your sisters, which can bring me a great sense of accomplishment. Whatever you want, I can give you. I only have one small request, please. Talk to Anna." Alan Wilson behaved like a bull in heat at this time. Ideals and wealth are all external things. He didn't want to be a person who was out of vulgar tastes. Being vulgar with the general public is life. As an imperial civil servant in the British occupied area, Alan Wilson thought he was not bad, and it was understandable that he won a pair of sisters. That's not much. Hiding her contempt, Isabella Bokina sighed for her mission. The target turned out to be such a dirty-minded person, and she was not ashamed, but proud of it. The saddest thing was that she had to meet the demands of the shameless man. "I'll persuade my sister." Isabella Bokina bit her silver teeth, biting the word sister particularly hard. "I knew, dear, you wouldn't be upset to see me like this." Alan Wilson didn't care about the woman's jealousy at all. Anyway, he was satisfied. Anna was actually taller than Bokina, with the same long golden hair. I really don't know how the two sisters escaped the search of the Soviet Red Army soldiers. Now they fell into the hands of Alan Wilson. He felt that he had an obligation to save the German women in distress. Now because of the war, there are so many fewer German men than women. He did this for the future of Germany. We are all Europeans. We should unite at this time. It is better than being cheap to people in other places. Isabella Bokina is not an idle person now. She has to work on the women's work in Bonn and supervise the Hellman tobacco factory, which creates an opportunity for Alan Wilson. A chance to solve the problem face to face. This opportunity Alan Wilson cherishes very much, holding the little dragoon's hand, doing evil things. Anna, how have I treated your family? Have I always been dedicated to it? In another occasion, such as the United States decades later, this is a wretched middle-aged old man who has unspoken rules for young female college students who need student loans. Many female students who want to go to school have no choice but to choose to devote themselves to solve the problem and be mistresses while going to school. Alan Wilson feels that he has nothing to do with old men, at least his physical age is definitely not. Brother-in-law, don't do this. Anna faced Alan Wilson's harassing hands, constantly dodging and moving her but a little bit, trying to distance the two people, but it seems that she knows that this man is not easy to mess with, so she can only make this futile struggle to delay the arrival of that moment. Alan Wilson picked Anna up by the waist and comforted her softly. I will treat you as well as I treat your sister. How could this passive resistance work? It would only make the dirty imperial civil servants more unscrupulous. The moment she was picked up, Anna felt relieved, but she did not completely relax. She hugged Alan Wilson's neck and said with fear, I haven't experienced it yet. I'm a little scared. Who can bear this? Alan Wilson, who found the essence of working for the British Empire, had a frank exchange with the new German teacher and had a deep understanding of each other's bottom line. The process reflected the long-standing special relationship between Britain and Germany. When Isabella Bokina returned home in the evening, Alan Wilson was already holding a cigarette, waiting with a satisfied look, and asked about the speed of the tobacco factory in a relaxed manner. Where's Anna? Seeing Alan Wilson's expression, Isabella Bokina knew that she must have gotten what she wanted, and asked unhappily, aren't you gentler? She's still in the room. Go and comfort her. The consequences of the fait accompli have already been created. While Alan Wilson feels a sense of accomplishment, he also did not forget to deal with the aftermath. I'll go to the British headquarters to take a look. When I come back in the evening, you can have a good chat with her. The imperial civil servant who pulled up his pants was tough, and the suppressed IQ finally regained the high ground. Isabella Bokina watched Alan Wilson leave before turning and entering Anna's room. The room was in a mess, indicating that the previous battle was fierce. The nominal sister had messy hair and an expression as if she had suffered a great injustice. The person is gone. Don't pretend. Isabella Bokina rolled her eyes. The students of Gazna were not so fragile. They all knew in their hearts that this day would come sooner or later. I don't have any experience. Anna grumbled in dissatisfaction and stood up, exposing her perfect figure to Isabella Bokina. If I don't go out, won't it be more in line with the feeling of being hurt? Maybe the Englishman will feel a little guilty. I didn't have any experience before. Isabella Bokina was furious when she heard this. Why did it sound like she had experience? Being an agent requires a lot of sacrifices. The two dragoons who were weak and bullied in Alan Wilson's eyes and could be manipulated at will were mentally prepared for this day. Where did he go? Anna asked as she put on her clothes. Isn't it a bit too much to leave right after the job is done? We are ordinary women who have nowhere to go in the defeated country. Go out and see that there are many German women who are involved with British soldiers. Isabella Bokina waited until Anna had finished passing on her clothes and said, now we have established a firm foothold in Bonn. With the help of this trade committee official, we can live a good life. There is still a long way to go. Let's make the sugar-coated bullets more fierce. Alan Wilson learned from Timbrand that, because the city of Hanover was severely damaged, the trade committee wanted to temporarily place its headquarters in Bonn. Such an obvious excuse, isn't it, just to keep the tobacco factory within sight? However, Alan Wilson still expressed his approval. There are not many places in the British occupied area that are not severely damaged, and Bonn is the most suitable. I may have to go to Brussels in September, Alan Wilson said to the two deputy secretaries general. There are two meanings to taking the initiative to tell everything. The first meaning is that he will not live in Bonn permanently, so there is no need to worry about him tampering with the accounts of the Herman Tobacco Factory. The second meaning is that Alan Wilson is valued by the head of the London Civil Service and will attend a particularly important meeting. He will not eat alone, nor will he suffer a loss. The civil servants in British India are all waiting for dividends. Alan, being able to go to Brussels shows that the superiors value you. Harold promised, things in the British occupied zone will not change because of where you are, that's for sure. You are our man, we have never denied this. Tim Brand also agreed. The reason why the British occupied zone has a good start now has a lot to do with your hard work. Of course, Alan Wilson felt that the two deputy secretaries general were right. He was indeed working hard for the British Empire all the time, and he was almost overworked. By the way, Tim and I have discussed that the rampant black market now is not just a problem of tobacco. In addition to tobacco, the essence is that the German value system has collapsed. At the right time, we must find a way to restore or establish a new value system. Harold revealed the two people's discussion. This is the only way to make the British occupied zone truly stable. The right time. Alan Wilson grasped the key point. When is the right time? This is an important question. In response to Alan Wilson's question, Tim Brand answered, the right time means that under the natural regulation of the market, prices have a certain stability, and some items are no longer rare. At that time, the Trade Commission will set up an appraisal center to confirm or protect the value of valuable items on the Germans in the British occupied area, so that these valuable items can be restored to their original value. Oh. Alan Wilson understood that some items that are no longer rare should refer to tobacco. Once the tobacco factory is fully operational, the value of tobacco will naturally return to its original value. When the tobacco factory is no longer profitable, and there will no longer be a box of cigarettes in exchange for a classical piano or a diamond ring, it is time to establish the appraisal center, an institution that stabilizes prices. I think the Germans will definitely appreciate our efforts for the revival of Germany. Alan Wilson, who had seen through the inside story, agreed. Of course, we can't be impatient about anything. We need to fully understand and investigate. Otherwise, sudden intervention may backfire. This is what the two of us are worried about, so it's just an idea now. We are in the stage of building internal consensus. Tim Brand and Harold looked at each other and tacitly expressed that the time was not yet ripe. You said it so openly, isn't it for more secure profit? After returning to the Hellman family, Alan Wilson couldn't help but speak out in front of the two sisters. It's annoying to be so eager to fly to the sky without two balls hanging, but that's for others. Isabella and her sister flattered her face very much. Then what should we do? This we made Alan Wilson excited for a while, and he said conceitedly, now don't delay the value of tobacco. When the time comes, I will naturally point out a way for you sisters to improve your life. Follow me, and the accumulation of wealth will come naturally. Chapter 141 Signs of International Marriage. With the existence of the tobacco factory, the citizens of Bonn will also benefit. The current goal is to make Bonn the first city in Germany to fully resume school. Alan Wilson moved his hands to a pair of dragoons, eager to try, and also with the purpose of guiding the Germans back on the right track. In this way, London can regard Bonn as a model. If this is achieved, the London government will be honored, and the Germans will also benefit. Alan Wilson, who originally wanted to treat everyone equally, felt Anna's subtle avoidance. The hand that reached out to his sister gradually moved towards the inside of her thigh, as if to let Anna understand that she should cater to her existence, rather than resist it. Just as the Germans must accept the status quo of the four-nation occupation forces, the Isabella sisters must also accept the fact that Alan Wilson is their man. Alan Wilson, who was in low spirits, went out to contribute to the post-war recovery of Germany. Isabella Bockiner, who also did not sleep well that night, came to Anna's room and said with dissatisfaction to her comrade's behavior, "You should be less eager to perform." In her opinion, Anna did it on purpose. She really used her body as a weapon to the fullest. The apparent refusal to cooperate was just to arouse the desire to conquer the officials in the occupied area of Alan Wilson. She had a big plan. "Sister, we will be together then. It will be easy to get any imperial civil servant. I don't believe he can find the treatment he gets from us anywhere else." Anna straightened her back with a beaming smile, and the burden on her chest jumped up and down. What she said made Isabella Bokina blush. The real situation is much more comfortable than what the school said. Hearing Anna's words, Bokina walked out of the room with a cold face, and her earlobes under her short hair had turned red. Since arriving in Europe, although Alan Wilson dared not say that he had worked hard and took the rise and fall of the British Empire as his own responsibility, he also thought that he dared not slack off in the slightest. Everything he did was to make the overall environment favorable to Britain. Alan Wilson was very sure of this, but it was not until recently that he really clarified the relationship between personal interests and national honor and disgrace. If he was not an official in the British occupied area, how could he do whatever he wanted to the two beautiful sisters? The reason why he could do whatever he wanted to the beautiful sisters was ultimately because of the existence of the British Empire's occupation forces. It was the victory of the British Empire in the war that gave him the environment to run rampant on the territory of the defeated country. Therefore, Alan Wilson, who had unlocked the achievement of killing two birds with one stone, was even more determined to maintain the British Empire. The ancients said that self-cultivation, family harmony, governance of the country and peace in the world naturally made sense. Once Germany had passed the most difficult time, it would naturally become an economic rival of the British Empire. In terms of specific measures, two things were done: copying and imitating British products, to accumulate and develop basic industries on a large scale, before planning other things. Alan Wilson, who was overwhelmed by eroticism, seemed to be more sharp-minded than usual once he entered the sage time. To be honest, it is difficult for the British Empire to compete with the rebuilt Germany. Britain has returned to its pre-war level and has begun to export industrial products to neighboring countries. Then Germany's industrial products for continental Europe were still imitated from British and French products. Through process, upgrades and cost control, the product prices were lowered to compete in the continental market. This kind of imitation has become a latecomer advantage in Gershenkrant's definition. The latecomer advantage is nominally to promote scientific and technological progress with the help of existing technology, but in essence it is to copy and plagiarize existing scientific and technological achievements, and then form an industrial cluster, and digest and innovate into its own brand. Made in Germany was promoted by the British for the counterfeit and shoddy imports exported by Germany. What's more, that was 70 years ago. The foundation of Germany now is much better than that of the newly unified German Empire. It is really difficult to fight against German manufacturing with the ability of the British mainland. Alan Wilson thought for a long time and thought that before Germany recovered, he should find a sum of money to invest in these German companies that have already reached the bottom of history. In this way, even if the British Empire loses, he can still make a steady profit. Some soldiers want to hold a wedding with a German girl. Colonel Malcolm told Alan Wilson a troublesome thing when he was receiving him as a guest at the British headquarters in Bonn. After the letter to the German people in the British occupied area in June, Field Marshal Montgomery gradually relaxed the regulations that strictly prohibited soldiers from interacting with Germans. At the beginning, Montgomery strictly prohibited soldiers from talking to Germans at will, entering their homes, or dancing with girls. Later, this order was relaxed to allow soldiers to talk and play with children. Last month, the army further relaxed restrictions, allowing soldiers to talk to Germans on the streets and in public places, but still prohibited from entering German residences. Field Marshal Montgomery proposed to cancel the ban on interacting with Germans at the Control Committee, which was unanimously agreed by the British command. However, two regulations were still retained, namely, members of the armed forces were not allowed to live with Germans or marry Germans. At present, these two agreements were still in force, but the soldiers of the unit proposed marriage at this time, which made Colonel Malcolm very embarrassed. This was against the regulations of the military commission. Colonel Malcolm, in fact, almost everyone knows the current situation in the British occupied zone. I won't say how many people are involved in the close relationship between the occupying soldiers and the German girls. but the number is definitely not small. Alan Wilson looked relaxed, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Since actual intimate contact is already a common phenomenon, then the so-called rule that you can't marry a German woman is not a thing in name only. If a British soldier really loves a German girl, why can't the two of them get married? Alan Wilson didn't speak well for this soldier involved in the issue of transnational marriage because of his actual relationship with the Isabella sisters. He never planned to marry the Pokina sisters. Even if he wanted to get married, who would he marry? Not to mention that Alan Wilson was still looking forward to a bright future and pursuing career advancement. He was not the only one who was also pursuing progress. He was also helping Pokina to pursue progress. The Supreme Command of the Allied Forces has been disbanded for a month. Now each country's occupied zone manages itself. It is no longer necessary to show that there was no violation of the Allied Command before, isn't it, Alan? Although that's what you said, we have to admit that military regulations are military regulations. If they are not cancelled, they are not cancelled. Colonel Malcolm smiled bitterly. Military regulations sometimes make no sense. If it can be contained, this problem should not be a problem for you. It shows that the problem has not been solved. Alan Wilson changed the subject and said, "Isn't that right?" "Yes, the soldier wants to retire and marry a German girl." Colonel Malcolm told the truth of the matter. "I don't know whether he admires the innocence of this transnational love or feels a headache because of this incident. It seems that the matter has become a foregone conclusion." Alan Wilson was thinking in his heart whether he should make a bigger fuss about this matter. If there is a large-scale intermarriage between Britain and Germany, and an additional layer of civil ties, will it be beneficial for the British Empire to establish influence among the German people? As for whether German men are opposed, it is not a consideration. Now the number of German men is nearly 10% less than that of women, and the proportion of those at marriageable age is even more exaggerated. Otherwise, the fact that soldiers can easily win the favor of German women would not appear in the occupation zones of various countries. German men will definitely be in a happy trouble for some time to come. It is normal for a man to have two or even several women adore him. In this case, why can't we give some to the British occupation forces? Make a suggestion to the military committee and conduct a survey to find out how many soldiers have applied to marry German women. When Alan Wilson met the two deputy secretaries general, he mentioned what Colonel Malcolm said and asked Tim Brand and Harold if this was feasible. Can't it be stopped? Tim Brand frowned. Once the gap is opened, won't it cause things to become too big to handle? After all, soldiers are also human beings. The soldiers involved would rather retire than hold a wedding. What else can you say? Alan Wilson shrugged helplessly. It seems that this matter needs to be resolved immediately. What I mean is, the facts are clear, and I even plan to attend this wedding. I guess the reporters are very willing to report it. That's right, reporters like or like catching reports. Harold agreed deeply with this matter. Alan, you are not thinking about marrying a German woman, are you? From a personal point of view, I don't think you should have this idea. Chapter 142, Love that breaks through the secular world. To be exact, there were two, but Alan Wilson certainly could not admit it, and confessed categorically, "Of course I can't do this. I have a clean conscience and I believe I have the good ethics of an imperial civil servant." Oh. The two deputy secretaries General Tim Brand and Harold nodded meaningfully, their eyes full of "I believe it." Then the matter is simple. This is originally a military issue. In principle, it will not tarnish the glorious and majestic image of imperial civil servants. Of course, the military regulations of the military commission exist, and the objective facts in the British occupied zone also exist. There is a reason behind how this incident will turn out. We certainly cannot deny the objective facts that exist under the current special conditions, but the military regulations also have certain reasons. However, since the soldier involved has already proposed to retire and wants to marry the German girl, in principle, there may be many different results. And our concern is whether this will cause the Germans to hate the British occupation forces, which is not conducive to Germany's bright future back on track. This may require detailed discussions before there can be results. Of course, in principle, since the incident has occurred, we should also accept the possible results calmly. After all, whether it is a soldier or a German girl, they are all young people. When dealing with young people, the tolerant British Empire should adopt an inclusive attitude and handle similar issues carefully and cautiously. So, what do the two Deputy Secretaries General mean? After listening to the civil servant's rhetoric for a long time, Alan Wilson scratched his scalp and asked without changing his original intention. Let's wait and see. It depends on what the soldiers in the army think at present. Harold said reservedly, if the wedding has a positive impact on the army, I believe it will be very natural to cancel the rule that prohibits intermarriage with Germans. As mentioned before, it is almost universal for soldiers to establish close relationships with German women. But we still need to evaluate the results of the formal marriage. Timbrin said a set of words which fully demonstrated the state of saying everything and saying nothing at the same time. Of course, we cannot ask about the holding of the wedding, but if the Germans are particularly welcome to this, we can also not interfere. Harold added on the side, accept the fact. This means that the Trade Commission can only assist in this regard and will only take action after receiving sufficient public opinion feedback. This is also for the sake of Alan Wilson's face, to maintain the relationship between the tobacco factory and the British Indian civil servants. Otherwise the two would not say it at all. In other words, the Germans are eager to bless the emergence of cross-border weddings. Alan Wilson finally understood what the two meant. It was too tiring to talk like this. Obviously, a solution could be proposed very simply. This does not seem to be a difficult task, as long as the Bonn occupation forces give some instructions, or do not give instructions. By acknowledging the emergence of this great transnational love that breaks through the secular world, Alan Wilson will be able to find enough supporters, such as free cigarettes at the wedding. Follow-up reports from the media are also necessary. For example, in order to give a promise to a German girl, a British soldier would rather retire and give his beloved woman a future. Maybe Britain will lose a general in the future. No matter how bloody soft articles are written, there will always be fools who will cry. With the current number of German women, there may be quite a few fools. Alan Wilson never thought it was a wrong thing to solve the problem of the imbalance of the male and female adult ratio in Germany. We can't let these German women live alone until the end of their lives. Although it can't be said that all of them can be solved, as much as can be solved. Before going to Brussels, Alan Wilson decided to treat this transnational wedding as an important thing to do, breaking through the pedantic military regulations and secularity, and opening the door to transnational marriage. He believed that British men would not object. After all, from the perspective of supply and demand, the room for choice has become larger. Who would object? Would Alan Wilson object to the Isabella sisters relying on themselves at the same time? Absolutely not. On the contrary, I'm so happy here that I don't even want to think about England. Dear, what do you think about the marriage between Britain and Germany? After leaving the Trade Committee, Alan Wilson asked Bokina while eating. I'm standing and watching. I'm not German. Although she thought so in her heart, Isabella Bokina said shyly, Alan, are you going to marry me? I'm not ready yet. In an instant, Alan Wilson changed the subject with an awkward cough, and only emphasized the current difficulties and the limitations of the environment, which blocked the love between Britain and Germany. Naturally, the limitations of this environment also restricted Alan Wilson and his two sisters from entering the marriage hall. If Alan Wilson's hand had not been extended to Anna, Isabella Bokina would have said something to him, and hurriedly said, you should be more serious. Aren't we talking about business now? Anna is afraid of you, can't you see it? I didn't. Anna complained in her heart, but she was afraid of Isabella Bokina's power, and couldn't say it out loud. I'm just talking about business. With an embarrassed look on his face, Alan Wilson pulled his hand back and whispered, keep your voice down, don't let your mother hear us. We should be more restrained, right? Since moving to Bonn, Maya has lived in another house, leaving this house empty as a place for her two daughters to live. Of course, it's cheaper for Alan Wilson, who was reluctant to leave the crime scene for a long time. I can organize women to attend the wedding and provide free cigarettes at the wedding. Isabella Bokina regained her indifferent look and suggested, that should be fine. Hey, I feel like a German traitor. No. Alan Wilson finally took on some responsibility as a man, hugged the woman in his arms, and the oppressive feeling on his chest almost made him hum. Although he knew in his heart that this was a German traitor's behavior, how could he say it out loud? The future Federal Republic of Germany was still a meat shield against the pressure of the Soviet Union, and saying it out loud would hurt the feelings between the Allies too much. In the eyes of many people, the British soldier and the German girl were very brave. At the same time, this marriage was considered to be a bridge of friendship between Britain and Germany. It broke through the hostility and prejudice between European countries. Under the common factors of some people and the social environment, the wedding officially began in September, when the weather turned cooler. The wedding was held at Bonn Cathedral, a Roman Catholic church in Bonn. Bonn Cathedral is one of the oldest churches in Germany, and was built in the 11th century. Bonn Cathedral was once the cathedral of the Catholic Archdiocese of Cologne, and has a very important significance. The church is ancient and sacred. There are 2 human head statues in the small square behind the church. They are Cassius and Florentius, 2 Christian saints who were martyred here in the 3rd century. During the war, Bonn Cathedral was also bombed. Because the German economy collapsed after the war, Germans had problems eating. The church had not held grand ceremonies for a long time. Although Alan Wilson is British, he does not have a deep impression of Britain, and has not participated in a wedding ceremony when he was in Britain. They went directly to the Far East, and later arrived in British India. In fact, I don't know if a church of the level of Bonn Cathedral will be used as a wedding ceremony. However, considering that Germany is now a defeated country, it seems that there is no need to consider other issues. Now everything in the British occupied zone is decided by the Military Commission and the Trade Commission. What's wrong with requisitioning a church for a wedding? Although in a sense, this wedding can be called simple. For example, the male protagonist is still wearing a British military uniform, and the German girl is not wearing a wedding dress, but ordinary clothes. Alan Wilson judged from the appearance. The German girl can be said to be in the upper middle position among German women in terms of appearance. As for the British soldiers, they are very ordinary. Compared with the simplicity of the male and female protagonists, the Bonn Cathedral is very lively. The church is full of people, and even the streets outside the church are full of men and women who come to congratulate. This lively scene was recorded by British media reporters who came with great interest to make a big news. These reporters in the British occupied zone received money, and naturally they would sing praises to the epic love story in the subsequent reports. Of course, there may be some private information in the report, such as the fact that the war also brought great suffering to Germany as the initiator, resulting in the fact that the ratio of men to women in Germany was unbalanced, and many German girls of the right age, fair skin and beautiful appearance could not find a life partner. Once this painful fact was known to British men, Alan Wilson did not know what the consequences would be. Maybe he came to Germany to help the poor on a whim. Men, what can't they do for the little thing in their pants? At the wedding, Alan Wilson also squeezed in a few people to give speeches, hoping that this marriage would become the starting point for reconciliation between Britain and Germany. Everyone should praise the determination of the British soldiers to maintain love. At the same time, it also bluntly stated that there were indeed many occupying soldiers who got along with local women, calling on more soldiers to think clearly whether they should be brave enough to take responsibility. Although all this only attracted the attention of German women at the wedding, it did not enter the ears of German men who enjoyed free cigarettes. But saying and not saying are 2 different things. The first public international wedding in the British occupied zone was absolutely spectacular, at least in terms of the scene. The cathedral was packed with people who seemed to be there to send their blessings to the new lights. The international wedding became a hot topic on the streets of Bonn, and then spread at an astonishing speed in the British occupied zone, and finally spread back to the UK. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. The BBC will not bow to the government. In Bonn, Alan Wilson received reporters from his country's media and communicated about the report. In fact, it was not a particularly important thing, but to make the report closer to the facts. Soft articles have their advantages, but wouldn't it be more intuitive if data were added? in front of reporters from different newspapers. There was a statistical data, which introduced the military committee's statistical data on the ratio of men and women in the British occupied area. The numbers were absolutely shocking. At present, the ratio of German men and women in the British occupied area is 46% and 54% in all ages. Among 100 people, there are 8 more women than men. In fact, the problem is already very serious, but it seems that it is not a big problem to face it directly. Then Alan Wilson took out another statistical data and distributed it to the reporters. This data is the current male and female ratio of the British occupied area aged 20 to 29. In this statistic, the ratio of 100 male and female people aged 20 to 29 in the British occupied area is 37% and 63%. That is to say, there are an average of 16 German women for every 10 German men of this age. This is based on the premise that almost all the prisoners of war in the British occupation zone have been released. The American occupation zone still has the laying camp. I believe that the imbalance of population ratio in the American occupation zone will only be more serious than that in the British occupation zone. Dear reporters, this is a common phenomenon in Germany at present, so it is actually unnecessary to blame the soldiers of the occupation army. Soldiers are ordinary people. It is useless to use military orders to prohibit this situation, Alan Wilson said helplessly, while the reporters were looking at the statistics. Everything is a balance. Once there are too few men, even women will make trouble. By the way, I heard that there has been a wave of divorces in the country recently. Alan Wilson's inquiry embarrassed many reporters because the current wave of divorces in the country is very turbulent, and the divorce rate has skyrocketed 5 times compared with before the war. The first thing many soldiers who returned home after the war did when they got home was to divorce. The Civil Affairs Department has become the busiest department in London now. At the beginning, civil servants also mediated divorces. Later, as the crowds waiting for divorces swarmed in, it was completely beyond the ability of mediation. Since the return of the British Expeditionary Force, tens of thousands of soldiers have chosen to divorce. In the final analysis, Britain used World War II as a springboard to counterattack the European continent, so the United States sent 1 million troops to be stationed in the British mainland. From the macro perspective of the war, the benefits to Britain are very obvious. They no longer have to worry about the invasion of their homeland, and the British troops sent out can fight abroad with peace of mind. However, the British soldiers who went out to fight led to a shortage of male population in the UK. Just like the current British occupied areas, the US military has been stationed in the UK for a long time, and many American soldiers have lived with British women. Many of these women are wives of British frontline soldiers. Because their husbands are uncertain about their lives on the front line, and American soldiers are guarding Britain at home, the two sides have developed feelings for each other over time. In addition, the number of male population in the UK is very small, so many British women choose to live with American soldiers. Now that the British soldiers who went abroad to fight have returned, facing such a result, of course they simply chose to divorce. However, Alan Wilson has already learned about the wedding in Bonn, and the soldiers who married the German girl are unmarried. This is not without reason. He has no family, so he has no scruples when doing things. He would rather apply for retirement, to be with the woman he loves. Maybe it is really a very pure love story. I believe that all reporters are compassionate gentlemen. The current difficulties faced by Germany should be truthfully let the citizens of the country know. The accuracy of information has always been very important. Alan Wilson looked at the BBC reporter and said, as the newspaper that citizens value most, the BBC should play a leading role. Mr. Allen, you may still be very young, and may not be so clear about your work. Of course, the BBC has always maintained objectivity, neutrality, and accuracy. This is the responsibility of media people, not political pressure. The BBC will not bow to government pressure. BBC reporter McHale in the British occupation zone raised his head slightly to express the ethics of neutral media people. Wow. Alan Wilson blew a frivolous whistle and asked his assistant Mark to bring a stack of documents. He flipped through them and piled them in front of McHale, introducing them bit by bit. How could a government that has always adhered to the concept of freedom make the BBC bow its head? There was absolutely no censorship. McHale thought too much. According to the summary from 1937 to 1945, there were 153 reports on the BBC that sympathized with Hitler, 35 of which were after the Battle of Britain. Many people are worried about the BBC's hostile attitude towards the government. It may be because there are German spies who have climbed to high positions within the BBC. The BBC's investigation has also caused discussion within the government. Of course, we still believe that this is not the case. This is nonsense. The BBC has been maintaining the national interests of the British Empire during the war with its kind reports on things. McHale said this, and then changed the subject, and is Mr. Allen exerting political pressure on neutral media? Bang. Reaching out of his pocket, and taking out the Mi-6 ID, and throwing it on the table. Alan Wilson looked at the air in front of him and said indifferently, I absolutely don't mean that. Of course, from a professional point of view, accurate and close to implementation reports have always been what the BBC pursues. We want the public to see the real reports. After seeing Alan Wilson's ID, McHale rounded up his words without embarrassment. The role of the media is not to harm the public's right to know, so the real report of the British occupied area is extremely important. It can also let the domestic public know how much effort the Trade Commission and the military have spent on the reconstruction of the British occupied area. The reporter of the Daily Telegraph sang in unison, in this difficult period, the public and the government must overcome the difficulties together. Isn't it succumbing to the pressure of the government? Alan Wilson suppressed his contempt and asked knowingly, pure nonsense. Of course there is no pressure, and we will not bow to the pressure of the government. All the reporters of all newspapers said in unison, and denied it categorically. That's good. I believe that all newspapers are in the interests of the British Empire, when facing common enemies, friends. Alan Wilson waved his hand at Mark obscurely, and asked these reporters not to take out the photos of buying and selling with German women in the British occupied areas. These photos will destroy the tacit understanding between the government and the media, so they will be kept for the next time we communicate with the media. The reports on this transnational wedding continued to be explosive. After constructive discussions between the two sides, they soon appeared in major newspapers. Many newspapers reported the incident with a sympathetic attitude. It expressed that the war was cruel. As the initiator, Germany had a large number of men who died in the war. In the age group of 20 to 29, the ratio of men to women was 37% to 63%. 10 men had to face 16 women of the same age. German women of this era may die alone because of this war and never find a life partner. The damage caused by the World War is obvious. Regarding the emotional issues between soldiers in the occupied areas and German women, simple military regulations are no longer helpful. As long as British soldiers can see German women, they will always be pursued by local German women. The yellow tabloids reported this wedding with an agitating headline. Obviously, the gentlemen of the British Empire have excellent qualities that attract all German women. They are neither as barbaric and vulgar as American soldiers, nor as unfaithful to love as French soldiers. It is natural that British men are welcomed by women in the occupied areas. These reports sympathize with the price Germany paid for launching the war on the surface, but in the context of the current divorce wave in the UK, the divorced men who read these newspapers only remember the ratio of 10 to 16 for men. In the eyes of these men who have just lost their families, Germany is now a paradise for men. Perhaps these men who have just paid the price of their families, because of the war, can find spiritual comfort in another place, and get love advice again. Alan Wilson hooked up with reporters in the British occupied area, of course, not just to confirm the neutrality and objectivity of the report. That was only one aspect, and on the other hand, what he, a senior keyboard warrior and penman, was doing was to fire map cannons. In terms of moral concepts and behavior, in terms of moral ethics, the prominent difference is that Europeans are more tolerant and Americans are more narrow-minded. Europeans are reasonable, while Americans are only rigid and conservative. Europeans are knowledgeable and profound, while Americans are arrogant and ignorant. Europeans respect traditions, while Americans seem to be in a wild period. As for the fact that they are uneducated and unkempt, I won't say much. At this stage, Alan Wilson found that reporters from major newspapers all showed their professionalism at once. I didn't expect that so many crouching dragons and phoenixes appeared in the small British occupied area at the same time, which was really surprising. I laughed at the United States' recklessness and the Soviet Union's lack of wisdom. It was really my British Empire that could be generally welcomed by European countries. These map cannon jokes will naturally not appear in newspapers, but they will soon spread in the British occupied area at an alarming speed. I'm going to Brussels to attend a meeting soon. Alan Wilson touched Isabella Bokina's smooth back, feeling the wonderful touch, and whispered in the woman's ear, maybe we won't see each other for a while. What do you want to say? Isabella Bokina turned over and asked suspiciously. Actually, it's nothing. Alan Wilson was a little embarrassed and secretly prayed, can the three of us go together? Chapter 144 Dreams Come True. Can you really say that? Isabella Bokina laughed in anger. Doesn't the British official in front of her think that she has gone too far? It seems that everything should be like this. Alan Wilson responded by adding more strength to his hands and persuading her in a tone that couldn't be worse. Dear, to be honest, I have always dreamed of a day when I can be with you sisters. This is a real family and we can be close, right? At the same time, he also used the current real situation in Germany to excuse his behavior, saying that although Germany will still adhere to monogamy in principle, it will definitely turn a blind eye to the fact that there is one king and two queens, because the overall environment of the whole society is like this. In this case, it is very important to maintain family harmony. Although Isabella is a sister, it is far from enough to maintain a harmonious relationship. They should eat and sleep together and be close to each other. This is a family. As an official in the British occupation zone, Alan Wilson certainly knows that everything is not in vain, but who makes Britain a victorious country? It should not be excessive to get a little treatment from the victorious country. It's not just not excessive, it's simply holding on to the last bit of kindness in his heart. He didn't believe that other British people in the British occupied areas could do their best, like he did to help the helpless Herman family and achieve class advancement in the chaotic post-war period. Emotions are mutual, and there should be rewards for giving. Seeing that Isabella Bokina didn't respond, Alan Wilson's mouth came up again, reminding himself how much he cared about the lives of the two sisters. Okay. Isabella Bokina tilted her head and finally nodded in agreement. But his heart was pounding. Whenever he thought of that scene, he couldn't help blushing, but he didn't want to do it. After Alan Wilson got the nod, he prepared to give a reward to the dragoon in his arms. He was about to go to Brussels to devote himself to the British Empire. Is this a small request now excessive? It shouldn't be excessive, and it can't even be said that he has a personal moral flaw. He is just solving the rigid demand problem of the German dragoons with his own hands. Is this considered a mistake? When will you be back from Brussels? Isabella Bokina's breathing gradually calmed down, and she realized why Alan Wilson was so anxious. It turned out that she was going to Belgium, but she didn't know how long she would be gone. To be honest, I'm not sure whether I will come back or not. The higher-ups value me very much. I also need to give them enough workability. The British Empire is in an awkward situation now, and the United States and the Soviet Union are eyeing it covetously. Alan Wilson regained the wisdom of an imperial civil servant. We need to have a good talk about how to maintain the British Empire's influence in Europe. Oh. Isabella Bokina's heart moved, and she followed the man's words and asked, this is a difficult task? That's right. Whether we can maintain the independent voice of Western Europe is not just up to us to work hard. Alan Wilson sighed, not at all defensive against women. At present, the threat from the Soviet Union is more direct, but as far as colonies are concerned, the Soviet Union will not be able to pose a threat to the British Empire within 10 years. This meeting will probably also discuss this issue. On the contrary, our suspicious ally, the United States, is the real enemy on the issue of colonies. What we are most afraid of now is that there is a tacit understanding between the United States and the Soviet Union. Once the colonies of these European countries collapse, we will be finished. But it seems that the Soviet Union also needs to be rebuilt in a short time. Currently, the enemy of European countries on the issue of colonies is the United States. After the war, the biggest opponent of the United States was not the Soviet Union, but the old system. To put it more clearly, the European forces. Why was Europe willing to let the United States enter the European market under the Marshall Plan? It was because the Soviet Union controlled Eastern Europe, which made Western Europe feel tremendous pressure. Starting from Europe, a global financial system with the US dollar as the core began to be established. As long as this system still exists, the United States will still be the most influential country in the world. The Brussels conference is about to be held. Alan Wilson has prepared a lot of information. He was doing this in the last few days in Bonn. He must first show that the Soviet Union was not as strong as imagined. There is a saying that goes, strategically despise and tactically pay attention. The Soviet Union is a behemoth for any single European country, but it is not completely unconfrontable. Alan Wilson used Germany's post-war facts to speculate that the Soviet Union would not end much better than Germany in a war of the same intensity. The problem may not be as big as Germany, but there is no substantial threat within 10 years. The strength of the Soviet Union can only be estimated by speculation. Alan Wilson can't just say that the Soviet Union died 30 million people. How can he explain the source of his data? The Soviet Union did not make it public, but speculation does not require evidence. The interrogation records of German prisoners of war show that the Soviet Union was indeed hit hard. At this time when the war just ended, it was also a kind of political correctness. Take a break. The next day when processing the materials, Isabella Bokina came in with fruit and looked at Alan Wilson tenderly, as well as the manuscript prepared for the Brussels conference in her hand. Okay. Taking an apple that was absolutely precious in Germany at that time, Alan Wilson took a bite and made a crisp sound. He said vaguely, "My dear, no matter where I go, I will contact you frequently, as long as conditions permit. There is a saying in the East that a husband and wife for a day will be grateful for 100 days. I will remember the beauty of these days. I don't know if it's an illusion." Alan Wilson feels that Isabella Bokina seems to have become a little gentle recently. Alan Wilson thinks this may be an element of love over time. Sure enough, Isabella Bokina said something that made Alan Wilson ecstatic. "Anna and I will sleep together at night. If you want, come over." Isabella Bokina also made a great determination. If it wasn't for the information of the Brussels conference, she would never give up her persistence and make such a big sacrifice. "Really?" Anna agreed. Alan Wilson rubbed his hands and stood up and walked back and forth. It turned out that this was the feeling of a dream coming true. If he had known earlier, he might not have been resistant to returning to Europe. Suddenly he came to his senses and asked, "Where's Anna?" "Delivering information," Isabella Bokina said with a smile. "Maybe she went to school. Now there are schools in Bonn and classes have resumed. Anna should go to school well. In fact, I should also work part-time and study part-time to make up for the study delayed by the war." Student status? Alan Wilson covered his mouth with his hand to block the fleeting obscenity. This was too exciting. An apple was quickly eaten up. At this time, Alan Wilson couldn't miss any opportunity to supplement nutrition. After all, if you want to undertake hard work, you can't do without a good body. Just like a car, if it has passed the warranty period, some things cannot be compensated by driving skills. Although he thinks he is just a novice on the road, he must also maintain it diligently. It's a pity that when Alan Wilson came back from British India, his mind was full of doing a career and he didn't bring back any specialties. This night in Bonn was particularly long. Alan Wilson himself worked hard for the British Empire and deserved such a reward. He would devote 100 times more energy to new work in the future. The moon slowly hid behind the clouds. The Battle of Bonn continued and entered the most intense stage. "I'm so lucky." Alan Wilson, who was lying in the middle of the big bed with his girlfriend on his left and right, looked at the golden hair on his shoulders and couldn't help but sniff it. With the feeling of dream come true, he said with satisfaction, "I regard you as my wife." Alan Wilson slept very deeply. When he woke up in the morning, the two sisters had already gotten up. Anna was nowhere to be seen again, and Isabella Bokina explained that she went to school. "It's good to go to school. In fact, I miss the time when I was in school. At that time, I had to learn foreign languages." "Did you really think that Oxford University was easy to enter?" Alan Wilson laughed and ate breakfast with Isabella Bokina, which was almost lunch, and then continued to prepare the speech for the Brussels conference. The more information you need, the better, so that you can have a stunning effect and lay a good foundation for future progress. After all, Alan Wilson was still a civil servant who wanted to make a difference. After arriving in Europe, he gained nothing except a pair of dragoon sisters, several out-of-print cars, some insignificant gold that could not be compared with 200,000 lives, 45 classical pianos, 17 Leica cameras, a trunk full of jewelry, and some local specialties that could not be counted. Compared with his efforts for European peace, the hard work he put in to save 200,000 Yugoslav refugees, and even solving the rampant black market transactions in the British-occupied areas, and lowering the price of cigarettes, this insignificant gain was far less than his work efforts. Then this gain was a matter of course, and Alan Wilson felt that he deserved it. It was not that he had to have these external things, but that the environment was like this. He had no ability to change the environment, so he could only go along with it. Haha, those Western European countries are just eyeing the interests of the colonies. A chuckle suddenly sounded in the office of the Kremlin, and then he said to himself, but let's see if these countries can take advantage of the United States. Chapter 145 Flexibility Struggle. But Stalin put down the information in his hand, glanced at Beria who was waiting and asked, Comrade Beria, what is the confidentiality level of the target? In the Ministry of Internal Affairs, apart from myself, only General Merkulov, the first-level political commissar, knows. Beria quickly replied, the confidentiality level is still quite high. The underground workers around the target are directly in contact with the first-level political commissars, and there is no possibility of exposure. Don't say anything absolutely. For some reason, Stalin had reservations about the statement that there is no possibility of exposure, which made Beria suddenly nervous. For someone who is a senior security cadre, it is a very terrible thing once he is not trusted by the top level. Is Stalin tired of General Merkulov, the first-level political commissar? Or does he distrust the entire Ministry of Internal Affairs? While Beria was thinking about it, Stalin said with ease, this way we can determine a very important thing and change the way of struggle. In this devastating war, the only country that stayed out was the United States. Britain and France were hit hard to varying degrees, and these European countries are now in urgent need of colonial blood transfusions. The biggest problem they face is reconstruction, which is the same as our Soviet Union. Comrade Stalin's view on this matter is consistent with the feedback intelligence. Beria agreed unconditionally. We have received news that the military forces of France and the Netherlands have returned to Asia and are trying to restore colonial rule in Southeast Asia. The United States has not openly opposed it. Then our Soviet Union's attitude is openly opposed. Stalin stated his attitude concisely. Then Comrade Stalin, what level of support and assistance is more appropriate? Beria asked immediately after hearing this. The decision-making power of such matters is still in the hands of Stalin himself. Give a moral support, in addition to help and assistance. Stalin laughed and said, support is free, but fighting the Americans does cost. We should go a step further and ask the Americans to occupy Japan in different areas. Of course, the Americans will not agree, but we must mention that Hokkaido will be separated from Japan forever, and the Japanese will never see Hokkaido again, just like they can't see their own ears. Stalin certainly knew that the Americans, who now have nuclear bombs in their hands, are arrogant, but the good news is that Britain, France and the colonial countries in Europe do not seem to want to get involved in this muddy water. Europe and the United States are not of one mind. Is this good? Of course, at least in the short term, Europe will not follow the United States to start the Third World War. The topic of the Third World War was not a taboo topic in various countries in 1945. Many people believed that the World War would break out sooner or later, and there were many such voices in the Soviet Union. In fact, even Stalin himself was not completely reassured about the current situation in Europe. He believed that the possibility of a world war existed, especially after the United States had nuclear bombs in hand. The threat was more direct. That's why Zhukov invited Eisenhower to visit Moscow in his personal name, and made a friendly attitude to ease the relationship between the two sides. Eisenhower had just left. Eisenhower was invited to the Soviet Union. Accompanied by Zhukov, he watched the opening ceremony with the Soviet commander-in-chief on Red Square in Moscow. Facing the cheering crowd, the two hugged each other and waved. Everyone believed that the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union was close. In their spare time, the two talked for a long time, from the Battle of Leningrad to the Battle of Moscow, and from the African battlefield to the Normandy landing. They understood and respected each other better. What made them very happy was that Japan surrendered during Eisenhower's visit. This was a great success for the veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. At an appropriate time, Comrade Zhukov can pay a return visit to the United States. Didn't Eisenhower invite him? Stalin said calmly. The dispute with the United States on the Japanese issue and Comrade Zhukov's return visit do not conflict. We should both ease and fight, and we should pay attention to the methods and means. At present, under the premise of retaining the interests of Eastern Europe, Stalin feels that he can take a conciliatory attitude towards Western European countries. Because it is not only Western European countries that need reconstruction, but also the Soviet Union. Even like the Soviet invasion that Western European countries are worried about, the Soviet Union is also afraid of the outbreak of the Third World War and the joint invasion of the United States, Britain and France. Since Germany launched a sneak attack on the Soviet Union, the Soviet high-level officials have no trust in these imperialists. Now these imperialist countries are also untrustworthy, but they can be divided and disintegrated. Delay the union of these imperialist countries. On the other hand, in the Far East, Stalin believes that an offensive defense strategy can be adopted, using the Korean peninsula as a bargaining chip, striving for interests in Japan as much as possible, and making the United States recognize that the Soviet occupation of Hokkaido is only a minimum goal. In fact, the Americans did not have much presence in Korea at that time, because Korea had been under the colonial rule of the Japanese before, and it was naturally impossible for the United States to exist. The Americans could not project a large amount of military power to the Korean peninsula for a while, but the Soviets were different. They already had a large number of troops in Siberia, and could march south at any time to invest their forces. In fact, the Soviet Union did deploy military forces in Korea earlier than the United States. If there were no nuclear bombs, the Soviet Union, which had already entered the Korean peninsula, could have kicked the United States out. But with nuclear bombs, it was different. Compared with the attitude before the nuclear bomb explosion, the attitude of the United States was simply a world apart, explaining what it meant to turn one's face faster than turning a book. Stalin was even glad that he accepted the secret operation initiated by Britain at the Potsdam Conference. If an agreement could not be reached for a long time, the United States, which now had nuclear bombs, would definitely find an opportunity to humiliate the Soviet Union endlessly. On the issue of Japan and the Korean peninsula, Stalin had predicted that he would definitely be pressured by the United States. This time was definitely not as warm as before the end of the World War, but full of gunpowder. There are some differences between Japan and the Korean peninsula. The Soviet Union can, according to the previous agreement, let the peninsula south of the 38th parallel be surrendered by the United States, because the Korean peninsula is at least part of the mainland. Even if the Americans are allowed to come in, the Soviet Union, which has an overwhelming advantage in ground forces, should not be afraid. Hokkaido is different. Compared with the weak Soviet Red Navy, the US Navy is simply an army from the future. If the United States can recognize the Soviet Union's de facto occupation in exchange for the Soviet Union's advantage over the US military on the Korean peninsula, it seems that the result is not too bad. In theory, Stalin is not ready to give up anywhere, but before the Soviet Union successfully develops nuclear bombs, he must swallow his anger to a certain extent now, and even be prepared to comply with Iran's withdrawal, instead of using literary and military threats against Pahlavi, and maintaining the tacit understanding of the division of the North and the South with Britain during the imperial period. The current Soviet Union must adopt a moderate attitude towards Britain and France. Even if it wants to make trouble, it cannot do it in Europe, but use the cards in its hand to confront the United States in the Far East where Britain and France have no vital interests, using Japan and the Korean peninsula as chessboards. As for the secret agreements at the Potsdam Conference, they all acknowledged them, gave a clear timetable for withdrawal, and maintained contact with Britain and the United States, especially Britain, to ensure the transparency of the withdrawal. The United States has nuclear bombs, which the Soviet Union does not have. Our nuclear bomb project must be brought out as soon as possible to change the current psychological weakness and make the Americans lower their voices when talking to us. Stalin looked at Beria with a very serious look and said. Beria was the head of the Soviet nuclear project. As early as the Battle of Moscow, Beria had accumulated a thick stack of atomic energy intelligence. Spies in various directions in Britain and the United States all sent back news that it was very likely that Britain's nuclear bomb would be developed in the next 2 years. According to Soviet intelligence, the first country to develop a nuclear bomb would be Britain, but no one expected that Britain's nuclear bomb plan would be terminated and incorporated into the Manhattan Project. As the People's Commissar of Internal Affairs of the Soviet Union, Beria had detailed information on British and American nuclear bomb research in his hands, but Stalin was not interested in nuclear bomb research during the war, which resulted in Beria being unable to conduct research. A loud noise from the other side of the ocean woke Stalin up. Later, 2 nuclear bombs exploded in Japan, which really made Stalin realize how serious the consequences of misjudgment would be. If the British had not always used American nuclear weapons to blackmail the Soviet Union for their own interests, the Soviet Union would have lost more once the United States began to carry out real blackmail. The project has been steadily advancing. We must calm the United States down as soon as possible. Beria gave a solemn guarantee. Tell Comrade Molotov to set a time to send a delegation to visit Western European countries. France and Britain are important destinations. Stalin nodded and then changed the subject and began to express goodwill to Britain and France. Let the red flag song and dance troupe accompany them and conduct the visit in the form of artistic exchange. This is more simple. Bonn, a British-occupied city, is a model of reconstruction in the eyes of the British Empire media. As an important member of the Trade Commission, he worked tirelessly as a liaison officer to Europe. He could not extricate himself from the life of sandwiches. The life of the occupying army was so beautiful. A loyal civil servant of the empire, now suffering from the corruption and seduction of the dragoons. If he had not always maintained his original intention, Alan Wilson would not have persisted until now. But the time when he lived a good life was few and far between. Alan Wilson was a principled man, and he attached great importance to the spirit of contract. He would not be like other foreigners in Germany, who would cheat the girls for a few cigarettes. He still wanted the 2 sisters to live a worry-free life before leaving. The network interface crystal head has been changed. It was just an accident yesterday. I still have to update 3 times a day. It is difficult to make up for the chapters. To be honest, it is really difficult. By the way, I'm asking for monthly tickets. Some readers said that the amount will be doubled at the end of the month. If it is true, you can keep it for now. Chapter 146 Hepburn. If you get benefits, you must give back greater benefits. This is the spirit of contract that Alan Wilson emphasizes. Unlike most of the fleeting relationships between the occupying forces and German women, he really wants Isabella and her sister to live a good life. Your big German wartime companies will not collapse so easily. Once they collapse, there will be no talk of Germany's post-war reconstruction. At most, it will take 3 to 5 years for these big German companies to be supported. You sisters should not hold on to the benefits you have gained from the Herman Tobacco Factory. You can use the funds in your hands to hold shares in these companies. Alan Wilson's face was full of gentleness, like a husband who was about to leave home and told his wife how to deal with the trivialities of life. The 2 dragoons were deeply moved. At least he thought so. Are you going to be gone for a long time? If you leave, will others bully us? Isabella Bokina looked sullen, showing a persistence that seemed reluctant, but could not be expressed. It has to be said that the 2 top students' personalities made Alan Wilson, an amateur MI6 agent who boasted of his experience in many battles, run around in circles. From beginning to end, he was busy showing the fighting spirit of a member of the British occupation army, and did not find anything unfathomable about the 2 fake dragoons. Alan Wilson, who was completely unprepared, said whatever he wanted to say, saying that he did not want to leave British India, but had to leave because of some unexpected reasons. After returning, he had been trying to find a way to go back. "Won't you come back?" Anna, who had a bitter personality, asked in a tone that was not sincere. "Of course I will come back. I will find a way to keep in touch with you." Alan Wilson pulled the two dragoons into his arms. Maybe this is love. Even the little brother has begun to swell and greet the two dragoons. When Alan Wilson left Bonn, Isabella Bokina got up very early and prepared breakfast carefully. After everything was done, she went to the room to wake up Alan Wilson and Anna. After another night of fierce fighting, the two sisters were in high spirits and were not affected at all. Alan Wilson was only slightly tired. The breakfast time was very warm. The three of them knew that this was the time to say goodbye, and they all tacitly did not talk about sad things. It was not until Alan Wilson got into the car with his bag that Anna, who had been watching him at the door of the house, came to her senses. "He's gone. What should we do now?" "Do our business and contribute to the reconstruction of Germany," Isabella Bokina said with a double meaning. "Didn't he say that if he is good at using the funds of the tobacco factory to help some famous German companies, he will definitely take advantage of the situation in the future. With money, it will be more beneficial to our business." "What do we want money for?" Anna didn't understand, but immediately thought of another question. If she had a child first, would the nominal Herman family property have priority inheritance rights for her and Alan Wilson's children? Unfortunately, the school did not teach this kind of problem, and Gazner's education also had limitations. Out of careful consideration, Alan Wilson should have prepared 10 well thought out plans, 100 backup plans, and countless on-the-spot plans, but in fact, he didn't have any. After boarding the ship, he took a nap to relieve the fatigue of fighting day and night. He will follow the Rhine all the way to Rotterdam, and then go to Brussels, the capital of Belgium. If there is anything in common between the Netherlands and Belgium, it is that they both caught up with the colonial era, but they were not the biggest beneficiaries of the colonial era. The peak of the Netherlands was undoubtedly the era of the sea coachman. After independence, it vigorously developed capitalist industry and commerce. Commerce, marine transportation, and finance were very developed, and it soon became a powerful country in Western Europe. In the 15th and 16th centuries, the Netherlands dominated the world with the most developed shipbuilding industry and navigation technology in the world. Naturally, it was also looking for colonies all over the world. With the rise of economic and maritime power, the Netherlands came from behind and quickly surpassed Spain and Portugal in the pace of competing for colonies and trade bases. Many of the territories that originally belonged to these two countries fell into the hands of the Netherlands. Later, the Netherlands failed in the Anglo-Dutch War. In the final analysis, the local economy and population had an upper limit. In the process of competing for colonies, it was indeed unable to compete with Britain and France. Although the Netherlands did not stay out of World War II like in World War I, the war lasted only 5 days, and the price paid was very small compared to other European countries. Isn't the Netherlands now anxious to return to Asia like France and Belgium? The location of this important meeting is also an important member of the colonial empire family. This Brussels conference is Alan Wilson's greatest contribution to history so far. Whether Europe can maintain complete or partial independence depends on what kind of results this conference can achieve. Before arriving in Rotterdam, Alan Wilson also got off the ship in Arnhem, the Netherlands, where he stopped halfway, had a little meal, and even watched a ballet before boarding to continue his journey. Alan Wilson leaned on a chair on the deck, holding the newspaper he had just bought from Arnhem. Although he couldn't understand it, it was good to read the illustrations. At this time, a middle-aged woman politely asked, "Sir, is there anyone here? Can we take a break? Please." Alan Wilson's eyes appeared behind the newspaper he picked up, and the newspaper returned to its original state immediately after he said a word. A second later, the newspaper that was picked up again was put down again. Alan Wilson's eyes were fixed on the girl behind the middle-aged woman. This face? He would never make a mistake. Audrey Hepburn, whose beauty is popular in both China and the West. "Sir?" Hepburn's mother noticed Alan Wilson's abnormality and said in English, "I wonder where you are going." "Oh, I'm going to Brussels for official business." Alan Wilson showed the gentlemanly manners of Oxford University, restrained his true nature of usually punching hard, and spoke in a gentle tone, which made it easy for people to believe him. Although Alan Wilson was not particular about etiquette, he had received relevant education, especially at work, and had seen civil servants in British India, who were more particular about their style than the locals, so imitating them was not embarrassing at all, as if it should be so. In this process, Alan Wilson used his strong willpower to control his eyes, so as not to scare Audrey Hepburn, and brought his words to a high level. In just a few words, he introduced himself, and showed that he was not old, with a correct attitude and a humble tone. "I didn't expect that Mr. Allen has so much work experience at his age." Hepburn's mother was very surprised. Although Alan Wilson did not deliberately show off his wealth, his watch and decent suit still showed that his family conditions were very good. It depends on how you say it. If you take into account the ancient documents obtained from India, it is more than good. If you only consider the insignificant remuneration in the British occupied area, it is also an astronomical figure for ordinary people. When mentioning the Germans, Hepburn's mother obviously had a bad attitude. The family's decline had a great relationship with the Germans. Alan Wilson also forgot about the romantic life in Bonn, and strictly enforced his position with the British Empire. The punishment of Germany must be carried out. "I'm not old enough to be called a gentleman. Just call me Alan. Dear lady, your daughter looks thinner." Alan Wilson indirectly led the topic to Audrey Hepburn, and the transition was very smooth and not abrupt. Then came Hepburn's mother's tearful accusation against the Germans. During the German occupation of the Netherlands, due to rumors that Hepburn's mother's family had Jewish ancestry, the originally wealthy Baron family was regarded as an enemy of Germany. Not only was their property confiscated by the occupying forces, but Audrey Hepburn's uncle was also executed. Hepburn and her daughter were forced to live in poverty for several years due to food shortages. Hepburn could only often eat tulip bulbs and fill her stomach with a lot of water. Long-term malnutrition contributed to her thin figure in the future. Damn Germans. Alan Wilson was indignant, completely acting like a messenger of justice. Then he changed his tone and said that he worked in the British occupied area and also saw that ordinary German women in the British occupied area were also suffering. The war was not good for all the countries involved. The British Occupied Trade Commission, where he was located, was committed to the post-war reconstruction of Germany. When Alan Wilson was telling the story, he certainly did not forget to instill private goods, saying that the American soldiers in the American occupied area were abandoned after chaos, and the bloody revenge in the French occupied area was the only fact that the British occupied area was sincerely carrying out reconstruction. Hepburn and her daughter nodded frequently, and Alan Wilson said that the war would eventually go away, and peace and prosperity would surely come to Europe. Trivial matters like the Brussels conference could not stop a gentlemanly imperial civil servant from performing exceptionally well on the Rhine. As time passed, Alan Wilson gained the trust of Hepburn and her daughter, and brought the two sides closer to each other to a moderate degree. London is a prosperous city. I have been there before the war, but my memory is a little vague now. Audrey Hepburn finally joined the topic, and said that her dream was to be a ballet dancer, and go to London for further studies. "Oh, you are really a girl with dreams. If you need help in London, just ask." Alan Wilson wrote down his address and handed it to Audrey Hepburn. The passenger ship continued to sail, and Alan Wilson's journey continued. Audrey Hepburn, who got off the ship, said to her mother, "This Englishman looks like a really good person." Chapter 147 Brussels Conference. Don't judge a person by appearance. Hepburn's mother looked at her daughter and taught her tirelessly. The daughter was still too simple, but she didn't think about how simple a person who passed information to the guerrillas would be. Speaking of simplicity, Alan Wilson was simple. He had been deceived so many times in this sinister society. Otherwise, how could he miss the life in British India? That was the most friendly place for him, a haven for peace of mind. Audrey Hepburn didn't listen to her mother's words. She thought that the British man was good. Because of malnutrition, Hepburn didn't have much confidence in her face, and she didn't grow up in praise. If she wasn't too familiar with this face, Alan Wilson wouldn't have recognized the earth flower who was still in her infancy. Audrey Hepburn in 1945 did not have a beautiful face that could kill both Chinese and Western people. She was even worse than the Isabella sisters in Bonn. She was just an ordinary little girl with a pretty face. Audrey Hepburn became really well known after Roman Holiday. It is no exaggeration to say that it was the top makeup artist in Hollywood who created the Audrey Hepburn that everyone knows. He grasped the advantages and disadvantages of her face and tailored the most suitable makeup and hairstyle for her. His makeup technique was a complete change for Hepburn, and he became Hepburn's exclusive makeup artist. With a shriveled figure and a pretty face, if it were not for Alan Wilson's super memory, this would be just an ordinary girl with a good look, until the 1950s, when Audrey Hepburn went to Givenchy for an audition. Audrey Hepburn, with a shriveled figure and ordinary clothes, appeared in front of Givenchy himself. Givenchy, whose dream was shattered, rejected all of Audrey Hepburn's requests on the spot without leaving any face. After being rejected, she did not give up and repeatedly invited Givenchy to dinner. During the dinner, Hepburn drew her own career blueprint to Givenchy, which made Givenchy her exclusive fashion designer. If Alan Wilson did not remember this face well enough, it would be normal to miss it if he did not have a deep memory of it. But if he looked at it from a developmental perspective, he left his contact information in London without hesitation. He believed that this ugly duckling would grow up. Alan Wilson believed that his IQ was absolutely online most of the time. After Hepburn and her daughter left, he became a model of imperial civil servants, an outstanding representative of British civil servants, the most famous civil servant in the UK, and the gentleman who saved French women on the streets of Paris. In recent months, Alan Wilson's impression in newspapers is no less than that of well-known domestic actors. Even Vivien Leigh can only be comparable to him in terms of traffic. He has not yet arrived in Brussels, but the tone of the Brussels conference has been set. The place where the tone of British-French harmony is set is still in the distant Far East. This is the first post-war cooperation between Britain and France. Although France quickly decided to return to Asia after the end of the European War. After all, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. France's military strength in Vietnam is better than nothing. Just like the comparison between the British, American, French and Soviet Red Army and the Austrian four-nation occupation zone a few months ago, it can only be regarded as a theoretical existence. France cannot accept surrender in Vietnam, so it is the British Army that accepts surrender in southern Vietnam. Before the Brussels conference, London had already made a guarantee to Paris that it would defend France's colonies in Southeast Asia on behalf of the French army. In exchange, France must support Britain's claim to the Isthmus of Kra to show the unity of Britain and France on the colonial issue. After Japan surrendered, the British army had landed in southern Vietnam and had telegraphed France that it would definitely help France to defend this colony. In fact, Britain did not want to care about Vietnam, a hot potato. Whether it was resolutely suppressed or let go, the importance of British India was far greater than Vietnam. But in order to win over France and Britain, to stand together on a wider range of issues, Mountbatten still drew troops to establish a base for France to return to Asia. Under such a background, the limited British forces must be assembled, and Britain does not want to be too involved in Vietnam. I just hope that the French will move faster and not let Britain stay in Vietnam for too long. 3 days before the Brussels conference, Alan Wilson arrived in Brussels, the capital of the European Union and the future. Decades later, Brussels is the capital and largest city of Belgium. It is also the seat of the main administrative agencies of the European Union and the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It is known as the capital of Europe. The whole city is centered on the Royal Palace and built along a small ring. It is best to walk to visit. Although it was originally a Dutch-speaking city, Brussels has developed into a bilingual city where French and Dutch coexist. Even at this Brussels conference, the French representative said that French must be added as a written language. Other countries also agreed, and Britain did not object. It is meaningless to object on such details. After arriving at the British delegation and meeting Alexander Cadogan, the permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs also teased the French with the attitude that France must add French. The French think that French is the representative language of the civilized world, but they have forgotten how long ago that was. However, Brussels does have a dominant French population, and we can't object, right? This reflects the respect of the British Empire for its allies, and there is absolutely no other idea. Alan Wilson agreed with Alexander Cadogan's words. There is a saying in Europe that the center of Europe in the 17th century was France, and the leader of Europe after the 18th century was Britain. Of course, this kind of speech is more rampant in France, and there is no such saying in the UK. But the language environment in Brussels is indeed as Alexander Cadogan said. French is the dominant language, Dutch represents the poor and backward Flanders, and the official language of the Belgian government is only French. Almost all educational institutions in Brussels use French for teaching, which further hinders the promotion of Dutch, and also leads to people's inferior impression of Dutch. However, from the British perspective, this is just a remnant of the French Sun King era. The degree of progress in different parts of the world is different. It is not incomprehensible that some places have traces from hundreds of years ago. In this world where the influence of English has long surpassed that of French, we should sympathize and understand the stubborn French. The French are so stubborn and persistent. Haven't we overwhelmed the French once without any objection? Alan Wilson shook his head and smiled bitterly. A few times, but not many times. Alexander Cadogan said slowly. When was the last time that the French were speechless? Alan Wilson asked with interest. In 1815, the Battle of Waterloo. The French were absolutely speechless. Alexander Cadogan said with a smirk. Perhaps out of consideration for a brilliant appearance, the French arrived the day after the British delegation arrived in Brussels. At this time, Alan Wilson was fully aware of the improvement of his own cultural accomplishment under the guidance of the Cabinet Secretary and the Foreign Office Secretary. Cabinet Secretary Edward Bridges expressed satisfaction with the current work in the British occupied zone. Regardless of the effectiveness of many policies, Whitehall has seen the efforts of the British Occupied Trade Committee. At the same time, he said that in terms of significance, the Brussels Conference is definitely much more important than the reconstruction of the British occupied zone, and even determines the future direction of the British Empire. Whether at the imperial level, or from the perspective of civil servants, it is worth 100% effort. In a sense, it is even more important than the Potsdam Conference. How to unite European countries. The consensus within the UK has been determined, that is, to work hard on the colonies of the countries currently participating in the Brussels Conference. This is also the biggest common point among countries with different interests, different ideas, and even unfriendly relations. Britain and France have a delicate relationship due to historical reasons, but it is not only Britain and France that are delicate. The relationship between Spain and Portugal is not close. Spain has annexed Portugal, and the opponent of the Belgian War of Independence is the Dutch. Of course, the supporters of Belgian independence are the French, while the countries that support the Netherlands are Britain, the Russian Empire, the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia. It can be said that the hands of every country are stained with the blood of other countries. At this time, they must unite. If they do not unite, these countries that were once so glorious will soon be forgotten by the crowd and become small shrimps in the eyes of the United States and the Soviet Union. The Belgian king who welcomed the countries to attend the Brussels Conference was Leopold III, the king who is currently embroiled in controversy. Because of his ambiguous attitude towards Germany during the war, Leopold III is currently in trouble. The reason why this meeting was held in Belgium was also the result of Leopold III's vigorous efforts. The fundamental reason is that the French do not approve of holding it in London, and the British do not approve of holding it in Paris. Brussels is deeply influenced by France, so it chose such a place to sit down and have a good talk about what the future of the colonial empire will be like. The person responsible for receiving the delegations of various countries is Prince Charles, the younger brother of Leopold III. Alan Wilson is very uncomfortable with the name and title of Prince Charles. He believes that only the Crown Prince who became the Crown Prince in 1958 and served as the yin yang of the British Empire for 62 years is more in line with the image of the prince in his heart, and other Charles are fakes. The flags of Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, and Belgium flew high above the Belgian royal palace, indicating that the Brussels Conference, which was announced as the European Post-War Reconstruction Conference, had officially begun. British Prime Minister Attlee and French Provisional Government Chairman Charles de Gaulle were undoubtedly the most important figures in this post-war reconstruction conference, and their attitudes would determine the future of these colonial empires. Chapter 148 Europe must unite. Unlike the heads of state and foreign ministers strolling in the gardens, showing friendship, the delegations of various countries are nervously preparing the agenda and negotiation materials for the conference, to promote the agenda of this economic reconstruction conference, which is nominally aimed at reviving Europe. In fact, the remaining colonial empires are banding together to defend each other's collective interests. But in fact, due to the different distribution of colonies, the threats they face are large and small. Although the countries at the conference should be in the same direction in general, there must be some disputes at the conference. Take the current Britain and France as an example. They treat the issue of colonies differently. France's attitude after the war is naturally unquestionably repressive. It can be seen from the fact that the French army had set out on the journey to Asia again before the conference, that the attitude of France, including Charles de Gaulle himself, is to maintain all colonies. Britain, especially Prime Minister Attlee, is no longer prepared to waste time in British India. Once the local elites of British India lose patience and choose to rise up with the current capabilities of Britain, unless they are not prepared to live a good life and keep the wartime rationing system, they will not be able to stop it. The most important thing is that, even if the wartime rationing system was maintained, Britain might not be able to suppress the resistance in British India. This problem has actually appeared a long time ago, and it is not even a problem that has only appeared in recent years. During World War II, Britain was fighting against the French army in West Africa, Syria and Madagascar, against the German and Italian army in Egypt, and against the Japanese army in Australia and Myanmar. It was simply an impossible task to maintain the shipping routes in the North Sea, the North and South Atlantic, and the Indian Ocean, and then provide blood transfusions to Malta. The colonial empire itself is not a great empire in the traditional sense, but a series of isolated overseas components connected to each other in the midst of powerful enemies. Defending a colonial empire means fighting against different enemies on all fronts at the same time, which is extremely bad geographically. When Germany declared war, Britain and France had the ability to gather forces similar to the German army and confront them, but after Italy declared war and France defected, the British army was unable to split up, and after Japan also declared war, the troops were even more stretched. The British Empire never had the ability to fight multiple major opponents on multiple major fronts at the same time. The security of the empire was entirely based on the so-called empire's commitment to the gathering of troops. When war broke out in India and Afghanistan, troops could be mobilized from Britain, and when the war in North Africa was tight, troops could be mobilized from Australia and New Zealand. It is best to face only one enemy at a time. This is the idea of the Germans when they were fighting on two fronts. This is also the idea of the British. They had to suppress the resistance of the colonies and guard against the prying of other powers on the colonies. They had to confront Russia in Asia, intrigue with the United States in America, and compete with France in Africa. After 2 world wars, London finally felt that it was really not going to work with its current national strength. Prime Minister Attlee felt that it had to shrink, kick out colonies with inputs greater than outputs, and concentrate on managing colonies with weak resistance. British India was the burden that Prime Minister Attlee wanted to kick out, to complete the shrinkage of the empire, and by breathing time. Alan Wilson just hoped that the British Empire's empire would shrink, not collapse, and shrink all the way to the British Isles. He did not think that letting Britain follow behind the Americans was his life pursuit. If that was the case, he might as well quit his job and become a wealthy businessman. That way he would be freer and not be bound by the status of a civil servant. He would be nervous, even if he was a superior in the British occupied zone. At the meeting within the British delegation, Alan Wilson also worked very hard and launched a very fierce attack on the Soviet Union. But the core argument was that the Soviet Union did not have the strength to start a war again. According to the German generals I found in the British occupied zone who had experience fighting in the Soviet Union, the German army caused extremely serious damage in the Soviet Union. It is no worse than the damage in Germany now. I believe that all gentlemen should have learned from the newspapers recently about the exaggerated degree of the current male-female ratio in Germany. At the internal meeting chaired by Alexander Cadogan, Alan Wilson talked freely, saying that based on the losses suffered by Germany, the Soviet Union's casualties should be more than 15 million, and most of the casualties during the war must be men. Former Prime Minister Churchill once said that we would like to see Germans lying in graves, but we would rather see Russians lying on operating tables. We can conclude that this is a current fact. The Soviet Union has not announced its losses in the war until now. A middle-aged diplomat said, "Is it too optimistic about the Soviet Union? This is exactly where the Soviets are guilty. Can't they come up with statistics? This is impossible. Moscow will not be ignorant of the domestic population. They have conducted 3 censuses. It is impossible that they cannot come up with population statistics now, so they are deliberately concealing it. And judging from the greedy performance of the Soviets at the Potsdam Conference, the condition of this polar bear must be very bad, so they accept everything from Germany." The diplomats at the meeting nodded in approval, and Alexander Cadogan, the permanent undersecretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, also agreed. Alan Wilson should be the civil servant who is most qualified to question the Soviet Union. At the Potsdam Conference, it was he who represented the British and Soviet sides in the secret operations. Although Alan's estimate is too optimistic and there is no direct evidence, the evidence from various factors can also explain some of the problems. The cruelty and ruthlessness of the Germans and the huge damage they caused in the Soviet Union are real. If the degree of destruction inflicted by the Soviet Union and Germany on each other is at the same level, the loss of 15 million young people of working age in the Soviet Union is very reasonable. That's right, Sir Alexander. The Soviet Union is definitely not much better than Germany. If we can send a delegation to visit the Soviet Union, we can choose a few major cities to visit, and then we can communicate with ordinary Soviet people and mention the issue of German aggression. If the interviewees express hatred and mention that their relatives died in the war, we will put these visits together and we can have a rough estimate. By the way, before coming here, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs received news from Moscow that the Soviet Union wanted to make an artistic visit to London in the form of non-governmental exchanges, and it seems that they are going to send a team called the Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe. Alexander Cadogan nodded after hearing what Alan Wilson said. The Foreign Secretary meant to welcome this kind of people-to-people exchange, and our reply is that we can have mutual visit to show that the British Empire has no intention of being an enemy of the Soviet Union and to show unity and harmony. Since it is a people-to-people exchange, the return visit team can naturally communicate with ordinary Soviet people, so that we can confirm whether the Soviet Union is really unable to launch a world war in a short period of time. That's great. Alan Wilson couldn't hide his excitement. He believed that for ordinary people, the British speech masters in the delegation would definitely be able to get the information they wanted. The Red Flag Song and Dance Troupe is the famous male chorus, right? If there is enough time, he would also like to listen to it. After all, the opportunity is rare and will never come again if missed. Why criticize the Soviet Union for being strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, and make this idea a consensus? In fact, it is very simple. If a war breaks out with the Soviet Union, according to the experience of the previous 2 wars, it will be enough to beat the entire British Empire within a few years without leaving a single young person. This is just like the Soviet Union's belief that imperialism would provoke a world war. Britain was also afraid of the Soviet Union, and the idea was the same as the Soviet Union. They all believed that at this difficult time, the other side must not dare to have the idea of provoking a war. The Soviet Union's solution was to establish a buffer zone in Eastern Europe to prevent the invasion of Britain and the United States, especially the United States. The British solution was to prevent the invasion of the Soviet Union and hold the US troops stationed in Europe. If it could be made clear that the Soviet Union had no ability to provoke a world war and was lying on the operating table to recover, the British Empire would not have to put on a welcoming attitude to allow the United States to enter Europe, at least limiting the right to station troops to the Federal Republic of Germany. You know, the North Atlantic Treaty was actually first established by Britain and France to persuade the United States, but this period of history in which Britain took the initiative To mention the establishment of NATO is not well known. What is also not well known is that after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Britain's continental balance instinct took effect and once suggested that Russia join NATO, but at that time the United States had already become the only one in terms of strength and was very familiar with Britain's tradition of breaking down the fortress from the inside, so it pretended not to hear such suggestions. Before the formal meeting began, the British delegation had reached a consensus in its internal meeting that the Soviet Union was only strong on the surface, and the United States had nuclear bombs, so the Soviet Union would not take the risk of provoking a world war. As for the main topic of the colonial issue, it was the real top priority. News had come from the Far East that Sukarno of Indonesia had declared independence in Jakarta, Indonesia, which made the Dutch, whose main force was still on the way, furious. The Dutch were now the country most eager to see the meeting, but the British delegation first contacted the French. When meeting with Nino Bertrand, a diplomat from the French delegation, Alexander Cadogan took the initiative to open his hands and hug him, setting a united tone for this Brussels meeting. The French army is even faster, and Vietnam is not a colony of the British Empire. There is no reason for us to stay there for a long time. Alexander Cadogan took the initiative to show goodwill. Europe's unity lies in the relationship between Britain and France. Nino Bertrand gave a positive response. How to safeguard the interests of Greater Europe requires the joint efforts of our two countries. By the way, we think the issue of the Saarland should also be resolved at this meeting. In principle, London will not object. Alexander Cadogan said in an official tone. After all, Britain and France are allies. Chapter 149 Portuguese Goa. London has not yet come up with a unified opinion on the ownership of the Saar region. On the one hand, London morally expressed its understanding of France's actions for Germany's provocation of 2 world wars in a few decades. But at the same time, Britain is also afraid of changing the balance of power between Germany and France, resulting in a situation where France is the only dominant power in Europe. This conflicts with the continental balance strategy, and the idea of the shit tampering stick is so entangled and hesitant. As a member of the gentlemen, Alan Wilson can also understand this entanglement. After all, France has Charles de Gaulle, and it must pursue political and military independence in the end. If the Saar region is incorporated into France, facing a France with greater industrial strength due to the annexation of the Saar region, Britain may not be able to play. France is definitely much more difficult to deal with than the Federal Republic of Germany, which has a lot of occupying troops on its own land. That's why Britain is hesitant on the issue of the Saar region, expressing moral understanding of France's claims, but refusing to express public support. However, the final solution to the Saar region has evolved into the European steel community. France and Germany are concerned about the ownership of the Saar region. Considering the future of Europe, France and Germany feel it is necessary to establish a common market for coal and steel. The idea of establishing a common market for coal and steel is also called the Schuman Plan. Later, France, West Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg signed the Treaty of the European Coal and Steel Community. From then on, the key industrial sectors of the Federal Republic of Germany's rearmament were placed under the joint management and supervision of the 6 countries, which brought hope of peace to Europe. At the same time, the European Coal and Steel Community also became the prototype of the European Union. However, Britain has no plan for any steel community. Although this meeting was also held by 6 countries in Brussels, the focus was on the colonial issue. The share of the European Economic Recovery Plan was not absent, but it was far less important than the colonial plan. In the end, facing Nino Bertrand's questioning, Alexander Cadogan kicked the ball and said that he should ask the Americans for their opinions. This meeting was held in the name of the European Reconstruction Plan, to avoid the participation of the Americans. At this time, the British Empire's permanent Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs remembered the Americans again. He said that without the approval of the Americans, this matter would be very difficult to deal with. And to get the approval of the Americans, constant mediation and communication are required, which may not be effective in a short time. Finally, the topic shifted to the colonial issue. The Dutch are now very anxious. The local elites of the Dutch East Indies have declared independence. Nino, I don't need to tell you. You and I both understand that this is a very dangerous sign. This is a very dangerous sign. Coincidentally, British Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin, who was walking in the garden of the Belgian royal palace, said the same thing to Georges Bidault, Foreign Minister of the Fourth French Republic, also referring to the changes in the Dutch East Indies. Europe's interests in Asia may suffer irreparable damage if the Japanese are doing this and cannot be stopped. Yes, Paris also believes that this is a sign of the collapse of order and must be dealt a ruthless blow. Georges Bidault gave Ernest Bevin a very gratifying statement, indicating that France isn't compromising on the colonial issue. This is exactly the attitude that London hopes France will have. France's resolute attitude of suppression is beneficial to the British Empire. Ernest Bevin also heard in yesterday's report that Alan Wilson hoped that the French would return to Vietnam as soon as possible. The benefit of doing this is to see the determination of the colonies to be independent. If France cannot handle it, it will definitely need a certain degree of help from Britain. British Malaya can become a base for France to fight in Vietnam and drive local economic development. Similarly, the Dutch suppression of the Dutch East Indies also has this benefit. Georges Bidault was the leader of the French resistance movement in World War II. During the war, he started the resistance movement in the South and published the underground publication Liberty. Soon he became a leading member of the battle and established contact with Free France. In Lyon, commissioned by Maulin, he formed a news and newspaper bureau to publish news about the domestic resistance movement, publicize the unity of various resistance forces, and support Charles de Gaulle as the leader of the resistance movement. When Alan Wilson learned that this person was the current French foreign minister, he knew it was stable. He assured Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin that the French would definitely show a tough attitude on the colonial issue. The reason given by Alan Wilson was that Georges Bidault was a French leader who grew up in the war. But in fact, it was because, after Charles de Gaulle established the Fifth Republic and finally chose to let Algeria become independent, Georges Bidault established the National Resistance Committee and, together with General Sir Salin, advocated terrorist activities to prevent Algeria from becoming independent. He went underground and declared the Charles de Gaulle government illegal. In the end, the conspiracy to overthrow the Fifth Republic was crushed by Charles de Gaulle, and Georges Bidault began his life in exile. With such a person now the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Provisional Government, how could France not show a tough attitude on the colonial issue? The Six Power Conference was officially held on the second day. The delegations of the 6 countries of Britain, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Spain and Portugal entered the venue. British Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin delivered a speech at the opening of this conference. This is an era of reconciliation. We must look to the future, seek common ground while reserving differences, and look back on the past. It is precisely because European countries lack a kind of unity and tend to solve problems by force that 2 tragic world wars have occurred. I hope that this Brussels conference will be the beginning of the unity of European countries. There is no doubt that modern society was established by Europe. The British Foreign Secretary is quite modest in this regard. He did not say that it was established by his own country. He mentioned the contributions of other countries. As for the 2 countries on the Iberian Peninsula, he could only mention the contributions of the age of exploration. The reason why Spain was invited to this conference was also out of consideration for maintaining the unity of the colonial empire. It should be noted that after the Spanish-American War, when the Spanish Empire became a stepping stone for the United States to enter the world stage with a new attitude, Spain's colonies were almost lost, leaving only limited colonies in Western Sahara and Equatorial Guinea. Spain's colonies are now the last among the 6 countries in the Brussels Conference. Not to mention, compared with Britain and France, it is not as good as Belgium and the Netherlands, and even far less than its neighbor Portugal. Portugal's colonies are mainly in southern Africa, and the area is larger than the Belgian Congo and the Dutch East Indies. Not to mention that the current ruler of Spain is still Franco, who had an ambiguous relationship with Germany during the war. In fact, Franco of Spain and Salazar of Portugal should strictly be liquidated as an alliance between Germany and Italy. But at this time, Germany had been defeated, and considering that Britain still needed the support of the 2 countries on the issue of colonies, it sent an invitation to the Brussels conference. The British Empire is still strong now, and its relations with Spain and Portugal are relatively harmonious, even though Spain's Gibraltar is still occupied by Britain, and has never intended to be returned. In fact, Germany did make a plan to attack Gibraltar, but the shrewd Franco would not bet the fate of the country on this undecided war. Moreover, after years of war, Spain's industries were in decline and its strength was weak, so it was indeed not suitable to be involved in a pan-European war. Moreover, during the meeting with Hitler, who was famous for his speeches, was at a loss. After all, Franco and Salazar were young, and the mistakes they made were not unforgivable. This was the current attitude of the British Empire towards Spain and Portugal. Who knows, there might be a time when Portugal and Spain could be counted on to act as thugs, when Britain could not take care of them. In fact, the nature of this Brussels conference was no different from that of the Berlin Conference in 1884. It was just that the Berlin Conference more than 60 years ago was about the division and occupation of colonies by European countries. This time, the Brussels Conference was to discuss how to preserve the vested interests in hand at this moment, when the future was uncertain. The British Empire, which had always been the most powerful colonial empire, also put aside its arrogance, and was willing to sit down and discuss with other colonial countries. This was not an easy task. In principle, the heads of state expressed their solidarity with each other on the issue of colonies, which was the easiest to reach a consensus. The heads of state spoke, and the diplomats of various countries had to run around. The heads of state set a principle of unity, and under this premise, the diplomats began to discuss the preservation of the order of the old era. When Alan Wilson was speaking, he greeted the Portuguese representative and said, "Mr. Olivier, it's nice to meet you. I've been to Goa, and was fascinated by the local beauty. It's really a great place. I have a good relationship with the local commissioner Pedro. Thank you, British Empire, for respecting Goa's sovereignty." Olivier responded positively. As we all know, Portuguese Goa's military strength would not have existed until now without the goodwill recognition of the British Empire. The British Empire has always respected the rights and interests that Portugal should have. "We are gentlemen of the civilized world." Alan Wilson expressed his friendliness with a reserved face, and then changed the subject. "But some people may not be as easy to talk to as we are. These people in backward areas are really incomprehensible." Alan Wilson did not expect that at this Brussels meeting. It was not the anxious Dutch who first sought support, nor the French who were inspired to return to Asia who first spoke passionately. The first issue that aroused discussion was actually the issue of Portuguese Goa. However, this issue happened to be in line with Alan Wilson's professional expertise, which gave him room to play. Chapter 150, Unity Meeting. When Goa belonged to Portugal, the Mughal Empire had not even been established. Indians have no reason, and cannot take it away from Portugal. Olivier was indignant and said, "I believe that the British Empire will play a leading role in this matter, and defend the legitimate rights and interests of the European civilized world." This gentleman may not know that London's opinion of giving up British India has gradually gained the upper hand. Of course, Alan Wilson could not tell the other party, but just said, Goa belonged to Portugal long before the establishment of the Mughal Empire. All countries present today know this fact, and we all agree with it. But when it comes to Indians, this issue is more complicated, especially Indians. Many Indians say that India has existed since ancient times. Goa may not be part of the Mughal Empire, but it may be part of the Maurya Empire. What kind of nonsense logic is this? Olivier said with indignation and dissatisfaction. Is there any more shameless logic than this? What do those dirty South Asians think? Alan Wilson remained silent. This is nothing more than the Indian version of since ancient times. Since ancient times, this kind of statement has always been a self-talk, used to persuade the people of the country to support it. No matter how ridiculous it is, it must be said. Generally, the time point of greatest benefit is intercepted for discussion, so the Chinese version starts from the largest territory in 1820. Although the western regions of the Han and Tang dynasties were also under the control of the central government, it was rarely publicized. In fact, China also knows that it is too ridiculous to publicize things from 1 or 2,000 years ago. But India, which is in line with India's national conditions, has been a bit too shameless since ancient times. It is simply equivalent to Iran today, using the Achaemenid dynasty to show that Iran should rule the Middle East. However, it seems that during the Pahlavi dynasty, Iran did focus on promoting the glory of the Achaemenid dynasty, stating that it was not the same as the Arabs, and regarded itself as the United States Middle East agent. Let's not talk about the Iranian issue first. Is Olivia's strict statement of Portugal's position on the Goa issue useful at this Brussels meeting? Of course it is useful. After stating their positions, representatives of various countries have expressed their support for Portugal's claims and expressed their firm support for Portugal's claims to overseas territories. In the final analysis, this is not just a problem faced by Portugal. This is a problem faced by all countries participating in the conference at this time. The Netherlands and Belgium have expressed their support for Portugal. Even Spain has expressed its position. Everyone's eyes are on the British and French representatives. Oh, the people's hearts can be used. Alan Wilson knew that the colonial issue was the most united issue for the participating countries, but he did not expect it to start so smoothly. For a while, Alan Wilson felt like he was the prime minister of 6 countries. He first killed the Soviet Union, and then the United States. The British Empire will continue to be great and lead the world for 100 years. However, giving support to Portugal has exceeded Alan Wilson's authority. He cannot give Olivia the support she wants. After the meeting, he must get the approval of the Foreign Secretary and the Cabinet Secretary, and even the Prime Minister. What British India needs now is stability, and anything that undermines the stability of British India must be done with great caution. We understand Portugal's claims morally, and the support of various countries is gratifying. Alan Wilson seemed to be immersed in the banner of a united Europe, and said with emotion, "We can't go down the old path." After the 2 world wars, Europe has seen a long-lost unity. With this unity, I believe that at this critical juncture in history, we will be able to find a way for Europe to continue to prosper. Warm applause rang out, and Alan Wilson took a deep breath. He finally managed to get through, and avoided making a statement on Portuguese Goa. Although the Goa issue might still be mentioned, after this meeting, there would be time to discuss and come up with a response plan. Alan Wilson took the initiative to greet the Portuguese representative Olivia, but almost didn't get back. After barely getting through, finally, the savior, the Dutch, came. The Dutch representative George Armand actually wanted to be the first to speak, but he didn't expect that the courtesy of the British representative would be seized by the Portuguese representative and the Goa issue would be extended. Now that the Goa issue has finally ended, he immediately stood up impatiently. Compared with other countries, the Netherlands had the greatest expectations for this meeting, because Japan had not yet formally surrendered, and the Indonesians in the Dutch East Indies had already declared independence. The Netherlands now urgently needed the support of the countries in the Brussels conference. At the same time, troops were mobilized to suppress the Dutch East Indies. Sukarno and Hatta signed the Declaration of Independence, announcing the establishment of the Republic of Indonesia, and the news had spread to Europe. Dutch Representative George Armand criticized Japan, which had become a defeated country. On the other hand, he said that the Netherlands would never sit idly by, and would definitely protect the sacred territorial sovereignty. Sovereignty? Alan Wilson almost laughed out loud. In his impression, European countries all talked about human rights. In this era, European countries also talked about sovereignty, which was sacred and inviolable. After George Armand's speech, the Belgian representative spoke as the host. After calling for unity, he introduced the situation of the Belgian Congo, which was also Belgium's only important colony. Belgium's colonial road was particularly late. Belgium's colonial rule over Congo began in the late 19th century. King Leopold II of Belgium tried to persuade the Belgian government to support the colonial expansion of Congo at that time. At the beginning of the 20th century, the violence of the local indigenous peoples led to many resistances due to the violent exploitation of foreign colonists. The Belgian government then established formal colonial rule and effectively controlled the Congo region. The late arrival and the cruel exploitation. Alan Wilson's impression of Belgian Congo was the Belgian punishment of chopping off hands, which created more than 10 million disabled people in Belgian Congo. It can be seen that the smaller the country, the more it will leave no room once it has the opportunity to rise to the sky. However, the Belgian government has deprived the king of the power of life and death over Congo. Chopping off hands was a thing of decades ago, and the colonial crime is being diluted by time. Behind the independence of Congo are the shadows of the United States and the Soviet Union, but in the competition for Congo, it is obvious that the United States is superior. And now the inner thought of the British Empire is that the 6 countries participating in the Brussels conference can clarify their own scope of operation and give other friendly allies who can be taken care of to a certain extent and support to the best of their ability. When the Spanish representatives spoke, their attitude was much more modest. Although the British and French representatives did not mention the ambiguous relationship between General Franco and Germany and Italy during the war, the Spanish representatives knew it well. Not mentioning it does not mean that it did not happen. On the contrary, Britain and France just felt that there was no need to attack now, so the Spanish representatives first expressed their goodwill to Britain and France. Spain is indeed walking on thin ice now. Not to mention the attitude of Britain and France, the United States has the intention to kill Spain. And the Soviet Union, the opponent of the United States, is just like the United States, and it can't wait to eat Spain. In World War II, Spain almost joined the Axis. In order to win over Spain, the United States satisfied Spain's appetite and gave Spain huge aid in exchange for Spain's neutrality. But after World War II, the United States naturally couldn't swallow this bad breath and wanted to settle accounts with Spain and prepare to clean up Spain. There is also a personal reason. The Catholic faction in Spain is not only hostile to the Republicans, but also to Protestants, which makes the United States, which is dominated by Protestants, especially President Truman, very angry. As for the Soviet Union, Spain sent tens of thousands of volunteers to form the Blue Division during the war. Spanish soldiers wore German uniforms and followed the German army to invade the Soviet Union. The Blue Division was selected from the elite of the Spanish army. They were all veterans with rich combat experience and had a blood feud with the Soviet Union. The reason why Spain participated in the Brussels conference this time was vigorously promoted by Britain. France still closed its border with Spain. In the Marshall Plan in history, Spain was not among the European aid countries. Similarly, when Spain joined the United Nations, it caused fierce opposition from the Soviet Union. If it were not for this Brussels conference, which convened the few remaining colonial countries in Europe, Britain would not have had a good face for Spain. Franco was simply the predecessor of Colonel Card. In 1945, he made Britain, the United States, the Soviet Union and France unhappy at the same time, but he still withdrew unscathed and saved Spain's interests. After the representatives of various countries elaborated on their opinions on the protection of the interests of the colonies, it was already afternoon. On the afternoon of September 14th, the talks on the reconstruction of the European economy at the Brussels conference appeared in Belgian newspapers and soon attracted reprints from the participating countries. In the eyes of the citizens of the countries at the conference, this was a meeting of Britain, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Portugal and Spain to discuss post-war reconstruction and economic recovery. However, the representatives of the countries at the conference talked about colonies throughout the meeting. The part about post-war reconstruction and economic recovery was limited to the speech of British Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin at the beginning of the meeting on the first day of the meeting. The first day of the meeting allowed the countries to have a certain understanding of each other's attitudes. After the meeting, Alan Wilson left immediately and reported to Alexander Cadogan. The two of them relayed the meeting to Cabinet Secretary Edward Bridges and made clear responses to many issues. We just got a message that the Soviet Union announced the start of post-war reconstruction. Edward Bridges said slowly, it seems that they have the same goal as us, to recover from the trauma of the war first. After saying this for no reason, Edward Bridges said, the Prime Minister has said that he is very interested in the military operations of the Netherlands. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.